Book I, Chapter XVIII of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book I, Chapter XVIII. The further wording of the 21st chapter of the Apocalypse is as follows. And there came one of the seven angels, who had the vials full of the seven last plagues, and spoke with me, saying, Come, and I will show thee the bride, the wife of the Lamb. And he took me up in spirit to a great and high mountain, and he showed me the holy city Jerusalem coming down out of heaven from God, having the glory of God, and the light thereof was like a precious stone, as to the jasper stone, even as crystal. And it had a great wall and high, having 12 gates, and in the gates 12 angels, and names written thereon, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. On the east 3 gates, and on the north 3 gates, and on the south 3 gates, and on the west 3 gates. And the wall of the city had 12 foundations, and in them 12 names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb. And he that spoke with me had a measure of reed of gold to measure the city and the gates thereof, and the wall. And the city lieth in a 4 square, and the length thereof is as great as the breadth. And he measured the city with the golden reed for 12,000 furlongs, and the length and the height and the breadth thereof are equal. And he measured the wall thereof 144 cubits, the measure of a man, which is of an angel. And the buildings of the wall thereof was of jasper stone, but the city itself pure gold, like a pure glass. The angels of which the Evangelist speaks in this place are 7 of those who attend in a special manner at the throne of God, and who have received commission and power to punish some of the sins of men. The vengeance of the wrath of the Omnipotent, Apocalypse chapter 15, verse 1, will happen in the last ages of the world, but it shall be a new punishment, greater than that which neither before nor after is possible during mortal existence. But since these mysteries are deeply hidden, and since not all have been revealed to me, nor concern this history, I do not consider it proper to expatiate upon them, but I will pass on to what more closely concerns my task. This angel of which Saint John speaks is the one through whom God will avenge with a special and dreadful chastisement the injuries committed against his most holy Mother, for the insane daring with which they have despised her has roused the indignation of his omnipotence. As the most holy Trinity has pledged itself to honor and exalt this Queen of Heaven above all human creatures and above the angels, placing her in this world as a mirror of the divinity and as the special mediatrix of mortals, God has taken it in a particular manner upon himself to avenge the heresies, errors, outrages, and all injuries committed against her, since thereby men have not glorified, acknowledged and adored him in this tabernacle, and have not made use of this incomparable mercy. These punishments are prophesied to the Holy Church. Although the mysterious words of the Apocalypse enshroud in obscurity the rigor of this punishment, yet woe to the unhappy ones that shall be overtaken by it. Woe to me, who have offended a God so strong and powerful to chastise. I am overwhelmed in the expectation of the great calamity here threatened. The angel spoke to the Evangelist, saying, Come, and I will show thee the bride, the wife of the Lamb, etc. The angel declares in this passage that the holy city of Jerusalem, which he showed to him, is the espoused wife of the Lamb, referring by this metaphor, as I have already said, to the most holy Mary, whom Saint John saw both as a mother or woman and as a spouse of the Lamb, that is Christ. The Queen held and fulfilled in a divine manner both offices. She was the spouse of the divinity, the only one. Canticles chapter 6 verse 8. And incomparable on account of the unequaled faith and love with which the espousals were entered into and accomplished. And she was the mother of the same Lord incarnate, giving him his mortal substance and flesh, nourishing and sustaining him in his existence as man, which he derived from her. In order to see and understand such high mysteries, the Evangelist was exalted in spirit to a great height of sanctity and light. For without going out of himself and being raised above human weakness, he could not understand them. Just as we, imperfect, earthly, and abject creatures, cannot encompass them for the same reason. Then elevated thus high, he says, "He showed me the holy city of Jerusalem coming down out of heaven." For Mary was built up and formed, not on earth, where she was like a pilgrim and a stranger, but in heaven, where the common, earthly material was excluded. For though the material of her being was taken from the earth, it was at the same time so elevated in heavenly perfection as to be fit for the building up of that mystical city in a celestial and angelic, yea, divine manner, effulgent with the Divinity. Therefore he adds, "having the glory of God." For the most holy soul of Mary was favored with such a participation of the Divinity and of its attributes and perfections, that if it were possible to see her in her own essence, she would appear as if illumined with the eternal splendor of God himself. Great and glorious things (Psalm 86, verse 3) are said in the Catholic Church of this city of God, and of the splendor, which she has received from that same Lord. But all of it is insignificant, and all human words fall short of the truth. The created intellect, entirely overcome, can but assert that the most holy Mary partakes of the Divinity more than can be comprehended, confessing thereby the substance of the reality, as well as the incapability of the mind to express in a proper manner that which it wishes to confess. She is formed in the heavens, and only the Artificer, who formed her, is able to comprehend her greatness. He alone can estimate her origin, and the affinity, which he contracted with most holy Mary, by perfecting her gifts to a semblance of the attributes of his infinite greatness and divinity. And the light thereof was like to a precious stone, the jasper stone, even as crystal, etc. It is not so difficult to understand how she can be similar at the same time to two such dissimilar stones as crystal and jasper, as it is to understand how she can be similar to God. But from this comparison we derive a certain understanding of similarity to God. The jasper sparkles and glitters in colors of many different shades, while the crystal is characterized by limpid and uniform transparency. Both combined form a rare and beautiful variety. The most pure Mary, in her formation, was endowed with the variety of virtues and perfections, which the hand of God itself selected and interwove in her soul. These graces and perfections made her soul like unto a most pure crystal, without blemish or stain of guilt. In her purity and transparency, it scattered the enrapturing rays of the Divinity. Just as the crystal meeting the sun, seems to absorb and again send forth its rays as if it were itself the sun. Nevertheless, this crystal jasper sparkles also in many colored hues, because she is a daughter of Adam and a mere creature, and all the splendors of the Divinity contained within her are only a participation. Although it appears to be a divine light, it is not a part of her nature, but communicated and conferred by grace. She is truly a creature formed and shaped by the hand of God himself, but in a manner befitting one who was to be his mother. And it had a great wall and high, having 12 gates. The mysteries enclosed in the walls and portals of this mystical city, most holy Mary, are so hidden and great that I, an ignorant and obscure woman, can with difficulty reduce to words that which was shown to me. However, in order to proceed. At the first moment of the conception of the most holy Mary, when the Divinity manifested itself to her in the vision above referred to, the whole blessed Trinity, as if renewing the ancient decrees of her creation and exaltation, made a kind of agreement or contract with this Lady, without however making it fully known to her. It was as if the three divine persons conferred among themselves and spoke to each other in the following manner: It is befitting to the dignity of our Bride and the Mother of the Word, that she be constituted the Queen and Mistress of all creation. Besides the gifts and riches of the Divinity, which we give and confer upon her for her own sake, it is meet that she exercise the right of distributing the treasures of our mercy, so that she may communicate according to her pleasure the graces and favors necessary to mortals, especially to those who invoke her as her children and clients, thus enriching the needy, freeing the sinners, elevating the just, and affording a universal refuge to all men. And in order that all creatures may recognize her as their Queen and Mistress, and as the treasurer of our infinite bounties, from whence they are to be distributed, we entrust her with the keys of our will and heart. She shall be in all things the executrix of our pleasure toward the creatures. Above all, we shall give to her dominion and power over the dragon, our enemy, and over all his allied demons. Let them fear her presence and her name, and in it let their deceits be crushed and annihilated. Let all the mortals that fly to this city of refuge find in it a sure and certain protection, free from all the dread of the dragons and their snares. Without revealing to the soul of the most holy Mary all that is contained in this decree or proposal, the Lord directed her in that first instant to pray with great love, to intercede for all the souls, and to solicit and procure for them eternal life, especially for those who in the course of their lives should commend themselves to her care. The Blessed Trinity made known to her that before his most just tribunal nothing would ever be denied to her, that she should command the devil, and that she should have power, by virtue of her commands, to keep him away from souls, since she would have at her disposal the arm of the Almighty. But the reason of this favor was not made known to her, nor the reason for all her other gifts, and this reason was no other than that she was to be the Mother of the Word. In saying that this city was surrounded by a great and high wall, Saint John refers to this God-given prerogative of his Mother, that she was to be the secret refuge, protection and defense of all men, wherein they would find all the security of a city of refuge, and of a strong fortress against their enemies. To this powerful Queen and Lady of all creation, and to this dispensatrix of all the treasures of heavenly grace, all the sons of Adam were to fly. He says that the walls are very high, for the power of the most pure Mary to overcome the demon and to raise the souls to grace is so great that it is inferior only to that of God himself. So well armed for all this, and so well defended and secure for herself and for all those who seek her protection, is this city, that not all the forces created by God outside of her can overthrow or surmount its walls. Having 12 gates, for the entrance into this holy city is free to all nations and generations, excluding none, but inviting all, so that no one shall be deprived of the mediation of this Queen of Mercy for obtaining the gifts and graces, nor the eternal glory of the Most High. In the gates were 12 angels. These 12 princes are those mentioned above as being among the ones selected as the guardians of the Mother of the incarnate Word. The service of these 12 angels, besides attending to their Queen, was to assist especially and to defend those souls who devoutly call on Mary, our Queen, for help, and who distinguish themselves in their devotion, veneration and love for her. Therefore the Evangelist says that he saw them in the gates of that city. They are the ministers and, as it were, the servants, who are to help, encourage and accompany the mortals in entering into the portals of piety opened by the most holy Mary to eternal happiness. Many times does she send them with inspirations and favors in order to snatch those from the dangers of body and soul who invoke her and are her devout servants. He continues, and names written thereon, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. For the angels receive their names according to the ministry and service for which they are sent to earth. And because these 12 princes are especially attached to the service of the Queen of heaven, in order that they may assist in the salvation of men, and because all the elect are included with the 12 tribes of Israel, forming the holy people of God. Therefore the Evangelist says that the angels bear the names of the 12 tribes of Israel. To each one of the 12 tribes one of these angels is assigned. Under their charge and protection are all those that from every nation and generation enter through the portals of the intercession of Most Holy Mary into the celestial Jerusalem. Wondering at this exaltation of the most pure Mary, and that she should be the mediatrix and the portal of all the predestined, I was given to understand that this prerogative befits her, who as Mother of Christ was to do such great things for men conjointly with her most holy Son, for she furnished him from her own purest blood and substance with a body, in which he suffered and redeemed men. On account of her close connection with his flesh and blood, she in a manner died and suffered in Christ, freely of her own will, accompanying him in his passion and death, suffering with him according to her power with heavenly humility and fortitude. Thus as she cooperated in his passion and offered herself as a victim for the human race, so the same Lord made her a participant in his dignity of Redeemer and placed her in charge of the merits and fruits of the redemption, to be distributed by her own hand and communicated to the redeemed. O admirable Treasurer of God! How secure are in thy heavenly and bountiful hands the riches of the Omnipotent! Hence this city had 3 gates on the east, 3 gates on the west, 3 gates on the south, and 3 gates on the west, etc. The 3 gates, corresponding to each of the 4 quarters of the world, invite all the mortals to draw near to Him, who is the Creator of all, namely, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Each of the 3 persons desires and ordains that most holy Mary should be in possession of the gates for soliciting the divine treasures for mortals. Although there is but one God in 3 persons, each one for himself concedes free entrance and admission to this most pure Queen, in order that before the tribunal of the immutable and triune Being she may intercede, solicit, and receive gifts and graces for those that seek her and honor her in the world. Therefore, as there are not one, but 3 portals in every direction, none of the mortals anywhere in the universe and of any nation and tribe shall have an excuse. The entrance into free and open city gates is so easy, that if anyone fails to enter, it is not because the gates prevent him, but because he himself tarries and does not wish to seek safety. What then shall the infidels, heretics, and pagans say? And what excuse have the bad Christians and the obstinate sinners? If the treasures of heaven are in the hands of our Mother and Lady, if she continues to call us and solicit us through her angels, if she opens not one but many gates to heaven, how is it that there are so many who remain outside and so few who enter through them? And the walls of the city have 12 foundations, and in them the 12 names of the apostles of the Lamb. The strong and unshakable foundations, upon which God built up the holy city of Mary, his Mother, are her virtues, as governed and proportioned in her by the Holy Ghost. He enumerated 12, corresponding with the names of the apostles, in order to show that it is founded upon the surpassing sanctity of the apostles, who are the leaders among the saints. For according to the saying of David, the foundations of the city of God are placed upon the holy mountains, and also inversely, the sanctity and wisdom of Mary grounded and confirmed the apostles after the death and ascension of Christ. Although she was always their instructress and model, yet in those times she alone was the chief support of the primitive Church. Now because she was destined and endowed for this office by the corresponding virtues and gifts from the moment of her Immaculate Conception, therefore they are called the 12 foundations of this city of God. And he that spoke with me had a measure of reed of gold, and he measured the city with the golden reed for 12,000 furlongs, etc. By these measurements the Evangelist alludes to the great mysteries of the dignity, graces and gifts and merits contained in the Mother of God. Although the measurements of the dignity and benefits which the Almighty conferred upon her were exceedingly great, yet they were within possibility and they were also well proportioned. And the length thereof is as great as the breadth. From all sides She is equally well formed, without a sign of deficiency, inequality, or disproportion. I do not expatiate thereon, but refer to what I will say about this in the course of this history of her life. But I desire to mention that the measure of the dignity, the merits and graces of most holy Mary was none other than the humanity of her most blessed Son, united to the divine Word. The Evangelist calls the humanity of Christ a reed, because he assumed the frailty of our weak and carnal nature, and of gold on account of his divinity. In accordance with the dignity of the true God-man, Christ, and correspondingly with the gifts and merits of the incarnate God, also his most holy Mother was measured. He it was who measured her with himself, and she, being thus proportioned, seemed in her office as Mother, exalted in a dignity corresponding to his. In the length of her gifts and graces, in the breadth of her merits, in all things did she seem well proportioned without defect. She could not be equal absolutely to her most holy Son with an equality which the learned call mathematical. For Christ our Lord was true God and man, whereas she was a mere creature, and thus the measure exceeded infinitely that which was measured by it. Yet the most pure Mary was adjusted according to a certain equality of proportion to her divine Son. Just as there was wanting in him nothing that corresponds and belongs to his dignity as the true Son of God, so nothing was wanting, nor was there any defect in that which was due to her as true Mother of that same God, in such a manner that to her as Mother of God, and to Christ as Son of God, were conceded equal proportions of dignity, graces, gifts, and merits. There was no created grace in Christ, which was not held in its proportion also by his most pure Mother. The Evangelist says, "And he measured the city with the golden reed for 12,000 furlongs." This measure of stadia, and the number 12,000, with which the heavenly Queen at her conception was measured, indicate most exalted mysteries. The Evangelist calls the perfect measure, by which are measured the high sanctity of the predestined, stadia, thereby referring to the graces and gifts, which God in his eternal foreknowledge decreed to communicate through the incarnate Son, adjusting and preordaining these gifts with infinite equity and mercy. By these stadia then are measured all the saints and the heights of their virtues and merits. Most unhappy he who does not come up to this measure, and who cannot be measured by it, when the Lord shall measure him. The number 12,000 is used in order to include all the rest of the elect and the predestined, headed in their thousands by the 12 apostles, the princes of the Catholic Church. In the same way they are mentioned in the 7th chapter of the Apocalypse, under the leadership of the 12 tribes of Israel. For all the elect must submit to the teaching of the apostles of the Lamb, as I have already said above. From all this can be estimated the greatness of that city of God, the most holy Mary. For if we assume that the stadium which the Evangelist mentions measures at least 125 steps, then a city that exceeds 12,000 furlongs or stadia on each of its 4 sides and in its height must appear of huge dimensions. The measurement and number of stadia of all the predestined taken together was found to be equal to that of our Blessed Lady, the most holy Mary, and their length, breadth and height was not greater than hers. For she that was to be the Mother of God himself, and the Queen and the Mistress of all creatures, was equal to them joined in one mighty host. In her alone was contained more than in all the rest of creation. And he measured the wall thereof 144 cubits, the measure of a man, which is of an angel. This measure of the walls of the city of God was not of their length, but of their height. For if the length and the width of the city was 12,000 stadia, making a perfect square, it was certainly necessary that the walls should extend still farther on the outside in order to encompass the city. The measure of 144 cubits, of whatever length these might be, was certainly too short for a city of that extent. But that measurement would very well fit the height of the walls and would be well adapted for the security and defense of those dwelling therein. This measurement of their height indicates the security of all the gifts and graces which the Almighty conferred on most holy Mary as befitting her dignity and sanctity. In order to make this more plain, it is said that the height was 144 cubits, an unequal number, referring to 3 walls, a high one, a medium-sized, and a small one, and corresponding to the activity of the Queen of Heaven in great, in more ordinary and insignificant things. Not that in her there was anything insignificant, but because the object matter of her actions was of different kinds, and so were also her actions themselves. Some were miraculous and supernatural, others belonged to the sphere of moral virtues, and these latter again were either interior or exterior. All of them she performed with such a plenitude of perfection that she omitted not the unimportant obligations on account of the important ones, nor did the latter suffer on account of her exactitude in the former. She fulfilled them all with such an exalted holiness, and with such full approbation of the Lord, that she was measured with the standard of her most holy Son, as well in the natural as in the supernatural sphere of her life. It was the measure of the God-man himself, the angel of the great council, excelling all men and angels. With him, she, as his mother, was exalted above them in proportion to her dignity. The Evangelist continues and says, "And the building of the wall thereof was of jasper stone." The walls of a city most conspicuously strike and engage the eyes of the beholder. The variety of colors and hues that distinguish the jasper stone here mentioned as composing the walls of Mary, the city of God, bespeak the ineffable humility with which all the excellencies and graces of the great Queen were clothed and permeated. For although she was the worthy mother of her Creator, exempt from all stain of sin and imperfection, she exhibits herself to the view of mortals as dependent upon, and as it were, tinted with the shades of the ordinary laws to which the daughters of Adam are subject. For she subjected herself to the penalties and necessities of our common life, as I shall describe farther on. Nevertheless, this wall of jasper, though apparently displaying these color tints of the rest of womankind, was to serve as an invincible defense of the city. Inside, as the Evangelist says, the city was of pure gold, like to most pure and flawless glass. For neither in the formation of the most holy Mary, nor afterwards, during her most innocent life, did she ever admit any stain, which could obscure her crystalline clearness. For just as any stain or blemish, even if only the size of an atom, finding its way into glass during its formation, will never disappear so as to leave no visible trace, and will always interfere with its transparency and purity, so, if the most pure Mary had contracted in her conception the blemish or stain of original sin, it would always be discernible, and forever degrade and prevent her crystalline purity and transparency. Neither would she be pure gold, since her sanctity and gifts would contain the slack of original sin, lessening its fineness by many carats. Hence this city was gold like the purest glass, because she was most pure and like unto the Divinity. End of chapter 18. Book 1, Chapter 19 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 19. The text of the third and last part of chapter 21 of the Apocalypse, which I saw explained, is as follows. And the foundations and the wall were adorned by all manner of precious stones. The first foundation was jasper, the second sapphire, the third chalcedony, the fourth an emerald, the fifth sardony, the sixth sardius, the seventh chrysolite, the eighth beryl, the ninth topaz, the 10th chrysoprasus, the 11th hyacinth, the 12th amethyst. And the 12 gates are 12 pearls, one to each, and every special gate was of one several pearl. And the street of the city was of pure gold, as it were transparent glass. And I saw no temple therein, for the Lord God Almighty is the temple thereof, and the Lamb. And the city hath no need of the sun, nor of the moon, to shine in it, for the glory of God hath enlightened it, and the Lamb is the lamp thereof. And the nations shall walk in the light of it, and the kings of the earth shall bring their glory and honor into it. And the gates thereof shall not be shut by day, for there shall be no night there. And they shall bring the glory and honor of the nations into it. There shall not enter into it anything defiled, or that worketh abomination, or maketh a lie, but they that are written in the book of life of the Lamb. So far the text and letter of the 21st chapter of the Apocalypse, which I saw explained. The Almighty having chosen the holy city of Mary for his habitation, and she being of all things outside of God the most fit and appropriate, it was not improper that, from the treasures of his divinity and from the merits of his most holy Son, he should adorn the foundations of this city's wall with all manner of precious stones. The fortitude and strength of Mary, typified by the walls, the beauty and excellence of her sanctity and graces, symbolized by the precious stones, her wonderful conception, suggested by the foundations, were all well proportioned by God in regard to each other and in regard to the exalted end, for which this city was founded, namely, that God should live within it by his love, and that from the virginal womb of Mary he might accept his human nature. All this the Evangelist describes just as he sees it in the most holy Mary. For on account of the dignity, sanctity and stability which were required in her as a dwelling place and as a stronghold of God, it was befitting that the foundation walls of this city, which prefigure the beginnings of her Immaculate Conception, should be built of such eminently precious stones or virtues, that none more rich or precious could ever be found. The first foundation, or stone, he says, was jasper, whose variegated tints and durability indicate the constancy and fortitude which from the moment of her conception was infused into this great Lady, in order that during the course of her life she might continue to exercise all the virtues with invincible magnanimity and constancy. The virtues and habits conceded and infused into the most holy Mary at her conception, and typified by these precious stones, at the same time are connected with special privileges, and I will as far as possible explain them, in order that the full mystery of these 12 foundations may become known. This gift of strength included a special superiority and sovereignty for repressing, subduing and vanquishing the ancient serpent, and for inspiring all the demons with an inexpressible terror. On that account they fly from her and fear her from afar, being filled with trembling at her mere presence. They cannot come near the most holy Mary without excruciating pain. So liberal was divine Providence with her Majesty, that she was not only exempt from the common laws of the children of Adam, but also free from original guilt, as well as from the subjection to the demon contracted thereby. Setting her apart from these evils, he at the same time endowed her with sovereign power over the devil, which all men have lost together with their innocence. More than that, as mother of the Son of the Eternal Father, whom she bore in her womb for the very purpose of putting an end to the evil power of the enemies, she was invested with actual authority which emanated from God himself, and in virtue of which this most exalted Mistress subdued the demons and sent them repeatedly to the infernal dungeons, as I will relate farther on. The second, sapphire. This stone imitates the color of the clear and serene firmament and shows a scattering of gold spots or atoms. Its color typifies the serenity and tranquility of the gifts and graces of the most holy Mary, enabling her to enjoy an unchanging, heavenly and serene peace, free from any cloud of disorder and illumined from the moment of her conception with visions of the Divinity. By the likeness of her virtues to the divine attributes and by her participation in them, especially in their unchangeableness, she made herself worthy to see God. Many times during her pilgrimage through life was she favored with unveiled and clear vision of God, as will be described. In virtue of this singular privilege, the Almighty endowed her with the power of communicating tranquillity and peace of spirit to those who will ask for her intercession. Therefore let all the faithful, who are agitated and stirred up by the tormenting anxiety of their vices, pray to her, that so they may obtain from her this gift of peace. The third, a chalcedony. This stone takes its name from the country where it is found. It is of the color of the ruby, and in the night resplendent as a beacon light. The hidden signification of this stone points to the holiness and power of the name of Mary. For she took her name from that part of the world where she first came into being, calling herself a daughter of Adam, and her name, by the mere change of the accent, signifies in Latin the collective oceans, for she was the ocean of the graces and gifts of the Divinity. She came into the world in her Immaculate Conception, submerging and inundating it with these gifts, sweeping off the malice of sin and its effects, illuminating the darkness of the abyss with the light of her spirit and the brightness of her heavenly wisdom. This foundation stone signifies that the Most High conceded to her most holy name the power to disperse the clouds of infidelity spread over the earth, and to destroy the errors of heresy, of paganism, idolatry, and all uncertainty in matters of the Catholic faith. If the infidels would turn toward this light by invoking Mary's name, it is certain that their understanding would quickly dispel the darkness. Their errors would be drowned as in a sea in virtue of the power conceded to her from on high. The fourth, an emerald, the color of which is a pleasant green, delighting the sight without fatigue. It mysteriously typifies the graces of the most holy Mary in her conception, for, being most amiable and gracious in the eyes of God and his creatures, she preserved in herself, without the least offense against his name and memory, all the verdure and strength of the holiness, virtues and gifts then conferred upon her. Accordingly, the Most High granted her the privilege of ensuring a like stability to her devout followers, obtaining for them perseverance and fidelity in the friendship of God and in the practice of virtue. The fifth, sardonyx. This stone is transparent, though favoring the flesh color, and usually containing three different tints: dark below, whitish in the center, and nacreous or like mother of pearl above, a most graceful variety of color. The mysterious signification of this stone pointed to the close relation between the Mother and the Son, whom she was to bring forth. The dark color points to the inferior and terrestrial portion of the body of Mary, obscured by mortification and labors during her stay on earth, and also to the humanity of her Son, obscured by taking upon himself our guilt. The white typifies the purity of the soul of Mary, the Virgin, and of Christ, our highest good. The carnation bespeaks in him the hypostatic union of his humanity and divinity, and in Mary her participation in the love of her most holy Son, and her communication in all the splendors of the Divinity. In virtue of this foundation stone, the great Queen of heaven enjoys the power of interceding and obtaining for her clients the efficacious application of the superabundant merits of the Incarnation and Redemption, including also a special devotion toward the mysteries and the life of Christ our Lord through his merits. The sixth, sardius. This stone is transparent, and because at the same time flashes like the clear flame of a fire, it is the symbol of the flame of divine love, which incessantly burns in the Queen of heaven, for there is no cessation or diminution of that conflagration of love in her bosom. From the very moment of her conception, which was the time and place of its beginning, it continued to grow, and now, having reached that highest state of exaltation, which ever can fall to the lot of a creature, it burns and shall burn still brighter through all the eternities. This includes her privilege of distributing the influence, the love and the gifts of the Holy Ghost to those who ask in her name. The seventh, chrysolite. This stone resembles in its color gold refulgent with flaming fire, and this latter is more apt to show itself by night than by day. It symbolized the ardent love which Mary entertains for the Church militant. its ministers, and for the law of grace in particular. This stone shone forth more especially during the night of the death of her most holy Son, also during the time, when in the beginnings of the evangelical law, she held the office of teacher, and when she prayed so ardently for the establishment of the Church and its sacraments. In those times, as will be said in its place, she cooperated by her most burning love toward the salvation of the whole human race. She alone knew and appreciated the value of the most holy law of her Son. With this love she was prepared and endowed from the moment of her conception in order to be the coadjutrix of Christ our Lord. This includes the prerogative of being able to obtain for those that invoke her the grace of a good disposition toward the fruitful reception of the sacraments of the Holy Church, and of clearing away obstacles that prevent their full effects. The eighth, beryl. This stone is of a green and yellow color, but the green predominates, having a great resemblance to olive, and being of resplendent brilliancy. It represents the singular faith and hope given to Mary in her conception, enabling her to understand and execute arduous and sublime works, such as she in reality accomplished for the glory of her Creator. In virtue of this gift of unfailing assistance of the Lord, was conferred upon her the power to endow her servants with fortitude and patience in the tribulations and difficulties of their undertakings. The ninth, topaz. This stone is transparent and of a mulberry color, much prized and esteemed. It represents the most honorable virginity of Mary, our Mistress, and her mothership in regard to the incarnate Word. Moreover, during her whole life, these two prerogatives were held by her as of inestimable value and worthy of the most humble thanks. At the instant of her conception, she asked the Most High for the virtue of chastity, and she promised the observance of it during the rest of her earthly life. She was aware that it was conceded to her in a degree far above her vows and desires. Not only that, but she knew that the Lord had made her the teacher and the guide of all the virgins and lovers of chastity, that through her intercession she could obtain these virtues and perseverance in them for all her devotees. The tenth, chrysoprase, the color of which is green with touches of gold. It signifies the most firm hope planted in the heart of the most holy Mary at her conception, and the love with which it was impregnated and embellished. Hope lived inextinguishably in the bosom of our Queen, as was befitting for her who was to communicate similar quality to the rest of mankind. The firmness of her confidence was founded in the stability of her high and generous nature during all the labors and exercises of her most holy life, and especially in the passion and death of her most holy Son. At the same time with this virtue, the power of efficacious mediation was given her, so that she might obtain the same firmness of hope for her clients. The 11th, hyacinth, which is of an exquisite violet color. In this foundation stone is disclosed the love of Mary for the redemption of the human race. This love was infused into her at her conception and was applied to her in view of the merits of the death of the Redeemer, her Son. As the whole remedy of guilt and the justification of all the souls was to take its rise from the redemption, this love of the great Queen for the redemption from that first instant earned her the power of demanding that no sinner, how great and abominable soever he might be, should be excluded from the fruit of the redemption and justification, nor fail to attain eternal life if he invoked the intercession of this powerful Lady and Advocate. The 12th, amethyst, of a refulgent violet color. The mystery of this stone or foundation corresponds in part with that of the first. It imports a kind of inherent power conceded to the most holy Mary from the moment of her conception against all the devilish host, so that the demons, without any command or action on her part, feel a distressing and torturing force proceeding from her as soon as they wish to approach her presence. It was given to her as a reward of her incomparable zeal in exalting and defending the glory and honor of God. Hence the mere sound of her sweetest name is sufficient to expel from the bodies of men the malignant spirits. For her holy name is so powerful that at the mere intimation of it they are overcome and deprived of strength. These are, in short, the mysteries of the foundations upon which God built the holy city of Mary. But they point to many other mysteries and favors received by her, and insofar as the Lord will give me light and strength, I will manifest them in the farther course of this history. The Evangelist proceeds and says: "And the 12 gates are 12 pearls, one to each, and every several gate was one several pearl." The great number of gates of this mystical city signify that through most holy Mary and through her ineffable dignity and merits, the entrance to life everlasting was to be just as easy as it is free. It was in a manner due and befitting to the excellence of this exalted Queen, that in her and through her the infinite mercy of the Most High should magnify itself by opening all the many ways of communication with the Divinity, and that all mortals, if they wish to make use of her merits and powerful intercession, should enter into participation of the Divinity. The priceless value, magnificence, beauty and fairness of these 12 gates, constructed of pearls, imply the greatness of the dignity and grace of this Empress of heaven, and the sweetness of her delightful name, which draws mortals toward God. The most holy Mary knew that the Lord had bestowed upon her the prerogative of being the special mediatrix of the human race and the dispensatrix of the treasures of the Divinity for her Son, and therefore the prudent and most diligent Mistress exerted herself to make the merits and dignity of her works so precious and excellent that they are the astonishment of the blessed in heaven. Thus the gates of that city were indeed precious pearls in the sight of the Lord and of men. Accordingly it is said: "And the square of the city was of pure gold, as it were transparent glass." The piazza or square of that city of God, most holy Mary, is its interior or her soul. Here, as in a square or marketplace, all the life converges, and here the commerce and trade of the Republic of the soul is transacted, for it is the center of the activity of the senses and other faculties. This square in the most holy Mary was of purest and transparent gold, because composed of the wisdom and love of God himself. Never was it affected by dullness, ignorance or inattention. All her thoughts were most exalted, and her affections were inflamed with immeasurable love. On this square the highest mysteries of the Divinity were deliberated. From this square were heard the words: "Fiat mihi secundum verbum tuum," which gave a beginning to the most exalted work that God ever accomplished or will ever accomplish. There the innumerable petitions in favor of the human race were devised and sent up to the tribunal of God. There those riches were amassed, which will expel poverty from all the world, if men will enter into commerce with it. There also is the armory against the demons and all vice. For in most holy Mary are the graces and virtues, which make her terrible to hell, and which afford us courage to overcome the devilish host. He says farther: "And I saw no temple therein, for the Lord God Almighty is the temple thereof, and the Lamb." The temples of the cities serve as places of prayer and worship to be rendered to God, and it would be a great defect if in the city of God there were no temple befitting its greatness and excellence. Hence in this city of holy Mary is so sacred a temple that the omnipotent God himself and the Lamb itself, that is, the humanity and the divinity of his only begotten Son, are reverenced and adored in spirit, and more worthily than in all the temples of the world, for he dwelt in her as in his proper habitation. He was also himself the temple of Mary, since she was encompassed, surrounded and enclosed by the Divinity and the humanity, both of which served her as a habitation and a tabernacle. For being in God, she never ceased to adore, worship and petition this same God, an incarnate Word within her womb, thus in spirit living in God and in the Lamb, as in a temple, since her continual sanctity was befitting to such a temple. In order to think worthily of this heavenly Mistress, we must always consider her as enclosed in the Divinity and in her most holy Son as in a temple. Thus shall we understand what acts and processes of love, adoration and reverence were accomplished by her, what delights she experienced in the same Lord, what petitions arose in her for the human race, and how earnestly, from her inmost heart and with burning charity, she cried and begged for the salvation of mortals, when in spirit she saw the great necessity of their salvation. Further says the Evangelist: "And the city hath no need of the sun and the moon to shine in it, for the glory of God hath enlightened it, and the Lamb is the lamp thereof." The sun and the moon are not necessary in the presence of greater light than their own, and thus, in the empyrean heaven, where the infinite suns give their light, the absence of our sun is no defect, though it is so resplendent and beautiful. In the most holy Mary, our Queen, there was no need of created sun or moon to enlighten and direct her, for without comparison she pleased and delighted God. Nor could the wisdom, sanctity and perfection of her works have any other teacher and director than the Sun of Justice itself, her most holy Son. All other creatures were far too deficient to assist her in being a worthy mother of her Creator. Nevertheless, in this same school of the Lord she learned to be the most humble and obedient among the humble and obedient. Though she was taught by God himself, yet she hesitated not to supplicate and obey the most abject among men in those things in which it was not unbecoming. Being the disciple of Him who corrects the wise, she drew the divine philosophy of humility from Him, her great Master, and she rose to such wisdom that the Evangelist could say, "And the nations shall walk in the light of it." For if Christ our Lord calls the doctors and saints burning lights, placed upon the candlestick to enlighten the Church, lights such as were scattered through the ages in the patriarchs and prophets, apostles, martyrs and doctors, filling the Catholic Church with such effulgence that it appears to be a heaven with many suns and moons, what shall we say of the most holy Mary, whose light and splendor incomparably exceeds all the doctors and teachers of the Church, yea, that of the angels of heaven? If only the mortals were possessed of clear sight to see the splendor of the light of the most holy Mary, it alone would suffice to enlighten every man in the world and to illumine for them the paths of heaven. Therefore, because all those who have attained to the knowledge of God walk in the light of this holy city, Saint John says, that the nations have walked in the light of it. Moreover, he adds most truly, "And the kings of the earth shall bring their glory and their honor into it." Very blessed are those kings and princes, who with happy zeal use their power and influence to fulfill this prophecy. All of them should do so, but fortunate are they that turn with sincere affection to most holy Mary, employing their life, their honor, their riches and their high position in the defense of that city of God, extending her glory in the world and magnifying her name in the Catholic Church, in opposition to the crack-brained madness of heretics and infidels. With the deepest sorrow I behold Catholic princes, who are remiss in seeking the favor of this Queen, fail to ask her assistance in the great dangers of their states, and do not look upon her as a refuge and protection, as an intercessor and advocate. If the dangers of kings and potentates are great, let them remember that their obligation to be thankful is not any less. For this heavenly Queen herself says, that through her kings do reign, princes command, and the powerful administer justice. Proverbs chapter 8, verse 16. She loves those that love her. Ecclesiastes chapter 14, verse 31. And those that magnify her attain eternal life, since those that work with her do not sin. I do not wish to conceal the light, which many times and especially on this occasion has been vouchsafed to me in order to be made known to others. In the Lord it was shown to me, that all the afflictions of the Catholic Church and all the labors of the Christian people have been invariably mitigated by the intercession of the most holy Mary, that in the turbulence of the present times, when heretical pride surges up so high against God and his lamentably afflicted Church, only one remedy is left for these miseries, namely, that the Catholic kings and governments turn to the Mother of grace and mercy, most holy Mary. Let them seek her favor by rendering her especial homage, so that the devotion and honor of Mary may grow and spread over the whole earth, and thus draw her toward us with a look of pity. Then it may be that she will obtain for us the grace of her most holy Son, that all the unbridled vices now infecting the Christian people through malice of the enemy will be reformed, and through her intercession the wrath of the Lord, which so justly chastises us and threatens us with yet greater calamities and misfortunes, will be appeased. From this reformation and amendment of our sins would also spring victory against the infidels and the extirpation of the false sects that oppress the Holy Church. For the most holy Mary is the sword, which is to destroy and cut them down all over the world. Even now the world suffers the losses consequent upon this forgetfulness. If the Catholic kings are not successful in the government of their countries, in the preservation and the spread of the Catholic faith, in overcoming their enemies, or in the warfares and battles against the infidels, all this happens because they do not follow this guiding star, which shows them the way, because they have not placed Mary as the beginning and immediate end of their works and projects, and because they forget that this Queen treads in the paths of justice in order to teach it, exalts and enriches those that love it. Proverbs 8:20. O thou Prince and Head of the Holy Catholic Church, O ye prelates, who are also called princes of the Church, and thou, Catholic Prince and Monarch of Spain, to whom, according to my natural obligation and through the great love and special providence of the Most High, I direct this humble and earnest appeal. Cast thy crown, thy monarchy at the feet of this Queen and Mistress of heaven and earth. Seek out this restoratrix of all the human race. Listen to her, who by power divine is placed over all the hosts of men and of all the infernal regions. Turn thy affection toward her, who holds in her hands the keys of the goodwill and treasures of the Most High. Transport thy honor and renown of that city of God, who has no need thereof in order to increase hers, but who can improve and exalt thy own. Offer to her with Catholic enthusiasm and with a whole heart some great and pleasing service, and the recompense will be immeasurably great. The conversion of the heathens, the victory over heresies and paganism, the peace of the Church, new light and help to improve the lives of men, and a great and glorious reign for thee in this life and the next. O my fatherland, kingdom of Spain, which on account of thy Catholic faith art most fortunate! Even more fortunate shalt thou be, if to the steadfastness and sincerity of thy faith, given to thee by the Almighty, thou wilt add the holy fear of God, corresponding to thy distinguished faith. Would that in order to arrive at this summit of thy happiness, all thy inhabitants unite in a burning devotion to the most holy Mary! How greatly would thy glory then shine forth! How much wouldst thou be enlightened! How valiantly wouldst thou then be protected and defended by this Queen, and how would thy Catholic kings be enriched by treasures from on high, and through their agency, how widely would the sweet law of the Gospel spread among the nations! Remember that this great Princess honors those that honor her, enriches those that seek her, makes illustrious those that praise her, and defends those that hope in her. Be assured, that in order thus to show herself a mother and shower her mercies upon thee, she hopes and desires to be approached and solicited. At the same time remember, that God is under no necessity to any one. Psalm 15:2. And that he can make out of stones children of Abraham. Luke 3:8. If thou make thyself unworthy of such great good, he can reserve this glory for those that serve him better and make themselves less unworthy of the reward. And in order that thou mayest not remain ignorant of the service, which in our days, among many others taught thee by the devotion and piety, should be rendered to this great Queen and Mistress of men, consider the present position, which the mystery of her Immaculate Conception holds in the Catholic Church, and direct thy attention to supply what is still missing to establish firmly this fundamental doctrine of that city of God. Let no one despise this suggestion as coming from a weak and ignorant woman, or as a notion founded in a prejudiced love of a state and profession consecrated to the name and honor of Mary Immaculate. For the conviction and light, which I have received in the knowledge of her life, is sufficient for me. Not for my own honor, nor relying upon my own judgment and authority, do I make this exhortation. I obey the command of the Lord, who gives speech to the mute, and makes eloquent the tongues of infants. Let those that admire this merciful liberality also take notice of what the Evangelist adds, saying, "And the gates thereof shall not be shut by day, for there shall be no night there." The portals of mercy of most holy Mary never were and never are closed, nor was there in her from the first instant of her conception any darkness of guilt which might close the gates of this city, as it happened in the rest of the saints. Just as in those places, where gates are always open, all those that wish can issue forth or enter at all times, so no prohibition hinders mortals from entering freely to the Divinity through the gates of the mercy of the most pure Mary. For in that city is the storehouse of the treasures of heaven, open to all without limitation of time, place, age, or sex. All were free to enter ever since its foundation. For that very purpose the Most High has opened so many portals in this foundation, leaving them unlocked, free and open to the light, so that from the first moment of Mary's purest conception, mercies and benefits began to descend upon the whole human race. But though this city has so many gates, from which issue the riches of the Divinity, yet it is on that account not the less secure from its enemies. Therefore the text proceeds: "There shall not enter into it anything defiled, or that worketh abomination or maketh a lie, but they that are written in the book of life of the Lamb," etc. Rehearsing again the glories of the City of God, the Evangelist closes this 21st chapter, assuring us once more that there was no blemish in her, because she received an immaculate body and soul. This, however, could never be said of her, if she was tainted by original guilt, and much less have stains or blemishes of actual sins ever found entrance in her. That which entered into this city of God is entirely similar to that which is written of the Lamb. Her most holy Son was taken as the pattern and model for her formation, and from no other being could any excellence of the most holy Mary be copied, even when there is question of the smallest, if indeed anything can be called small in her. Since this portal, Mary, was to be the portal of a city of refuge for the mortals, it could only be with the understanding, that he, who is the perpetrator of abomination and lies, should never find part or entrance through it. But let not on this account the sinful and guilty sons of Adam hesitate to approach the gates of this holy city of God. For if they approach with contrition and humility to seek the cleansing of grace, they will find it in these gates of the great Queen, and in no others. She is clean, pure, abounding in grace, and above all, she is the Mother of mercy. She is sweet, loving, and powerful to enrich our poverty and to cleanse us from the stains of our sins. Instruction which the Queen of Heaven gave me concerning these chapters. My daughter, these chapters contain excellent direction and light, though thou hast left in them many things unsaid. Seek therefore to draw profit from all that thou hast understood and written, bewaring lest thou receive the light of grace in vain. This in brief I wish thee to remember. Be not dismayed, that thou wert conceived in sin, and as an earthly creature, feelest within thyself the earthly inclinations, but strive against thy passions to finish. In doing this, thou wilt at the same time battle against thy enemies. With the help of the Almighty's grace, thou canst rise above thyself and make thyself a daughter of heaven, whence all grace comes. In order that thou mayest attain thereto, let thy habitation continue to be in the higher regions, keeping thy mind fixed in the knowledge of the immutable being and perfections of God, and never allowing thy attention to be drawn away to another, even otherwise necessary object. With this continual presence and memory of God's greatness, thou wilt dispose thyself for the influx of the Holy Spirit and his gifts in closest friendship and communication with the Lord. in order to evade all hindrance to this his holy will, which I have already many times pointed out and made manifest to thee, seek to mortify the inferior part of thy being, the seat of the evil inclinations and passions. Die to all that is earthly, sacrifice, in the consciousness of God's presence, all thy sensitive appetites, fulfill none of their impulses, nor ever satisfy thy own will outside of the narrow limits of obedience. Do not leave the secret refuge of interior recollection, where the Lamb enlightens thee. Adorn thyself for entrance into the bridal chamber of thy spouse, and permit the hand of the Almighty to array thee in such a manner as He wishes, always seeking to concur with Him and place no obstacle in His way. Purify thy soul by many acts of sorrow for having offended Him, magnify and praise Him with a most ardent love. Seek Him and rest not until thou hast found Him, whom thy soul desires. Hold Him and do not let Him go. Canticles chapter 3 verse 4. I wish thee to proceed on thy pilgrimage like one who has already arrived at the journey's end, keeping thy gaze continually on the source of all glory. Let the rule of thy life be to walk in the light of faith and in the brightness with which the Omnipotent shall fill and illumine thy soul, and to continue to love, adore and reverence Him, without any cessation or diminution. This being the will of the Almighty in thy regard, consider what shall be thy gain, but remember also what may be thy loss. See thou do not run this risk. Subject thyself with thy whole will and being to the guidance of thy spouse, of myself, and of holy obedience, which must always be thy standard. Thus the Mother of the Lord instructed me, and I answered her, filled with great confusion. Queen and Mistress of all creation, whose servant I am and wish to be for all the eternities, forever will I praise the omnipotence of the Most High, because He chose thus to exalt thee. But since thou art so fortunate and so powerful with the Almighty, I conjure thee, O my Lady, to look with an eye of mercy upon me, thy poor and miserable servant. Make me partaker in the gifts which the Lord has placed in thy hands for distribution among the needy. Raise me up from my abject state, enrich my nakedness and poverty, and as a mistress, compel me to desire and do what is most perfect, helping me to find grace in the eyes of thy most holy Son and my Lord. In thy hands do I place my salvation, O Mistress and Queen. Do thou take charge of it to the end, for thy desires are holy and powerful, on account of the merits of thy most holy Son, and on account of the promises of the most holy Trinity, which are pledges for the fulfillment of all thy petitions and desires without fail. I myself have nothing to oblige thee, as I am unworthy, but as a substitute I offer thee, my Lady, thy own sanctity and clemency. End of chapter 19. Book 1, Chapter 20 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 20. The Most Holy Mary, being conceived without sin as described above, was entirely absorbed in spirit and entranced by her first vision of the Divinity. At the first instant, and in the narrow dwelling of the maternal womb, began the love of God in her most blessed soul, never to be interrupted, but to continue through all the eternities of the high glory, which she now enjoys at the right hand of her divine Son. In order that she might grow in the contemplation and love of God, not only by the infused knowledge of created things, but also by the direct vision of the Trinity itself, and in order that she might exercise herself in many acts of virtue befitting her present state, the Lord repeated the wonderful vision and manifestation of his Divinity on 2 other occasions, so that the Blessed Trinity manifested itself to her in abstract vision 3 times before her birth, first at the instant of her conception, then in the 4th or 5th month, and the 3rd time on the day before her birth. This vision was not continual, but it must not be inferred, that she did not enjoy another kind of vision, very exalted and superior to the one by which she perceived the essence of God in the light of faith. For in most holy Mary these kinds of visions were incessant and continual, and superior to all visions of the saints during their earthly pilgrimage. This abstract vision of the Divinity, though not incompatible with her present condition on earth, was nevertheless so high and immediate, that it could not well be continuous in her mortal state, where she was to merit the glory of intuitive vision by other acts. It was a special favor to assist her in attaining thereto, for it left in her soul the impress of the Lord's image, and raised and consumed her whole being with a burning love of God. These affections were renewed continually during these visions in the most holy soul of Mary, while she remained in the womb of holy Anne. Thus it happened that, being in full possession of her intellectual faculties and occupying herself without intermission in prayer for the human race, in heroic acts of adoration, in reverence and love of God, in company with the angels, she did not feel the narrowness and confinement of her natural prison, nor the restriction of her senses, nor the other restraints inseparable from such a state. To all this she gave no heed, living more in her Beloved than in the womb of her mother or in herself. The last of the three visions was accompanied by new and wonderful favors of the Lord. It was to prepare her for the entrance into the world and for intercourse with mortals. In accordance with the divine will, the Princess of heaven said to the Lord: "Most high God, Lord of my being, soul of my life and life of my soul, infinite in thy attributes and perfections, incomprehensible, mighty and rich in mercies, my King and Sovereign, out of nothing hast thou given me existence. Without any merits of mine, thou hast enriched me with the treasures of thy divine light and grace, in order that by them I may instantly perceive thy immutable being and divine perfections, and that thus thou mightest be the first object of my vision and love, not permitting me to seek any other than thee, the highest good and all my joy. Thou commandest me, my Lord, to issue forth and enter into the material light and converse with creatures. In thy own being, whence all things are reflected as in a most perfect mirror, I have discerned the dangerous state and the miseries of mortal life. If, on account of my natural weakness and debility, there is danger, lest even in the least point I fail in thy love and service, and if it is possible that I die here, let me die now, before I pass into a state where I may lose thee. But if thy holy will, my Lord and Master, is to be fulfilled, and I am to embark on the tempestuous sea of this world, I beseech thee, most high and mighty God of my soul, to govern my life, direct my steps and all my actions toward pleasing thee. Order in me holy love. Canticles chapter 2 verse 4. That in the new use, which I am to make of creatures, and by thy aid, it may continue to grow. I have perceived in thee the ingratitude of many souls, and as I am of their nature, I fear with good reason, that perhaps I may become guilty of the same fault. In this narrow cavity of my mother's womb, I have enjoyed the infinite vastness of thy divinity. Here I possess all good, thee thyself, my Beloved. And since here thou alone art my portion and possession. Psalm 72. I know not, whether outside of this enclosure, I may not lose it at the sight of the created light and in the use of my senses. If it were possible and appropriate to renounce the intercourse of the approaching life, I would gladly renounce and lose the experience of it. But let not my will, but thine be done. Therefore, since thou wishest it, confer upon me thy blessing and goodwill at my entrance into the world, and do not deprive me of thy divine protection during the earthly course in which thou placest me. Having thus poured forth her prayer, the most sweet child Mary received the benediction of the Most High and the command to issue forth into the light of the visible sun, at the same time being enlightened for the fulfillment of all his desires. The most happy mother, holy Anne, passed the days of her pregnancy altogether spiritualized by the divine operations and by the sweet workings of the Holy Ghost in all her faculties. Divine Providence, however, in order to direct her course to greater merit and reward, ordained that the ballast of trouble be not wanting, for without it the cargo of grace and love is scarcely ever secure. In order to understand better what happened to this holy woman, it must be remembered that Satan, after he was hurled with the other bad angels from heaven into the infernal torments, never ceased, during the reign of the old law, to search through the earth, hovering with lurking vigilance above the women of distinguished holiness, in order to find her whose sign he had seen. Genesis chapter 3 verse 15. And whose heel was to bruise and crush his head. Lucifer's wrath against men was so fierce that he would not trust this investigation to his inferiors alone, but leaving them to operate against the virtuous women in general, he himself attended to this matter and assiduously hovered around those who signalized themselves more particularly in the exercise of virtue and in the grace of the Most High. Filled with malice and astuteness, he observed closely the exceeding great holiness of the excellent matron Anne and all the events of her life, and although he could not estimate the richness of the treasure which was enclosed in her blessed womb, since the Lord concealed this as well as many other mysteries from him, yet he felt a powerful influence proceeding from Saint Anne. The fact that he could not penetrate into the source of this activity threw him at times into great fury and rage. At other times he quieted himself with the thought that this pregnancy arose from the same causes as others in the course of nature, and that there was no special cause for alarm, for the Lord left him to his own hallucinations and to the vagaries of his own fury. Nevertheless, the whole event was a source of great misgiving to this perverse spirit when he saw how quietly her pregnancy took its course, and especially when he saw that many angels stood in attendance. Above all, he was enraged at his weakness in resisting the force, which proceeded from the blessed Anne, and he suspected that it was not she alone who was the cause of it. Filled with this mistrust, the dragon determined, if possible, to take the life of the most felicitous Anne, or, if that was impossible, to see that she should obtain little satisfaction from her pregnancy. For the pride of Lucifer was so boundless as to persuade him of his ability to overcome or take away the life of her who was to become the mother of the incarnate Word, or even the life of the Messias and Redeemer of the world, if only he could obtain knowledge of their whereabouts. His arrogance was founded upon the superiority of his angelic nature to the condition and power of mere human nature, as if both were not subject to grace and entirely dependent upon the will of their Creator. Audaciously, therefore, he set himself to tempt holy Anne with many suggestions, misgivings, doubts and diffidences about the truth of her pregnancy, alleging her protracted years. All this the demon attempted in order to test the virtue of the saint and to see whether these temptations would not afford some opening for the perversion of her will. But the invincible matron resisted these onslaughts with humble fortitude, patience, continued prayer, and vivid faith in the Lord. She brought to naught the perplexing lies of the dragon, and on account of them gained only additional grace and protection from on high. For besides the protection abundantly merited by her past life, she was defended and freed from the demons by the great princes who were guarding her most holy daughter. Nevertheless, in his insatiable malice, the enemy did not desist on that account. And since his arrogance and pride far exceeds his powers, he sought human aid, for with such help he always promises himself greater ease of victory. Having at first tried to overthrow the dwelling of Saint Joachim and Anne, in order that she might be frightened and excited by the shock of its fall, but not being able to succeed on account of the resistance of the holy angels, he incited against Saint Anne one of the foolish women of her acquaintance to quarrel with her. This the woman did with great fury, insolently attacking Saint Anne with reproach and scorn. She did not hesitate to make mockery of her pregnancy, saying that she was the sport of the demon in being thus found pregnant at the end of so many years and at so great an age. The blessed Anne did not permit herself to be disturbed by this attack, but in all meekness and humility bore the injuries and treated her assailants with kindness. From that time on she looked with greater love upon these women and lavished upon them so much the greater benefits. But their wrath was not immediately pacified, for the demon had taken possession of them, filling them with hate against the saint, and, as any concession to this cruel tyrant always increases his power over his victims, he incited these miserable dupes to plot even against the person and life of Saint Anne. But they could not put their plots into execution, because divine power interfered to foil their natural womanly weakness. They were not only powerless against the saint, but they were overcome by her admonitions and brought to the knowledge and amendment of their evil course by her prayers. The dragon was repulsed, but not vanquished, for he immediately availed himself of a servant who lived in the house of Joachim and Anne, and exasperated her against the holy matron. Through her he created an even greater annoyance than through the other women, for she was a domestic enemy and more stubborn and dangerous than the others. I will not stay to describe what the enemy attempted through this servant, since it was similar to that of the other women, only more annoying and malicious. But with the help of God, Saint Anne won a more glorious victory than before, for the Watcher of Israel slumbered not, but guarded his holy city. Psalm 120, verse 4. And furnished it so well with sentinels, chosen from the strongest of his hosts, that they put to ignominious flight Lucifer and his followers. No more were they allowed to molest the fortunate mother, who was already expecting the birth of the most blessed Princess of heaven, and who, enriched by heroic acts of virtue and many merits in these conflicts, had now arrived at the fulfillment of all her highest wishes. I too desire to come to an end with this chapter, in order to hear the salutary instructions of my mistress and preceptress, who, besides assisting me in all that I write, also favors me with her maternal admonitions, which I receive with highest joy and exaltation of my spirit. Speak then, O Lady, and thy servant will listen. Genesis chapter 18, verse 17. If thou wilt permit, although I am dust and ashes, I will state a doubt, which has occurred to me in this chapter. Yet in all things I will remit myself to thy sweet benevolence as of my mother, teacher, and mistress. The doubt in which I find myself is this: how was it possible that thou, the Queen of all creation, conceived without sin and endowed with a soul exalted so high in the knowledge of all things by the visions of the Divinity, shouldst be filled in spite of all these graces with so great a fear and anxiety of losing the friendship of God and of offending Him? If in the first instant of thy existence thou wast prevented by grace, how couldst thou at that very instant fear to lose it? If the Most High exempted thee from original sin, how couldst thou fall into others, or fear to offend Him, who had preserved thee from the first offense? Instruction and answer of the Queen of Heaven. My daughter, hear the solution of thy difficulty. In the vision of the Divinity, I instantaneously recognize my innocence and the stainlessness of my conception. These favors and benefits of the Almighty are of such a nature that the more they are understood and made secure, so much the more will they excite care and solicitude for their preservation and for the avoidance of any offense of their Author. They are given to his creatures out of pure goodness and are accompanied with such clear intuition regarding their dependence on the merits of my most holy Son, that the soul immediately centers its attention only on its own unworthiness and insufficiency, convinced that it cannot merit them and that it cannot appropriate them to itself as being foreign to its nature. As they are seen to belong to such a high Master, to whom they can revert to be distributed according to his pleasure, a most deep felt solicitude fills the soul lest it lose it again, what is thus freely given. The soul therefore begins to work with great diligence in order to preserve them and to multiply the talent. Matthew chapter 25, verse 15. Since it understands that to be the only means of keeping the deposit and of fulfilling the object for which they were given, namely, to make them bear fruit and to contribute to the glory of the Creator. This care is precisely the condition necessary for the preservation of the benefits and graces received. Besides this, the soul is made to understand the human frailty and the freedom of the will for good or evil. Of this knowledge the Almighty did not deprive me, nor does He deprive any one of it, as long as he wanders through this life. But He gives it to all according to measure, in order that by its guidance they may be filled with holy fear of falling into any fault, even the smallest. In me this light was greater, and I clearly saw that a small fault prepares the way for another, and that the second is only a punishment of the first. It is true that on account of the blessings and graces of the Lord, sin was impossible in me. But His providence so disposed of this knowledge that my absolute security from sin was hidden from me. I saw that as far as depended on me alone I could fall, that it was the divine will that preserved me. Thus He reserved to Himself His knowledge of my security, and left me in solicitude and holy fear of sinning during my pilgrimage. From the instant of my conception until my death, I never lost this fear, but on the contrary, grew in it as life flowed on. The Most High also gave me humility and discretion, not to ask or to examine too closely this mystery, but solely to direct my attention toward increasing my confidence in his goodness, with a view to obtain his assistance against sin. Thence resulted those two necessary dispositions of a Christian life: the one a quiet preservation of tranquillity in the soul, the other constant presence of a holy fear and watchfulness, lest the treasure be lost. As this latter was a filial fear, it did not diminish love, but inflamed and increased it more and more. These two dispositions of love and fear produced in my soul a perfect harmony with the divine will, governing all my actions, so as to draw me away from evil and unite me with the highest good. This, my dear friend, is the great test of spiritual things, that they come with true enlightenment and sound doctrine, that they teach greater perfection of virtues and excite strong impulse toward seeking it. This is the excellence of the benefits which descend from the Father of lights, that they give assurance and confidence while making the soul humble, and that they encourage while exciting solicitude and watchfulness, though still preserving tranquillity and peace in this solicitude. For all these effects are not incomparable in fulfilling the will of God. Do thou, O soul, offer humble and fervent thanks to the Lord, because with so little deserving of thine, He has been so liberal with thee, and has greatly enlightened thee with divine light, breaking for thee the seal of his secret archives, and yet filling thee with holy fear of his displeasure. Nevertheless, make use of this fear with measure, and strive instead to excel in love. Thus, with these two wings raising thyself above the earth and above thyself, try to rid thyself of the inordinate disturbance of excessive fear, and leave thy cause with the Lord and make his cause thy own. Let fear be with thee until thou art purified and cleansed of thy sins and of thy ignorance, but also love the Lord in order that thou mayest be transformed in Him, and set Him as the master and arbiter of thy actions without desiring to be above any person. Do not trust thy own judgment, and do not be wise in thy own conceit. Proverbs 3:7. For the judgments of men are only too easily blinded by their passions, throwing them out of their course and drawing after them the will as their captive. Thus it comes that men fear what is not to be feared, and rejoice in that which is not profitable. Take heed lest thou be dissipated by every slight interior consolation, but hesitate and restrain thyself until thou findest with tranquil solicitude the proper measure in all things. This happy medium thou wilt always find, if thou remain subject to thy superiors and willingly accept that which the Most High works in thee and teaches thee. Although thy undertakings may be good as regards the intentions, they must nevertheless also conform to the requirements of obedience and of prudence, for without this guidance they are usually deformed and without any profitable result. Be thou therefore in all things solicitous about that which is most holy and perfect. End of chapter 20. Book I, Chapter XXI of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book I, Chapter XXI. The day destined for the parturition of Saint Anne and for the birth of her, who was consecrated and sanctified to be the Mother of God, had arrived, a day most fortunate for the world. This birth happened on the 8th day of September, fully 9 months having elapsed since the conception of the soul of our most holy Queen and Lady. Saint Anne was prepared by an interior voice of the Lord, informing her that the hour of her parturition had come. Full of the joy of the Holy Spirit at this information, she prostrated herself before the Lord and besought the assistance of his grace and his protection for a happy deliverance. Presently she felt a movement in her womb, similar to that which is proper to creatures being born to the light. The most blessed child Mary was at the same time, by divine providence and power, ravished into a most high ecstasy. Hence Mary was born into the world without perceiving it by her senses, for their operations and faculties were held in suspense. As she had the use of her reason, she would have perceived it by her senses, if they would have been left to operate in their natural manner at that time. However, the Almighty disposed otherwise, in order that the Princess of Heaven might be spared the sensible experience otherwise connected with birth. She was born pure and stainless, beautiful and full of grace, thereby demonstrating that she was free from the law and the tribute of sin. Although she was born substantially like other daughters of Adam, yet her birth was accompanied by such circumstances and conditions of grace, that it was the most wonderful and miraculous birth in all creation, and will eternally redound to the praise of her Maker. At 12 o'clock in the night, this divine luminary issued forth, dividing the night of the ancient law and its pristine darknesses from the new day of grace, which now was about to break into dawn. She was clothed, handled, and dressed like other infants, though her soul dwelt in the divinity, and she was treated as an infant, though she excelled all mortals and even all the angels in wisdom. Her mother did not allow her to be touched by other hands than her own, but she herself wrapped her in swaddling clothes, and in this Saint Anne was not hindered by her present state of childbirth, for she was free from the toils and labors, which other mothers usually endure in such circumstances. So then Saint Anne received in her arms her who was her daughter, but at the same time the most exquisite treasure of all the universe, inferior only to God and superior to all other creatures. With fervent tears of joy she offered this treasure to his Majesty, saying interiorly: Lord of infinite wisdom and power, creator of all that exists, this fruit of my womb, which I have received of thy bounty, I offer to thee with eternal thanks, for without any merit of mine thou hast vouchsafed it to me. Dispose thou of the mother and child according to thy most holy will, and look propitiously down upon our lowliness from thy exalted throne. Be thou eternally blessed, because thou hast enriched the world with a creature so pleasing to thy bounty, and because in her thou hast prepared a dwelling place and a tabernacle for the eternal Word. Wisdom chapter 9 verse 8. I tender my congratulations to my holy forefathers and to the holy prophets, and in them to the whole human race, for this sure pledge of redemption which thou hast given them. But how shall I be able to worthily treat her, whom thou hast given me as a daughter? I that am not worthy to be her servant? How shall I handle the true ark of the Testament? Give me, O my Lord and King, the necessary enlightenment to know thy will and to execute it according to thy pleasure in the service of my daughter. The Lord answered the holy matron interiorly, that she was to treat her heavenly child outwardly as mothers treat their daughters without any demonstration of reverence, but to retain this reverence inwardly, fulfilling the laws of a true mother toward her, and rearing her up with all motherly love and solicitude. All this the happy mother complied with, making use of this permission and her mother's rights without losing her reverence. She regaled herself with her most holy daughter, embracing and caressing her in the same way as other mothers do with their daughters. but it was always done with a proper reverence and consciousness of the hidden and divine sacrament known only to the mother and the daughter. The guardian angels of the sweet child, with others in great multitudes, showed their veneration and worship to Mary as she rested in the arms of her mother. They joined in heavenly music, some of which was audible also to Blessed Anne. The 1,000 angels appointed as guardians of the great Queen afforded themselves and dedicated themselves to her service. This was also the first time in which the heavenly Mistress saw them in a corporeal form, with their devices and habiliments, as I shall describe in another chapter. And the child asked them to join with her in the praise of the Most High and to exalt Him in her name. At the moment of the birth of our Princess Mary, the Most High sent the Archangel Gabriel as an envoy to bring this joyful news to the Holy Fathers in Limbo. Immediately the heavenly ambassador descended, illumining the deep cavern and rejoicing the just who were detained therein. He told them that already the dawn of eternal felicity had commenced, and that the reparation of man, which was so earnestly desired and expected by the holy patriarchs and foretold by the prophets, had been begun, since she, who was to be the mother of the Messias, had now been born. Soon would they now see the salvation and the glory of the Most High. The holy prince gave them an understanding of the excellence of the most holy Mary and of what the Omnipotent had begun to work in her, in order that they might better comprehend the happy beginning of the mystery, which was to end their prolonged imprisonment. Then all the holy patriarchs and prophets and the rest of the just in Limbo rejoiced in spirit and in new canticles, praised the Lord for this benefit. All these happenings at the birth of our Queen succeeded each other in a short space of time. The first exercise of her senses in the light of the material sun was to recognize her parents and other creatures. The arms of the Most High began to work new wonders in her, far above all conceptions of men, and the first and most stupendous one was to send innumerable angels to bring the Mother of the Eternal Word, body and soul, into the empyrean heaven for the fulfilling of his further intentions regarding her. The holy princes obeyed the divine mandate, and receiving the child Mary from the arms of her holy mother Anne, they arranged a new and solemn procession, bearing heavenward with incomparable songs of joy the true ark of the covenant, in order that for a short time it might rest, not in the house of Obededon, but in the temple of the King of Kings and of the Lord of Lords, where later on it was to be placed for all eternity. This was the second step which most holy Mary made in her life, namely, from this earth to the highest heaven. Who can worthily extol this wonderful prodigy of the right hand of the Almighty? Who can describe the joy and the admiration of the celestial spirits when they beheld this new and wonderful work of the Most High, and when they gathered to celebrate it in their songs? In these songs they acknowledged and reverenced as their Queen and Mistress, her, who was to be the Mother of their Lord, and the source of the grace and glory which they possessed, for it was through his foreseen merits that they had been made the recipients of divine bounty. But above all, what human tongue, or what mortal could ever describe or comprehend the heart secrets of that tender child during these events? I leave the imagination of all this to Catholic piety, and still more to those who in the Lord are favored with an understanding of it, but most of all to those who, by divine bounty, shall have arrived at the beatific vision face to face. Borne by the hands of the angels, the child Mary entered the empyrean heaven, where she prostrated herself full of love before the royal throne in the presence of the Most High. Then, according to our way of understanding, was verified what long before had happened in figure, when Bethsabee entered into the presence of her son Solomon, who, while presiding over his people of Israel, arose from his throne, received her with honor and reverence, and seated her at his side as queen. Similarly, but in a more glorious and admirable manner, the person of the divine Word now received the child Mary, whom he had chosen as mother, as Queen of the universe. Although her real dignity and the purpose of these ineffable mysteries were unknown to Mary, yet her infant faculties were strengthened by divine power for the proper reception of these favors. New graces and gifts were bestowed upon her by which her faculties were correspondingly elevated. Her powers of mind, besides being illumined and prepared by new grace and light, were raised and proportioned to the divine manifestation, and the Divinity displayed itself in the new light vouchsafed, revealing itself to her intuitively and clearly in a most exalted manner. For this was the first time in which the most holy soul of Mary saw the Blessed Trinity in unveiled beatific vision. The sole witnesses of the glory of Mary in this beatific vision, of the sacraments then again revealed to her, of the divine effect that overflowed in her most pure soul, was God, the author of this unheard of wonder, and the astounded angels, who in some measure perceived these mysteries in God himself. The Queen seated at the right side of the Lord, who was to be her Son, and seeing him face to face, was more successful in her prayer than Bethsabee. III Kings, chapter 2, verse 21. For she prayed, that he bestow the untouched Sunamite Abisag, his inaccessible divinity, upon his sister, human nature. She prayed that his promise coming from heaven to the earth and his marriage with human nature by the hypostatic union be fulfilled in the person of the Word. Many times had he pledged himself to it among men through the ancient patriarchs and prophets, and now Mary besought him to accelerate the reparation of the human race, expected for so many ages amid the multiplied iniquity and the ruin of souls. The Most High heard this most pleasing petition of his mother, and acting more graciously than Solomon of old toward his mother, he assured her that soon his promises should be fulfilled, and that he should descend to the world in order to assume and redeem human nature. In this divine consistory and tribunal of the most holy Trinity, it was determined to give a name to the child Queen. As there is no proper and legitimate name, except it be found in the immutable being of God himself, for from it are participated and determined according to their right weight and measure all things in infinite wisdom. His Majesty wished himself to give and impose that name in heaven. He thereby made known to the angelic spirits that the three divine persons had decreed and formed the sweet names of Jesus and Mary for the Son and Mother from the beginning before the ages, and that they had been delighted with them and had engraved them on their eternal memories to be as it were the objects for whose service they should create all things. Being informed of these and many other mysteries, the holy angels heard a voice from the throne speaking in the person of the Father. Our chosen one shall be called Mary, and this name is to be powerful and magnificent. Those that shall invoke it with devout affection shall receive most abundant graces. Those that shall honor it and pronounce it with reverence shall be consoled and vivified, and will find in it the remedy of their evils, the treasures of their enrichment, the light which shall guide them to heaven. It shall be terrible against the power of hell, shall crush the head of the serpent, and it shall win glorious victories over the princes of hell. The Lord commanded the angelic spirits to announce this glorious name to Saint Anne, so that what was decreed in heaven might be executed on earth. The heavenly child, lovingly prostrate before the throne, rendered most acceptable and human thanks to the eternal Being, and she received the name with most admirable and sweet jubilation. If the prerogatives and graces which she then was favored with were to be described, it would necessitate an extra book of many volumes. The holy angels honored and acknowledged most holy Mary as the future mother of the Word and as their Queen and Mistress, enthroned at the right hand of her Son. They showed their veneration of her holy name, prostrating themselves as it proceeded from the throne in the voice of the eternal Father, especially those who had it written on the devices over their breast. All of them gave forth canticles of praise for these great and hidden mysteries. In the meanwhile, the infant Queen remained ignorant of the real cause of all that she thus experienced, for her dignity of Mother of the incarnate Word was not revealed to her till the time of the Incarnation. With the same reverential jubilee did the angels return in order to replace her into the arms of holy Anne, to whom this event remained a secret, as was also the absence of her daughter, for a guardian angel, assuming an aerial body, supplied her place for this very purpose. Much more than that, During a great part of the time in which the heavenly child remained in the empyrean heaven, her mother was wrapped in an ecstasy of highest contemplation, and in it, although she did not know what was happening to the child, exalted mysteries concerning the dignity of Mother of God, to which she was to be chosen, were revealed to her. The prudent matron kept them enshrined within her breast, conferring them in her thoughts with the duty she owed to her child. On the 8th day after the birth of the great Queen, multitudes of most beautiful angels in splendid array descended from on high, bearing an escutcheon on which the name of Mary was engraved and shone forth in great brilliance. Appearing to the blessed Mother Anne, they told her that the name of her daughter was to be Mary, which name they had brought from heaven, and which divine Providence had selected and now ordained to be given to their child by Joachim and herself. The saint called for her husband, and they conferred with each other about this disposition of God in regard to the name of their daughter. The more than happy father accepted the name with joy and devout affection. They decided to call their relatives and a priest, and then, with such solemnity and festivity, they imposed the name of Mary on their child. The angels also celebrated this event with most sweet and ravishing music, which, however, was heard only by the mother and her most holy daughter. Thus was the divine princess named by the Holy Trinity, in heaven on the day of her nativity, and on earth after 8 days. This name was written in the list of other names when her mother presented herself at the temple according to the law, as I will relate further on. This was the birth, like to which none had been before, and the like of which cannot again happen in mere creatures. This was the most blessed birth of which nature was capable, for by it an infant came into existence, whose entrance into the world was not only free from all impurities of sin, but who was more pure and holy than the highest seraphim. The birth of Moses was celebrated on account of the beauty and handsomeness of the infant. Exodus chapter 2, verse 2. But all his beauty was only corruptible and apparent. But oh, how beautiful is our great child! Oh, how beautiful! Canticles chapter 7, verse 6. She is entirely beautiful and most sweet in her delights, since she is possessed of all grace and beauty without being wanting in any. The laughter and the joy of the house of Abraham was the birth of the promised Isaac. Genesis chapter 21, verse 6. Conceived in a sterile womb. But this joy was great only because it foreshadowed and was derived from the birth of our infant Queen, toward which all this joy of Abraham was only a step. If this birth was so admirable and full of joy for the family of the Patriarch, because it was a foreshadowing of the birth of sweetest Mary, heaven and earth should rejoice at the birth of her, who gave a beginning to the restoration of heaven and the sanctification of the world. When Noah was born, his father Lamech was consoled. Genesis chapter 5, verse 29. Because in that son God had provided a progenitor of the human race in the ark, and assured a restoration of the blessings which the sins of men had forfeited. But all this happened merely as a type to foreshadow the birth of this child, who was to be the true reparatrix, being the mystical ark which contained the new and true Noah, and which drew him down from heaven, who was to fill with benediction all the inhabitants of the earth. O blessed birth! O joyful nativity! The most pleasing to the Blessed Trinity in all the ages of the past, the joy of the angels, the relief of sinners, the delight of the just, and the singular consolation of the holy souls in limbo. O precious and rich pearl, that didst come forth to the light of the sun, still enclosed within the rough shell of this world! O sublime infant, who, though scarcely noticed by terrestrial eyes in the material light, yet in the eyes of the highest King and his courtiers, excellest all that is not God in dignity and grandeur! All generations bless thee, all the nations recognize and praise thy grace and beauty. Let the earth be made illustrious by thy birth. Let mortals be rejoiced because their mediatrix is born, who will fill up the vast emptiness of original sin. Let thy gracious condescension toward me be blessed and extolled, who am the most abject dust and ashes. If thou givest me permission, O my Lady, to speak in thy presence, I will propose a doubt which occurred to me in describing the mystery of thy most admirable and holy birth, namely, regarding an act of the Almighty at the hour of thy coming forth into the material light of the sun. And this is the doubt: how are we to understand thy being raised in thy body by the hands of the holy angels into the empyrean heavens and to the vision of God? For according to the teaching of the Holy Church and her doctors, heaven was closed and, as it were, interdicted to man, until thy most holy Son should open it through his life and death, and until he himself, as Redeemer and Chief, should enter it on the day of his admirable ascension, he being the first one for whom these eternal portals were to be opened after their being closed up by sin. Answer and instruction of the Queen of Heaven. My dearest daughter, it is true, that divine justice closed heaven against mortals on account of the first sin, until my most holy Son should open it by satisfying most abundantly for men through his earthly life and death. It was befitting and just that this same Redeemer, who had united to himself the redeemed members and opened heaven, should as their chief enter before any of the children of Adam. If Adam had not sinned, it would not have been necessary to follow this course, for men would have ascended of themselves in order to enjoy the divinity in the empyrean heavens. Having, however, foreseen the fall of man, the most blessed Trinity provided for the course followed at present. This great mystery was referred to by David in the 23rd Psalm, when speaking of the spirits of heaven he repeats twice: "Lift up, ye princes, your gates, and be ye lifted up, ye eternal gates, and the King of glory shall enter in." They are here called the gates of the angels, because only for them were they open, but for mortal men they were closed. Although these heavenly courtiers were aware of the fact that the incarnate Word had already thrown back the bars and bolts of guilt, and that he was now ascending rich and glorious with the spoils of death and sin, bringing with him the fruits of his passion in accompanying hosts of the glorious saints released from limbo, nevertheless the holy angels give vent to their admiration and breathless suspense at this wonderful novelty, asking: "Who is this King of glory?" For he was a man and of the same nature as the one who had lost for himself and for all his race the right to enter into heaven. They themselves give answer to the question, saying: "The Lord, who is strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle, the Lord of virtues, the King of glory." This was as if they confessed their conviction that this man, who was now coming up from the world in order to open the eternal gates, was not a mere man and is not included under the law of sin, but that he was true God and true man, who, strong and powerful in battle, had overcome the strong-armed one. Luke chapter 11 verse 22. That reigned in the world, had taken away his reign and despoiled him of his weapons. And he was the Lord of virtues, as one that had exercised them as a master, with sovereignty over them, and without any contradiction of sin and defect. As the Lord of virtues and as the Lord of glory, he now came in triumph, distributing virtues and glory to his redeemed, for whom as man he had suffered and died, and whom as God he was now raising up to the eternal and beatific vision, having broken the bars and shackles imposed by sin. Since this, O soul, was the work of my dear Son, the true God and man, he, as the Lord of virtues and graces, exalted and adorned me with them from the first moment of my Immaculate Conception. And as, moreover, the hindrance of sin touched me not, I was free from the impediments which prevented other mortals from entering into the eternal gates of heaven. On the contrary, the powerful arm of my Son acted with me as being the mistress of all virtues and as the Queen of heaven. Because he was to vest himself and assume unto himself human nature from my flesh and blood, he was beforehand in preparing me and making me like himself in purity and exemption from fault and in other divine gifts and privileges. As I was not a slave of sin, I exercised the virtues not as a subject, but as a mistress, without contradiction, but with sovereignty, not like the children of Adam, but like the Son of God, who was also my Son. For these reasons the celestial spirits, who had possession of the eternal gates as their own, opened them up for me, perceiving that the Lord had created me more pure than all the most exalted spirits in heaven, and made me their Queen, the Mistress of all creation. Remember also, my dearest, that he who makes the law can also dispense with it freely, and this the supreme Lord and Legislator did for me, extending the scepter of his clemency toward me more readily than Ahasuerus did to Esther. For the common laws regarding others and consequent on their guilt applied not to me, who was to be the mother of the Author of grace. Although I could not, as a mere creature, merit such blessed privileges, yet the divine clemency and goodness of God turned toward me with full liberality, and he was pleased with the humility of his servant, in order that for all eternity the Author of such prodigies might be praised. Do thou also, my daughter, according to my directions, bless and magnify him for these benefits bestowed upon me. My admonition to thee, whom in spite of thy weakness and poverty I have chosen with such generous kindness as my disciple and companion, is this: that thou strive with all thy powers to imitate me in an exercise, in which I persevered during my whole life from the very first moment of my birth, omitting it on not a single day, however full of cares and labors it might have been. This exercise was the following. Every day at beginning of dawn, I prostrated myself in the presence of the Most High and gave him thanks and praise for his immutable being, his infinite perfections, and for having created me out of nothing. Acknowledging myself as his creature and the work of his hands, I blessed him and adored him, giving him honor, magnificence, and divinity, as the supreme Lord and Creator of myself and of all that exists. I raise up my spirit to place it in his hands, offering myself with profound humility and resignation to him, and asking him to dispose of me according to his will during that day and during all the days of my life, and to teach me to fulfill whatever would be to his greater pleasure. This I repeated many times during the external works of the day, and in the internal ones I first consulted his Majesty, asking his advice, permission, and benediction for all my actions. Be very devout toward my most sweet name. I wish that thou be convinced of the great prerogatives and privileges, which the Almighty concedes to it, so that I myself, when I saw them in the Divinity, felt most deeply obliged and solicitous to make a proper return, and whenever the name Mary occurred to my mind, which happened often, and whenever I heard myself called by that name, I was aroused to thankfulness and urged to new fervor in the service of the Lord, who gave it to me. Thou hast the same name, and I wish, that in proportion it should cause the same effects in thee, and that thou imitate me faithfully by following the lesson given thee in this chapter, without failing in the least point from this day onward. And if in thy weakness thou shouldest fail, rouse thyself immediately, and in the presence of thy Lord and mine, acknowledge thy fault, confessing it in sorrow. Repeating these holy exercises over and again with solicitous care, thou shalt find forgiveness for imperfections, and grow accustomed to strive after what is highest in all virtues and most pleasing to the Lord. Then, following the light which he gives and in pursuance of that which is most pleasing and agreeable to thy own tastes and mine, thou shalt not be denied the grace of employing thyself entirely in listening, attending to, and obeying in all things thy Spouse and Lord, who seeks in thee only what is most pure, most holy and perfect, and a will prompt and eager to put the same into practice. End of chapter 21. Book I, Chapter 22 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book I, Chapter 22. It was a precept of the law, given in the 12th chapter of Leviticus, that a woman who had given birth to a daughter should be deemed impure for 2 weeks, and should remain in the state of purification for 66 days after the birth, just double the time required for purification in case of a man-child. Having completed the days of her purification, she was to present herself in order to offer a lamb 1 year old as a holocaust for the daughter or the son, and also a young pigeon or turtle dove as atonement for the sin. This she was to do at the door of the tabernacle, beseeching the priest to offer them to the Lord and to pray for her. Thereupon she was accounted pure. The parturition of the most happy Anne was pure and undefiled, as befitting her heavenly daughter, in whose purity the mother was a sharer. Although on this account there was no need of a special purification, she nevertheless complied with the obligation of the law to the very last point. Though not subject to its penalties, she considered herself bound in the eyes of men. 60 days of the purification having passed, Saint Anne departed for the temple, her mind inflamed with divine ardor, and bearing in her arms her blessed daughter and child. With the offerings prescribed by law and accompanied by innumerable angels, she betook herself to the gate of the temple and spoke with the high priest, who was none other than Simeon. He was accustomed to spend much time in the temple and enjoyed the privilege and favor of seeing the child Mary, not only when she was offered and presented to the Lord in the temple, but on other occasions. Although this holy priest was not on each of these occasions fully aware of the dignity of our heavenly Mistress, as I will say farther on, yet he always experienced great promptings and impulses of the Spirit regarding the greatness of this child in the sight of God. Saint Anne offered to him the lamb and the turtle dove with the rest of the gifts, and with tears of humility she asked him to pray for herself and the child, her daughter, that the Lord forgive them any fault of which perhaps they might be guilty. His Majesty certainly had nothing to forgive in a daughter and mother who were so full of grace, but he found himself bound to reward the humility with which, notwithstanding their holiness, they presented themselves as sinners. The holy priest received the oblation, and in his spirit he was inflamed and moved to extraordinary joy. Careful not to manifest anything exteriorly and communing with himself, he said: "What strange feeling is this within me? Are these women perhaps the parents of the Messias who is to come?" Moved by this joyful suspense, he showed them great benevolence. The Blessed Mother Anne entered the temple, bearing her most holy daughter on her arms, and she offered her to the Lord with most devout and tender tears, for she alone in all the world knew what treasure was given into her charge. Saint Anne renewed the vow which she had already made to offer her firstborn to the temple on arriving at the proper age. In renewing this offer, she was enlightened by new graces and promptings of the Most High, and in her heart she heard a secret voice urging her to fulfill this vow and offer her child to the temple within 3 years. It was as it were the echo of the voice of the most holy Queen, who in her prayer touched the heart of God, in order that it might resound in the bosom of the mother. For when both entered the temple, the sweet child, seeing with her bodily eyes its grandeur and magnificence, dedicated to the worship and adoration of the Divinity, experienced wonderful effects of the Spirit, and wished to prostrate herself in the temple, to kiss its floor and adore the Lord. But as she could not execute these desires in external actions, she supplied the defect with interior fervor, and she adored and blessed the Lord with a love more ardent and a humility more profound than ever before or ever after was possible to be rendered by any creature. Addressing the Lord in her heart, she offered the following prayer: Most high and incomprehensible God, my King and my Lord, worthy of all glory and reverence, I, abject dust, but also a creature of thine, adore thee in this holy place and temple. I magnify and exalt thee on account of thy infinite being and perfections, and I give thanks in as far as my insignificance is worthy of thy regard. For thou hast vouchsafed to permit my eyes to see this holy temple and house of prayer, where thy holy prophets and my forefathers have worshipped and blessed thee, and where thy generous mercy has wrought so many wonders and mysteries in their behalf. Accept me, O Lord, in order that I may serve thee in this holy house according to thy blessed will. Thus she, who was the Queen of heaven and of the universe, offered herself as if she were the lowest slave of the Lord. As a testimony of its acceptation by the Most High, a most resplendent light shone down from heaven, enveloping the Mother and Child and filling them with new splendors of grace. Again Saint Anne was made aware that she would be expected to devote her daughter to the temple within 3 years. She was given to understand that the delight with which God looked forward to such an offer and the love with which the heavenly Child desired its consummation would not permit a longer delay. The holy angels of her guard and innumerable others who were present on this occasion sang sweetest songs of praise to the Author of these wonders, but they did not therefore have a more perfect knowledge of these happenings than Saint Anne or her most holy daughter, who perceived interiorly what was spiritual, and felt exteriorly what was subject to the senses in these things. Saint Simeon saw dimly the sensible light. Thereupon Saint Anne, rich in her treasure and endowed with new gifts of the Most High God, returned to her home. The ancient serpent eagerly observed all these events, yet the Lord concealed from him what he was not to know, and permitted him to obtain knowledge only of what was necessary for his own undoing, in his desire of destroying others, and only so much as might serve to make him an instrument in the execution of the secret judgments of the Most High. This enemy was full of conjectures in regard to the unheard of things which had come to pass in connection with this Mother and Child. But when he saw that they brought offerings to the temple and that they, like sinners, observed the prescriptions of the law, even begging of the priest to intercede for their forgiveness, he was deceived and assuaged in his fury, believing that this Mother and her daughter were of ordinary condition, although they might be more perfect and holy than other women. The sovereign Child was treated like other children of her age. Her nourishment was of the usual kind, though less in quantity, and so was her sleep, although her parents were solicitous that she take more sleep. She was not troublesome, nor did she ever cry for mere annoyance, as is done by other children, but she was most amiable and caused no trouble to anyone. That she did not act in this regard as other children caused no wonder, for she often wept and sighed, as far as her age and her dignity of queen and mistress would permit, for the sins of the world and for its redemption through the coming of the Savior. Ordinarily she maintained, even in her infancy, a pleasant countenance, yet mixed with gravity and a peculiar majesty, never showing any childishness. She sometimes permitted herself to be caressed, though by a secret influence and a certain outward austerity. She knew how to repress the imperfections connected with such endearments. Her prudent mother Anne treated her child with incomparable solicitude and caressing tenderness. Also her father Joachim loved her as a father and as a saint, although he was ignorant of the mystery at that time. The child on its part showed a special love toward him, as one whom she knew for her father and one much beloved of God. Although she permitted more tender caresses from her father than from others, yet God inspired the father as well as all others with such an extraordinary reverence and modesty towards her whom he had chosen for his mother, and that even his pure and fatherly affection was outwardly manifested only with the greatest moderation and reserve. In all things the infant Queen was most gracious, perfect and admirable. Though she passed her infancy subject to the common laws of nature, yet this did not hinder the influx of grace. During her sleep her interior acts of love and all other exercises of her faculties, which were not dependent on the exterior senses, were never interrupted. This special privilege is possible also in other creatures, if the divine power confers it on them, but it is certain that in regard to her, whom he had chosen as his mother and the queen of all creation, he extended this special favor beyond all previous or subsequent measure in other creatures, and beyond the conception of any created mind. God spoke to Samuel and to other saints and prophets in their sleep. I Kings chapter 3 verse 4. And to many he sent mysterious dreams or visions. Genesis chapter 37 verses 5 and 9. For to his omnipotence it is easy to enlighten the mind during the inactivity of the senses in natural sleep or during their ravishment in ecstasy. They cease to act in the one as well as in the other, and without their activity the soul hears, accepts and transacts the things of the Spirit. This was the rule which the Queen followed from the moment of her conception till now and for all eternity, for the activity of grace in her during her pilgrimage through life was not intermittent like in other creatures. When she was alone, or when she was laid to sleep, which was in her most moderate, she was engaged in the contemplation of the mysteries and the excellencies of the Most High, and in the enjoyment of the divine visions and the conversation of his Majesty. Her intercourse with the angels was likewise very frequent, and in the following chapter something will be said of the manner of their manifestation and some of their eminent perfections. My Queen and Heavenly Lady, if without being offended, thou wilt, as a kind mother, listen to my ignorant talk, I will ask thy kindness of the solution of some doubts which have occurred to me in this chapter. If my ignorance and boldness should transgress the limits, instead of answering me, my mistress, correct me with maternal mercy. My doubt is, whether in this thy infancy thou didst feel the necessities and hunger which according to the natural order children do feel? And if thou didst feel them, how didst thou suffer these annoying inconveniences? And how didst thou ask for the nourishment and the other help necessary, since thou wast so wonderfully patient that thou wouldst not make use of tears, which serve other infants as speech and words? I am also ignorant whether the hardships of that age were not most irksome to thy Majesty, such as to have thy virginal body clothed and unclothed, as infants are, to be fed with the food of other children, and to undergo the other experiences of that age. For other children undergo them bereft of reason, while nothing was concealed from thee, O Lady. When I look upon thee as a child in age, and yet as grown up in thy capacity of judging of things, it seems to me almost impossible that there should have been no inconveniences in this matter, in the time or the measure, or in other circumstances regarding the treatment allotted to thee during thy infant life. Thy celestial prudence taught thee to preserve dignity and composure, yet thou didst not intimate the needs and wants of thy age and condition either by crying as an infant, or by word of mouth as one grown up. Thus they could not know thy needs and could not treat thee as one endowed with reason, for even thy mother could not know all these things, nor could she provide for all that was necessary, since she knew not the time nor the manner of serving thy Majesty in all things. All these considerations excite my admiration and rouse in me the desire of knowing the mysteries thus concealed. Answer and instruction of the Queen of Heaven. My daughter, since thou art full of wonder, I will inform thee in all kindness. It is true that I was in possession of grace and of the use of reason from the first instant of my conception, as I have often shown thee. I underwent the hardships of infancy as other children, and I was reared and treated as others of the same condition. I felt hunger, thirst, sleepiness, and other infirmities of the body, and as a daughter of Adam, I was subject to these accidental necessities, for it was just that I should imitate my most holy Son, who subjected himself to these hardships and defects, in order that he might merit so much the more, and in order that he might be an example to the rest of mortals for their imitation. As I was governed by divine grace, I made use of eating and sleep in moderation, allowing myself less than others, and only so much as was proper for the augmentation and the preservation of my life and health. Disorder in these things is not only against virtue, but against the well-being of nature itself, which is invaded and ravaged by it. On account of my exquisite composition, I was affected by hunger and thirst more painfully than other children, and the want of nourishment was more dangerous to me. But if it was given to me at unseasonable times or in excess, I bore it with patience, until by some befitting sign I could manifest my needs. I felt less the want of sleep on account of the opportunity which it furnished me for the presence and the heavenly conversation of the angels. That I was bound and wrapped in clothes was not painful to me, but it was a cause of much joy, for I understood by divine light that the incarnate Lord was to suffer a most cruel death and was to be bound most shamefully. Whenever I was alone during my childhood, I placed myself in the form of a cross, praying in imitation of him, for I knew that my Beloved was to die in that position, although I did not know then that the crucified was to be my Son. In all the difficulties, which I underwent after I was born into the world, I was resigned and contented, for I never lost sight of one consideration, which I desire thee always to keep in mind. It is this: that thou ponder in thy heart and in thy soul the truths, which I saw, so that thou mayest form a correct judgment of all things, giving to each that esteem and value which is its due. In regard to this, the children of Adam are ordinarily full of error and blindness, but I desire that thou, my daughter, share it not with them. As soon as I was born into the world and made aware of the light which shone upon me, I felt the effects of the elements, the influence of the planets and of the stars, of the earth which sustained me, of the nourishments which preserved me, and of all the other things of this life. I gave thanks to the Author of all things, acknowledging his works as benefits freely bestowed upon me, and not as dues, which he owed to me. Therefore, when anything was wanting of the necessaries of life, I remained in peace and contentedness, and deemed it all perfectly reasonable and proper in my regard, since I had merited none of the gifts and could justly be deprived of all of them. Hence, if I acknowledge this, thereby merely asserting a truth which the human reason cannot ignore or deny, where have mortals their intellect, or what use do they make of their understanding when, at the refusal of things which they desire and of which perhaps they did not even profit, they begin to get sad and lash themselves into fury, one against the other, and even against their God, as if they were suffering some injury at his hands? Let them inquire what treasures and riches they did possess before they came into life. What services had they rendered unto God in order to merit them? And if out of nothing there cannot arise anything, and if they could not merit the being which they have received, what obligation is there on the part of God to preserve out of justice what was given to them entirely gratuitously? That God created man was of no benefit to himself, but to man it was a benefit, and one as great as the being given to him, and as high as the object for which it was given. And if in his creation man becomes indebted so much that he never can repay his debt, tell me what right can he invoke at present for his preservation? Has he not received his being without merit and many times forfeited it? How can he claim the guarantee and pledge of unfailing plenty? If the first transaction and operation was a mortgage and a debt, by which man binds himself, how can he with such impatience demand favors? And if in spite of all this, the supreme goodness of the Creator furnishes him graciously with what is necessary, why should he be agitated by the want of superfluities? O my daughter, what an execrable disorder and what a despicable blindness of mortals is this! For that which the Lord gives them gratuitously, they do not thank him or even give him acknowledgment, and for that which he denies them justly and sometimes most mercifully, they are restless and proudly desirous, and they try to procure it by unjust and forbidden means, throwing themselves into the very destruction which flies from them. The first sin alone, committed by man, was sufficient to cancel man's right to the friendly service of all the other creatures, and if the Lord himself would not restrain them, they would turn in vengeance upon man and refuse to render any service or help for sustaining his life. The heavens would deny them their light and benign influences, the fire would refuse its heat, the air would cease to serve for respiration, and all the other things would in their particular way refuse their services, since they would in justice be bound to refuse them. Then when the earth would deny its fruits, and the elements their moderation and their assistance, and all the other creatures would arm themselves to avenge the wrongs of their Creator. Wisdom chapter 5 verse 18. Perhaps disgraced man would humiliate himself in his vileness and would not heap up the wrath of the Lord for the unerring day of accountance, when all his dreadful guilt will be exposed. But thou, my dear friend, fly from such base ingratitude, and humbly acknowledge that thou hast received thy being and life gratuitously, and that, gratuitously, its Author preserves it for thee. Freely dost thou receive all the other benefits without any merit of thine, and thus, receiving much and repaying little, thou makest thyself daily less worthy of favors, while the liberality of the Most High grows continually with thy indebtedness. Let this thought be uppermost in thee always, in order that it awaken and move thee to many acts of virtue. If any of the irrational creatures fail thee, I desire thee to rejoice in the Lord and give thanks to his Majesty, and bless them for their obedience to the Creator. If the rational creatures persecute thee, love them with all thy heart, and regard them as the instruments of divine justice, which afford thee some opportunity of rendering satisfaction for thy deficiency. Rather strengthen and console thyself in labors, adversities and tribulations, not only considering them as fully deserved by the faults committed, but deeming them ornaments of the soul and most rich jewels given thee by thy spouse. Let this be the answer to thy doubt. Over and above this I wish to give thee an instruction, which may be found in all the chapters. Consider, my soul, the punctuality of my mother Anne in fulfilling the precept of the law of the Lord, to whose Majesty this solicitude was very pleasing. In this thou shouldst imitate her by observing inviolate each and every one of the precepts of thy rules and constitutions, for God will reward most liberally this fidelity, and severely punish any negligence in this matter. Without sin I was conceived, and it was not necessary to present me to the priest in order that the Lord might purify me, nor was this necessary for my mother, since she was very holy. Nevertheless, we humbly obeyed the law, and thereby we merited great increase of virtue and grace. Despising just and wise laws, and frequently dispensing with them, destroys the worship and fear of God, and fatally confuses government among men. Beware of easily dispensing in the obligations of the religious state, either for thyself or for others. If infirmity or some other just cause make it advisable, let it be done with moderation and with the approbation of the confessor, thus justifying dispensation before God and before men by the approbation of holy obedience. If thou findest thyself weary or weakened, do not at once become remiss in the strict observance, for God will give thee strength according to thy faith in Him. Do not give any dispensation on pretext of being overworked. Make that which is less serve in advance that which is greater. Let the creatures serve the Creator. On account of thy position as the superioress, thou hast less excuse, for in the observation of the laws thou must give a good example, leading on the others. Therefore, for thyself, no merely human motive can serve as an excuse, though thou mayest sometimes excuse thy sisters and subjects on such account. Note, moreover, my dearest, that I desire thee to lead in perfection, therefore this rigor is necessary, not even taking into consideration that the observance of the precepts is a duty to God and men. Let no one think that it is enough to fulfill all obligations toward the Lord, and at the same time tread underfoot the duty towards his neighbor, to whom is due good example and avoidance of all real scandal. O Queen and Mistress of all creation, would that I could attain the purity and the virtue of the supernal spirits, in order that this inferior part of my being, which weighs down the soul, Wisdom chapter 9 verse 15, may prompt me to fulfill thy celestial teachings. I have become burdensome unto myself. Job chapter 7 verse 20. But with thy intercession and the gracious favor of the Most High, I will be able to obey thy will and his with a loving promptitude of heart. Let not thy intercession and support and the guidance of thy holy and wise counsels ever fail me. End of chapter 22. Book 1, Chapter 23 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 23. It has already been said that 1,000 angels were appointed as guardians of Mary, just as there is one for each soul. On account of the great dignity of the Most Holy Mary, we must assume that each of the 1,000 guardian angels watched over Mary more solicitously than other guardian angels watch over other souls. Besides these 1,000 angels, who formed her ordinary and constant guard, many others were at her service on different occasions, especially after she had conceived in her womb the divine Word incarnate. I have mentioned above that the selection of these 1,000 angels was made after the creation of the angelic hosts, and after the justification of the good and fall of the bad. The divinity of the Word, to be clothed in its human nature, and also his most pure Mother was proposed and manifested to them, while they were yet in the state of probation. They were then made to understand that they were to revere them as their superiors. When the apostate angels were chastised and the faithful ones rewarded, the Lord proceeded according to a most just measure and equity. As I said, in the accidental reward there was a certain diversity among the angels according to the difference in their dispositions regarding the mysteries of the incarnate Word and his most pure Mother, which were made known to them before and during the probation. This accidental reward consisted especially in being selected to assist and serve the Most Holy Mary and the incarnate Word, and also in the manner and form of their visible appearance to the Queen and of serving her. This is what I wish to explain in this chapter, but at the same time I must acknowledge my inability to do so, since it is difficult to reduce to material images and words the perfections and the operations of such exalted spiritual beings. Nevertheless, if I should pass over this matter in silence, I would fail to give a proper idea of a great portion of the most exalted operations of the Queen of Heaven during her mortal life. For next to her intercourse with the Lord, that with his ministers, the angelic spirits, was the most continual. Therefore, without the mention of this intercourse, the history of her life would be defective. I presuppose all that I have until now said about the orders, hierarchies and distinctions of the 1,000 angels of her guard. But I wish here to describe in what corporeal forms they appeared to their Queen and Mistress. The intellectual and imaginary apparitions I reserve for another chapter, where I intend to describe especially the different kinds of visions with which her Highness was favored. The 900 angels, which were chosen from the 9 choirs, 100 from each, were selected from the number of those who had distinguished themselves by their esteem, love, and reverence for the Most Holy Mary. They were made visible to the Blessed Virgin under the form of young men in their early years, but of the most exquisite beauty and courteousness. Their bodily forms showed but little resemblance to earthly matter, for they were transparently pure and like animated crystals, bathed in glory, similar to a glorified and transfigured body. With their beauty they combined a grave and amiable composure. Their garments covered them in flowing folds, but were resplendent, like the most clear burnished gold, enameled or stained with exquisite shades of color, presenting a most wonderful and varied beauty to the sight. At the same time, all this ornament and visible presence seemed of such a kind that it could not be subject to the sense of feeling or be touched by the hand, although it could be seen and perceived like the rays of the sun entering into the open window and revealing the atoms of dust in the air. But the splendor of the angels was incomparably more beautiful and pleasing than any light of the sun. In addition, all these angels were crowned with wreaths, woven of the most tender and exquisite flowers that sent forth the sweetest fragrance, not of this earth, but altogether spiritual and heavenly. In their hands they held palms of wonderful beauty and variety, which were to signify the virtues, which Most Holy Mary was to exercise, and the victories, which she was to gain by her sanctity and glory. All this they, as it were, offered her beforehand, with great joy and jubilation. On their breasts they bore certain devices or emblems, such as we are accustomed to see exhibited on the uniforms or habits of the military orders. They contained letters which stood for Mary, Mother of God, and which contributed much toward the splendor of their adornment and beauty. Their significance, however, was not made known to Mary until the moment of the incarnation of the Word. This emblem or device was most wonderful to behold on account of the great splendor with which it showed forth her name above all the other beauty of the angelic ornaments. Its aspects and brilliancies were changeable, in order to indicate the variety of the mysteries and excellences enclosed within that city of God. It contained the most exalted name and title, and intimated the highest dignity which can ever fall to the lot of a mere creature, that of Mother of God. In this title the angels honored in the highest degree their and our Queen. They themselves were honored in that title, since it was the outward sign of their allegiance to her and of their preferment consequent upon their devotion and veneration for her who deserved the veneration of all creatures. 1,000 times blessed were they to merit the especial love of Mary and of her most holy Son. The effects of this intercourse with the holy princes and of their outward beauty in Mary, our Mistress, no one besides herself could ever properly describe. They manifested to her in a mysterious manner the greatness of the attributes of God, the blessings, which He showered upon her in creating her and choosing her, in enriching her and endowing her with such great gifts of grace and treasures of the divine right hand, moving her and inciting her to such ecstasies of love and praise. All these gifts increased with her age and the events of her life, and as the great work of the Incarnation drew near, they expanded more and more. For then was gradually revealed to her the meaning of the emblem, which these angels bore across their breasts, which until then had been concealed from her. It would be impossible to describe what ardors of love, what profound humility, what tender affections filled the pure heart of Mary, when this was revealed to her, and when it dawned upon her, what dignity and what obligation toward God this most peerless title involved. For she held herself entirely incapable and unworthy of such an ineffable and mysterious dignity as that of Mother of God. The 70 seraphim who assisted the Queen were of the number of those nearest to the throne of God, who had most signally distinguished themselves in their devotion and admiration toward the hypostatic union of the divine and human nature in the person of the divine Word. For as they were most closely bound to God by their greater knowledge and love, they also desired more earnestly that this mystery should be consummated in the womb of a woman. Their reward of essential and accidental glory corresponded to their particular and signal love. This latter, the accidental glory, which I have mentioned, consisted in their being privileged specially to attend upon most holy Mary and take a part in the mysteries consummated in her. Whenever these 70 seraphim showed themselves to her in a visible manner, the Queen saw them in the same form in which Isaias saw them in imagination, that is, with 6 wings. With 2 they covered the head, wishing to signify by this humble gesture the insufficiency of their intellect for the comprehension of the sacramental mystery at which they were assisting, and also their belief and acknowledgment of these mysteries, which they confessed, prostrate before the majesty and grandeur of the Creator. Thereby they also wished to extol with eternal praise the incomprehensible and sacred judgments of the Most High. With the other wings they covered the feet, which are the inferior extremities in closest contact with the earth, referring thereby to the Queen and Mistress of heaven and earth as being human and earthly in nature, and acknowledging her as the creature excelling all others in dignity and grandeur, above all understanding and calculation of the created mind. Moreover, they thereby wished to show that though exalted as seraphim, they could not keep pace with the dignity and excellence of Mary. With the wings of their breasts they beat the air or seemed to fly, thereby imitating 2 things: on the one hand, by their incessant motion and flight, the love, the praise and reverence which they gave to God; on the other, in disclosing their breast, They wished to serve as it were to the most holy Mary a most pure mirror of the Divinity, reflecting its essence and operations to her during the time of her earthly pilgrimage, for it was not possible nor proper that the Divinity should be manifest to her in open vision during all that time. The Blessed Trinity wished that their Daughter and Spouse should, in these seraphim, the creatures closest to the Divinity and encircling the throne, see most faithfully presented in living images what she could not continually see in its own essence and in the original. By this means the heavenly Spouse enjoyed the portrait of her Beloved even in the banishment of her pilgrimage, being thus inflamed body and soul with his love by his vision and intercourse through these exalted and love-consumed princes. The manner of this intercourse, over and above that which was sensible in it, was the same as that which they maintained among themselves, namely, that those of a higher order enlightened those of a lower, as I have said elsewhere. For although the Queen of heaven was higher and greater in dignity and merit, yet as David intimated (Psalm 8, verse 6), on account of her human nature, she was lower than the angels. The ordinary manner of divine influence and enlightenment adapts itself to the conditions of nature and not of grace. The other 12 angels are the guardian angels of the 12 gates, of which Saint John speaks in the 21st chapter of the Apocalypse (Apocalypse chapter 21, verse 12), as explained above. They distinguished themselves by the loving praise, with which they celebrated the goodness of God in becoming man to teach and converse with men, and next to their joy at the redemption of men and their readmission into the gates of heaven by his merits, was their loving wonder at the important part which most holy Mary performed in this mystery of the redemption. They were especially attentive to these great and wonderful works, by which God was to open up heaven, in order that men might enter into eternal life, and this latter is signified by these 12 gates of the tribes of Israel. The reward of their signal devotion was, that God appointed them as witnesses and, as it were, secretaries of the mysteries of the redemption, and that they were privileged to cooperate with the Queen of heaven as Mother of mercy and mediatrix of those who turn to her for their salvation. Therefore I said above that Her Majesty the Queen makes use especially of these 12 angels to assist, enlighten and defend her clients in their necessities, and particularly in order to draw them from sin whenever they invoke them and the most holy Mary. These 12 angels appeared in the same corporeal shape as those which I have first mentioned, except that they wore palms and crowns reserved for the devout servants of the Mistress. Their service consisted especially in bringing to her mind the ineffable kindness of the Lord toward the human race, and inciting her to praise Him and petition Him for the fulfillment of his mercy. She sent them as messengers of her prayers to the throne of the eternal Father. They were sent also to those of her clients who invoke her or whom she wished to help and benefit, in order to enlighten them and assist them, as happened many times to the holy apostles, for often did she aid them by the ministry of the angels in their labors for the primitive Church. Even now in our days, these 12 angels are engaged in the same ministry, helping the devout servants of their and our Queen. The 18 angels, which completed the number of 1,000, were those who signalized themselves in their compassion for the sufferings of the incarnate Word. Their reward for this compassion was great. They appeared to most holy Mary in wonderful beauty, bearing many emblems of the Passion and of other mysteries of the Redemption, especially 2 crosses of the most refulgent splendor and beauty, one on their breast and one on their arms. The sight of this wonderful display excited great admiration in the Queen, a most tender and compassionate love toward the sufferings of the Redeemer of the world, and most fervent thanks and acknowledgment of the benefits which men were to receive in their redemption and rescue from captivity. The great Princess very often sent these angels to her divine Son with diverse messages and petitions on behalf of souls. In describing the forms and the ornaments of these angels, I have at the same time mentioned some of their perfections and operations, although necessarily in a limited way, if compared to the reality. For they are invisible rays of the divinity, most alert in their movements and operations, most powerful in strength, most penetrating in their understanding, incapable of mistake, unchangeable in their condition and in their purpose, never forgetting or losing sight of that which once they have undertaken. They are full of grace and glory, without any fear of ever losing them. As they are without a body and invisible, therefore whenever God wishes to grant to man the favor of being able to see them, they assume an aerial and apparent body, one adapted to the senses and to the object intended. All these angels of the Queen Mary were selected from the most distinguished of their respective orders and choirs, their superiority consisting principally in that of grace and glory. They guarded their Lady without neglecting the least point of their service during her holy life, and even now in heaven they derive an especial accidental enjoyment from her presence and company. Although ordinarily some of them are sent to execute the special mandates of her will, yet all of them together are at times engaged in her service, fulfilling the decrees of the divinity in her regard. Instructions given to me by the Queen of Heaven. My daughter, on 3 different points I wish to instruct thee in this chapter. The first is, that thou, by incessant praise and acknowledgment, show thyself thankful for the favor which God vouchsafed thee in appointing angels to assist thee, teach thee, and guide thee through the tribulations and sorrows. Mortals, in their abominable ingratitude and grossness, ordinarily forget this blessing. They do not consider what great mercy and condescension of the Most High it is to have ordained these holy princes as helpers, guardians and defenders of men, their earthly fellow creatures, so full of miseries and sins. In forgetting how exalted in glory, dignity and beauty these spirits are, many men deprive themselves of numerous blessings, which they would otherwise obtain at the hands of these angels. Greatly do they rouse the indignation of the Lord on this account. Thou, however, my dearest, acknowledge these blessings and give him thanks with all thy heart. The second point is, that thou, in every place and at all times, preserve love and reverence towards these holy spirits, as if thou didst see them with thy corporal eyes, and that thou dare not do before them what thou wouldest not do in public. Cease not to exert thyself in the service of God, even as they do and as they require of thee. Remember that they continually see the face of God. Matthew chapter 18, verse 10. Being of the blessed. Since they at the same time see thee, let there be nothing indecent in thee. Show thyself grateful to them for their vigilance, defense, and protection. Let the third point be, that thou live attentive to the calls, urgings and aspirations by which these angels seek to rouse thee, move and excite thee to the recollection of the Most High and to the exercise of all the virtues. Be mindful how often they have responded to thy calls, how often they have placed themselves in the way of thy seeking, how often they have solicited for thee signs of the love of the Spouse, kindly reprehending thee for thy carelessness and remissness. When thou didst lose in thy troubles and weariness the guiding star of his light, they renewed hope in thy breast and patiently corrected thee, directing thy steps again into the narrow path of the justifications and testimonies of the Lord. Do not forget, my soul, the greatness of the benefits bestowed upon thee in these angels, for they are above those of many nations and generations. Strive to be grateful to thy Lord and to the angels, his ministers. End of chapter 23. Book 1, Chapter 24 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 24. The enforced silence of other children in their first years, and the slow evolution of their intellect and of their power of speech arising from natural weakness, was heroic virtue in the infant Queen. For if speech is the product of the intellect, and as it were, the result of its activity, and if she was in perfect possession of all her faculties since her conception, then the fact of her not speaking as soon as she was born did not arise from the want of ability, but because she did not wish to make use of her power. Other children are not furnished with the natural forces, which are required to open their mouth and move their tender tongue as required for speech, but in the child Mary there was no such defect. For as far as her natural powers were concerned, she was stronger than other children. And as she exercised sovereignty and dominion over all creation, she certainly could exercise it in regard to her own powers and faculties, if she had chosen to do so. Her not speaking, therefore, was virtue and great perfection, which opportunely concealed her science and grace, and evaded the astonishment naturally caused by one speaking in infancy. Besides, if it is wonderful that one should speak, who according to the natural course ought to be incapable of speech, I do not know whether it is not more wonderful that one who is able to speak from her birth should be silent for 1 year and a half. It was ordained therefore by the Most High that the sovereign child should voluntarily keep this silence during the time in which ordinarily other children are unable to speak. The only exception made was in regard to the conversation held with the angels of her guard, or when she addressed herself in vocal prayer to the Lord. For in regard to intercourse with God, the author of speech, and with the holy angels, his messengers, when they treated in a visible manner with her, this reason for maintaining silence did not hold good. On the contrary, it was befitting, that, since there was no impediment, she should pray with her lips and her tongue, for it would not be proper for them to keep unemployed for so long a time. But her mother never heard her, nor did she know of her being able to speak during that period, and for this it can be better seen, what perfection it required in her to pass that year and a half of her infancy in total silence. But during that time, whenever her mother freed her arms and hands, the child Mary immediately grasped the hands of her parents and kissed them with great submission and reverent humility, and in this practice she continued as long as her parents lived. She also sought to make them understand during that period of her life that she desired their blessing, speaking more by the affection of her heart than by word of mouth. So great was her reverence for them that never did she fail in the least point concerning the honor and obedience due to them. Nor did she cause them any trouble or annoyance, since she knew beforehand all their thoughts, and was anxious to fulfill them before they were made manifest. In all her actions and movements she was governed by the Holy Ghost, being perfect in all her actions, yet her most ardent love was never satisfied, but she unceasingly renewed her fervent aspirations to emulate still greater gifts. I Corinthians 12:31. The presence of the Most High continually preserved in this sovereign child the divine revelations and the intellectual visions. And if sometimes his providence suspended one kind of vision or enlightenment, she was enraptured by others. For from the clear vision of the Divinity, which I have mentioned above, and which took place as soon as she was born and raised to heaven by the angels, she retained the images of what she had seen. Thus coming from the wine cellar where charity is set in order (Canticles 2:4), her heart was wounded with love, and returning ever toward it in contemplation, she was again and again set afire body and soul in all her being. As her body was yet weak and tender, and this love strong as death (Canticles 8:6), she soon felt the death pangs of love, of which she in her tenderness would have died, had not the Almighty strengthened her and preserved by a miracle the inferior part of her being and her natural life. Many times, however, the Lord permitted, that this tender and virginal little body should be overcome by the violence of love, so that the holy angels might sustain her and comfort her in the fulfillment of the saying of the Spouse: "Fulcite me floribus, quia amore langueo." Stay me up with flowers, because I languish with love. (Canticles 11:5). And this, the most noble kind of martyrdom, was 1,000 times repeated in this heavenly Lady, surpassing in it all the martyrs in merit, and also in sufferings. The pain of love is so sweet and attractive, that the more it prevails, the more it is sought, and he who suffers it longs to hear him spoken of, whom he loves, thus seeking to be cured by renewal of the wound. This most sweet deception serves to keep the soul in suspense between a painful life and a sweet death. This was the state of the child Mary when speaking to her angels and hearing them discourse about her Beloved. She asked them many times, saying: "Ministers of my Lord, his messengers and most beautiful works of his hands, sparks of that divine fire, which consumes my heart, since you enjoy his eternal beauty unveiled and unrestrained, reveal to me the tokens of my Beloved. What are his conditions? Tell me whether perhaps I have displeased him. Tell me what he desires and seeks of me, and do not delay in lightening my pain, for I am dying of love." The supernal spirits replied: "Spouse of the Most High, thy Beloved is the only one, he that is for himself, who has no need of anything but of whom all stand in need. He is infinite in his perfections, immense in his greatness, without limit in his power, ineffable in his wisdom, without measure in his goodness. He gives a beginning to all things without having a beginning himself. He governs the world without asking consent, preserves it without having need of it, sees the beauty of all creation without ever being comprehended in his beauty by any one, and raises to blessedness by his beauty those who succeed in seeing him face to face. Infinite are, O Lady, the perfections of thy spouse. They exceed thy comprehension, and his high judgments are inscrutable to the creature." In such colloquies and many others, too high for our capacity, most holy Mary passed her infancy, conversing with the angels and the Most High, becoming more and more like to him. As her fervor and longing to see our highest good increased, being entirely enraptured in him, she was by the disposal of the Lord many times borne bodily by the hands of the angels to the empyrean heaven, where she enjoyed the presence of the Divinity. On those occasions she would at times see God face to face, at other times by infused images of the highest and most godlike kind. She saw also the angels by clear and intuitive vision, their degrees, orders and hierarchies, and many sacraments were made manifest to her on each occasion. As these visions were often repeated, she gradually, by becoming accustomed to them, and by acts of virtue, which she exercised in connection with them, began to appear more a divine than a human creature. No one else would ever be capable of such favors, and of others connected therewith. And even the mortal nature of that Queen herself would have been deprived of life, if she had not been preserved by a miracle. When in her childhood it was necessary to accept any service or benefit at the hands of her parents, or of any other creature, she always received it with interior humility and thankfulness, beseeching the Lord to renew the good which they did in love toward her. Though she had attained such a high degree of sanctity, and though she was filled with the light of God and his mysteries, she nevertheless judged herself to be the least of all creatures, and whenever she made comparisons, she ascribed to herself the last place of all. Even of the nourishment necessary to sustain life, she considered herself unworthy, though she was the Queen and Mistress of all creation. Instruction given by the Queen of Heaven. My daughter, he that received more ought to consider himself more needy, since his debt becomes so much the greater. All should humiliate themselves, since of themselves they are nothing, nor can they do anything or possess aught. On this account, they that are raised up by the hand of the Almighty should humiliate themselves as mere dust. For, left to themselves and to their nothingness and unworthiness, they should esteem themselves so much the more indebted and bound to thankfulness for that which by themselves they can never repay. Let man acknowledge its condition. For no one can say, I have made myself, I preserve myself in existence, I can prolong my life or postpone death. All his being and preservation is in the hands of the Lord. Let each one, therefore, humble himself in his presence, and thou, my dearest, do not forget these truths. I wish also that thou esteem as a great treasure the virtue of silence, which I have practiced from my birth. By the light which the Most High gave me, I was conversant with all the virtues, but I attached myself to this one with great predilection, resolving to adhere to it as a companion and as a friend during all my life. Therefore I kept it inviolate, although I could speak from the moment of my entrance into the world. To speak without moderation and forethought is a two-edged sword, which wounds both him that speaks and him that hears, and thus in two ways destroys charity or hinders it in all the virtues. From this thou canst understand how much God is offended by the vice of inconsiderate and loose talk, and how justly loquacity and the tumult of disputation estranges his spirit and veils his presence. For those that talk much cannot keep free from grievous sins. Proverbs chapter 10, verse 19. Only with God and with his saints one can speak with security, and even then it must be with forethought and discretion. With creatures it is very difficult to preserve the golden middle, without danger of passing from the correct and necessary to the imperfect and superfluous. The way to avoid this danger is to tend continually toward the other extreme, striving rather to reflect and be silent. For the prudent medium of speaking only what is necessary is found more in reflection than in immoderate speech. Remember, my soul, that thou canst not disport thyself in self-sought conversation with creatures without relinquishing God in the secret interior of thy soul, and that which thou canst not do without impudence and insult in thy intercourse with other creatures, thou shouldest not do in thy dealings with thy Lord and the Lord of all. Close thy ears to the deceitful conversations, which might induce thee to speak what thou shouldest not. For it is not just that thou speak more than what is enjoined thee by thy Lord and Master. Listen to his holy law, which he has, with so liberal a hand, written in thy heart. Hear the voice of thy pastor, and answer him there, and him only. I wish to impress thee with the fact that if thou art to be my disciple and companion, it must be by signalizing thyself, especially in this virtue of silence. Reflect much, and write this doctrine in your heart today, and attach thyself more and more to this virtue, for first I wish to see thee established in this, and then I will teach thee how to speak. I do not dissuade thee from speaking words of admonition and consolation to thy daughters and thy subjects. Speak also with those who can give thee tokens of thy Beloved, and who can instruct and inflame thee with his love. In such kind of conversation thou wilt acquire a profitable silence of the soul, since in them is excited a horror and disgust for conversation of men, and thou wilt learn to relish conversation about the wished for eternal good only. Then with the force of love transforming thy being into that of thy Beloved, the impetus of thy passions will weaken, and thou shalt arrive at that kind of sweet martyrdom, which I suffered, when I complained of my body and of mortal life, for they seemed to me a dreary imprisonment, which hindered my flight, although not my love. O my daughter, forget all the earthly things in the hiding place of thy silence, and imitate me with all thy fervor and all thy strength, for thus shalt thou arrive at that state to which thy spouse invites thee. There thou shalt hear the consoling words, which sustain me in the pangs of my love. My dove, dilate thy heart, and give admission, my cherished one, to that sweet pain, for my heart is wounded by thy love. Thus the Lord spoke to me, and this thou thyself hast heard repeatedly. For to those that are alone and in silence does his Majesty speak. End of chapter 24. Book 1, Chapter 25 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 25. The time had arrived in which the most holy Mary could profitably and with perfect propriety break her blessed silence, in which the voice of that heavenly turtle dove was to be heard on our earth, in order that she might be the faithful harbinger of the springtime of grace. Canticles chapter 2, verse 12. But before she was commissioned by the Lord to speak with men, which was at the age of 18 months, she was favored with a vision of the divinity, not intuitive, but intellectual, which was a summary of those already received, and augmented the previous gifts and graces. In that vision a colloquy took place between the child and the highest Lord, which I tremblingly presume to reproduce in words. The Queen spoke to His Majesty: "Most high Lord and incomprehensible God, how canst thou pursue with such great favors thy most useless and poor creature? How canst thou unbend thy greatness in such loving condescension toward thy slave, who is incapable of making the least return? The Most High looks down upon the servant, the Most Powerful stoops to enrich the indigent, the Holy of Holiest lowers Himself to the dust. I, O Lord, am the little one among the creatures, and least of all deserve thy favors. What shall I do in thy divine presence? How shall I requite what I owe to thee? What have I, O Lord, that is not thine, since thou givest me being, life and activity? But I rejoice, O my Beloved, that thou possessest all the good, and without thee the creature possesses nothing. I rejoice that thou alone canst claim the glory of raising up the little one, of favoring the useless, giving existence to nothingness, for thus thy magnificence shall become more known and exalted." The Lord answered her and said: "My dove and beloved one, in my eyes thou hast found favor. Thine are the sweetnesses of my delights, my friend and chosen one. I will manifest what in thee shall please me most." These promises of the Lord wounded her anew and made the most tender heart of the infant Queen pine in throes of love, though it had already grown strong, and the Most High in his pleasure continued and said: "I am the God of mercies, and with immense love I am drawn toward mortals. Among so many, who have by their faults offended me, I see some just, who are my friends, and who have served me and do serve me from their heart. I have resolved to save them by sending my only begotten, in order that they may not be deprived of my glory, nor I of their eternal praise." To this proposition the most holy child Mary responded: "Most high Lord and powerful King, thine are all creatures and thine the power. Thou alone art the Holy One and the supreme ruler of all creation. Let thy own bounty move thee, O Lord, to hasten the coming of thy only begotten for the redemption of the sons of Adam. Let now the desired day of my ancient forefathers begin to dawn, and let mortals see thy eternal salvation. Why, O most beloved Master, since thou art a most kind Father of all mercies, dost thou delay so much the day, which thy captive and afflicted children expect with such longing? If my life can be of any service, I offer it gladly as a sacrifice for them." The Most High urged her with great benevolence, that from now on she should many times each day pray for the hastening of the incarnation of the eternal Word and for the redemption of all the human race, that she would bewail the sins of men, which impede their salvation and restoration. Likewise he told her that it was now time to exercise all her outward faculties, and that for his own greater glory it was befitting that she should converse with human creatures. Therefore, in order to comply with his wishes, the child said to his Majesty: "Most high Lord and incomprehensible Majesty, how can mere dust venture to treat of such hidden and exalted mysteries? How can she, who is the least of all the woman born, dare to converse of secrets so precious in thy sight? How can I win for men thy favor, and what can a creature do that has served thee in nothing? But thou, O my Beloved, wilt be obliged by poverty itself. In thee the ailing will find health, the thirsty will find the fountains of thy mercy, and the strength to fulfill thy will. If thou ordainest, O my Lord, that I open my lips in order to converse and speak with others besides thyself, who art all my good and my desire, I beseech thee, consider my frailty and ward off the danger. Very hard it is for rational creatures, not to fall into excess in conversation. If it is thy pleasure, I would rather keep silence during all my life, in order to avoid all danger of losing thee, for if this should happen, I shall not be able to outlive it one moment." This was the answer of the most holy child Mary, for she was full of apprehension on account of the new and dangerous duty of conversing with men, which was now enjoined on her. As far as her inclinations were concerned, if God had allowed it, she desired to observe inviolate silence and be mute during all her life. O great confusion and shining example for the insipidity of mortals, that she, who could not sin in speech, should tremble at its dangers! And we, who cannot open our mouths without sinning in our words, are consumed with mortal longings after the dissipation of speech! But, O my most sweetest child and queen of all creation, how canst thou desire to remain silent? Dost thou forget, my mistress, that thy silence would be the ruin of the world, the sorrow of heaven, and also, according to our ignorant way of understanding it, a dreary void for the most blessed Trinity? Dost thou not know that even in a single one of thy words, namely in the answer to the holy Archangel, "Fiat mihi secundum verbum tuum," let it be done to me according to thy word, Luke 1:38, thou wilt give the plenitude of perfection to all that exists? To the eternal Father thou givest a daughter, to the eternal Son a mother, to the Holy Ghost a spouse, to the angels reparation, to men redemption, to the heavens glory, peace to the earth, an advocate to the world, health to the sick, life to the dead. In this answer thou givest existence and reality to that, which must be considered greater than anything else outside of his own essence, and greater than all the other works that God could decree and ordain. Since thus the greatest works of divine omnipotence and the welfare of all creation depends entirely on thy word, how canst thou desire to be speechless, O my Lady and Mistress? Speak then, O child, who canst speak so well, and let thy voice be heard through all the vast circles of the heavens. With the most prudent answer of this spouse, the Most High was pleased, and his heart was again wounded by the loving fear of our great child. Therefore, as if fully requited by their Beloved, and as if conferring among themselves in regard to her petition, the three divine persons spoke these words of the Canticles. Our sister is little and hath no breasts. What shall we do to our sister in the day when she is to be spoken of? If she be a wall, let us build up on it bulwarks of silver. Canticles 8:8. Little thou art, beloved sister, in thy eyes, but great thou art, and great wilt thou be in our eyes. In this humility thou hast wounded our heart with one of thy hairs. Canticles 4:9. Thou art little in thy own judgment and estimation, and this is what moves us with love for thee. Thou hast not as yet the breasts of nourishing words, but thou also art not a woman according to the law of sin, for in regard to thee, this law does not hold, nor do we wish that it should be extended over thee. Thou humblest thyself, though thou art great beyond all creatures. Thou fearest, though thou art secure. Thou guardest against a danger, which cannot approach thee. What shall we do with this our sister on the day in which she shall open her lips according to our wish, in order to bless us, while the mortals do it in order to blaspheme against our holy name? What shall we do in order to celebrate so festive a day as that, in which she begins to speak? How shall we reward such humble modesty of her, who was always the delight of our eyes? Sweet was her silence, and most sweet will be her voice in our ears. If she is a fortress founded on the abundance of our graces, and made invincible by the power of our right hand, we will build upon such strong walls turrets of silver, we will heap new gifts upon the former ones, and let these our turrets be of silver, so as to make them more rich and precious. Let her words, when she begins to speak, be more pure, candid, strong, and full of meaning to our ears. Let our grace overflow from her lips, and let our powerful arm of protection rest upon her. While, according to our way of thinking, this conference took place between the three persons of the Divinity, our infant Queen was strengthened and consoled in her humble solicitude concerning the first exercise of her speech. The Lord promised her that He would govern her words and assist her to direct them all toward his service and pleasure. Then she petitioned his Majesty anew for his permission and blessing to open her lips so full of grace, and, being prudent and considerate in all things, she spoke her first words to her parents, Saint Joachim and Anne, asking of them their blessing, and thus acknowledging that from them, after God, she had her life and being. The happy parents heard her, and at the same time they saw that she was able to walk by herself. The happy Anne, in great joy of her spirit, took her into her arms and said, "My daughter and beloved of my heart, blessed and glorious to the Lord be the hour, in which we hear thy words, and in which thou beginnest to walk in his holy service. Let thy words and sayings be few, well measured and considered, and let thy footsteps be directed aright toward the service and honor of our Creator." The most holy Child heard these and other exhortations of her holy mother Anne, and she engraved them in her tender heart to preserve them in profound humility and obedience. During the year and a half which remained of the three before her departure into the temple, she spoke but few words besides those addressed to her mother, for holy Anne, in order to hear her speak, was wont to call her and request her to speak of God and his mysteries. The heavenly Child fulfilled her wish, listening to and asking questions of her mother. She that excelled in wisdom all the woman born, desired to learn and be instructed. Thus the daughter and the mother passed their time in sweetest colloquies concerning the Lord. It would not be easy, nor even possible, to describe the doings of the heavenly Child Mary during these 18 months of companionship with her mother. The latter shed copious and sweet tears of love and gratitude when at times she looked upon her Child, more venerable than the symbolic Ark of the Covenant. Yet never did Anne reveal the secret of her heart that her daughter was chosen to be the mother of the Messias, although they often spoke of this ineffable mystery. At such times the Child was inflamed with the most ardent love, and she spoke of it in the most exalted terms, innocently extolling her own dignity without being aware thereof, while her most blessed mother, holy Anne, was filled more and more with joy, love and solicitude for her daughter and her heart's treasure. The strength of the tender Child was by far inadequate for the fulfillment of the exercises and practices of humility to which her humble love urged her on. For this Mistress of all creatures esteemed herself the lowest of them all and was anxious to exhibit these humble sentiments in her actions by taking upon herself the most abject and servile occupations of the household. She feared that if she did not serve all that were with her, she could not satisfy her obligations and would fall short of her duty in the sight of the Lord, while the real cause of her not performing all that she wished was none other than the insufficiency of her bodily forces, and while the highest seraphim would have kissed the place where her sacred feet had touched, yet she was often full of holy fear lest she be deprived of doing the most humble services, such as cleaning and scrubbing the house. As she was not always permitted to engage in such things when others were present, she tried to do it when alone, being on such occasions assisted by the holy angels, and thus in a measure reaping the fruit of her humility through their help. The family of Joachim was not rich, though at the same time he could not have been called poor. Conformable to the honored standing of her family, Saint Anne desired to dress her most holy daughter as best she could afford within the bounds of decency and modesty. The most humble Child yielded to this maternal solicitude during the time of her voluntary silence without protest, but when she began to speak, she humbly asked her mother not to clothe her in costly and showy garments, but to procure for her garments of coarse and poor material, if possible, such as had already been worn by others and of an ash gray color, similar to that which in our day is worn by the nuns of Saint Clare. The holy mother, who looked upon and respected her daughter as her mistress, answered, "My daughter, I will conform to thy desire in regard to the form and color of thy dress, but thy strength will not permit the coarseness which thou desirest. In this regard I wish that thou obey me." The child, obedient to the will of her mother and never objecting in anything, acquiesced and allowed herself to be clothed in garments which were provided. They were of the color and form desired by her, and similar to the dress worn by children dedicated to a devout life. Although she desired them to be coarser and poorer, she supplied this want by obedience, deeming obedience more precious than sacrifice. I Kings chapter 15 verse 22. Thus the holy child Mary had the merit of obedience to her mother and of humility in her aspirations, deeming herself unworthy of the use of even that which is necessary to preserve natural life. In the virtue of obedience toward her parents, she was most distinguished and exact during the 3 years of her stay with them. By her divinely infused science, she knew their interior wishes, and thus she was beforehand in fulfilling them to the minutest point. She asked the permission and blessing of her mother for whatever she undertook to do herself, kissing her hand with great humility and reverence. The mother outwardly permitted this, while inwardly she venerated the grace and exalted dignity of her daughter. At times she would retire to enjoy, by herself and with great liberty, the company and intercourse of her holy angels, and to give outward tokens of the burning love of her spouse. In some of her exercises she prostrated herself, tearfully afflicting that most perfect and tender little body of hers for the sins of mortals, supplicating the mercy and blessings of God for them, and striving to gain these favors by the exercise of heroic virtues. The grief of her heart on account of the sins made known to her, and the pangs of love with which it was accompanied, caused in the heavenly child intensest sorrow and pain. Nevertheless, in order to be in all things the mother of mercy and the mediatrix of grace, she taxed also her bodily strength during that tender age in works of penance and mortification, sparing no exertion that time and opportunity permitted in order to gain grace for herself and for us men. When she reached the age of 2 years, she began to exercise her special pity and charity toward the poor. She solicited alms for them of Saint Anne, and the kind-hearted mother readily granted her petitions, both for the sake of the poor and to satisfy the tender charity of her most holy daughter, at the same time encouraging her, who was the mistress of mercy and charity, to love and esteem the poor. Besides giving what she obtained expressly for distribution among the poor, she reserved part of her meals for the same purpose, in order that from her infancy it might be said of her more truly than of Job, "From my infancy compassion grew within me." Job chapter 31 verse 18. She gave to the poor not as if conferring a benefit upon them, but as paying a debt due in justice, saying in her heart, "This my brother and master deserves what he needs and what I possess without desert." In giving alms, she kissed the hands of the poor, and whenever she was alone, she kissed their feet, or, if this was impossible, she would kiss the ground over which they had passed. Never did she give an alms to the poor without conferring still greater favors on their souls by interceding for them and thus dismissing them relieved in body and soul. Not less admirable were the humility and obedience of the most holy child in permitting herself to be taught to read and to do other things as other children in that time of life. She was instructed in reading and other arts by her parents, and she submitted, though she had infused knowledge of all things created. The angels were filled with admiration at the unparalleled wisdom of this child, who willingly listened to the teaching of all. Her holy mother Anne, as far as her intuition and love permitted, observed with rapture the heavenly Princess and blessed the Most High in her. But with her love, as the time for presenting her in the temple approached, grew also the dread of the approaching end of the 3 years set by the Almighty and the consciousness that the terms of her vow must punctually be fulfilled. Therefore the child Mary began to prepare and dispose her mother, manifesting to her, 6 months before, her ardent desire of living in the temple. She recounted the benefits which they had received at the hands of the Lord, how much they were obliged to seek his greater pleasure, and how, when she should be dedicated to God in the temple, she would be more her daughter than in their own house. The holy Anne heard the discreet arguments of her child Mary, but though she was resigned to the divine will and wished to fulfill her promise of offering up her beloved daughter, yet the natural force of her love toward such an unequaled and beloved treasure, joined with the full understanding of its inestimable value, caused a mortal strife in her most faithful heart at the mere thought of her departure, which was closely at hand. There is no doubt that she would have lost her life in this fierce and vivid sorrow if the hand of the Almighty had not comforted her, for the grace and dignity of her heavenly daughter was fully known to her and had entirely ravished her heart, making the presence of Mary more dear to her than life. Full of this grief, she said to the child: "My beloved daughter, for many years I have longed for thee, and only for a few years do I merit to have thy company. But thus let the will of God be fulfilled. I do not wish to be unfaithful to my promise of sending thee to the temple, but there is yet time left for fulfilling it. Have patience until the day arrives for the accomplishment of thy wishes." A few days before Most Holy Mary reached the age of 3 years, she was favored with an abstract vision of the Divinity, in which it was made known to her that the time of her departure for the temple ordained by God had arrived, and that there she was to live dedicated and consecrated to his service. Her most pure soul was filled with new joy and gratitude at this prospect, and speaking with the Lord, she gave him thanks, saying: "Most high God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, my eternal and highest good, since I cannot praise thee worthily, let it be done in the name of this humble slave by the angelic spirits, since thou, immense Lord, who hast need of none, dost look upon this lowly wormlet of the earth in thy unbounded mercy. Whence this great benefit to me, that thou shouldest receive me into thy house and service, since I do not even merit the most abject spot of the earth for my place of habitation? But as thou art urged thereto by thy own greatness, I beseech thee to inspire the hearts of my parents to fulfill thy holy will." At the same time Saint Anne had a vision, in which the Lord enjoined her to fulfill her promise by presenting her daughter in the temple on the very day on which the 3rd year of her age should be completed. There is no doubt that this command caused more grief in Saint Anne than that given to Abraham to sacrifice his son Isaac. But the Lord consoled and comforted her, promising his grace and assistance in her loneliness during the absence of her beloved daughter. The holy matron showed herself prepared and ready to execute the command of the Almighty, and she answered full of submission by the following prayer: "Lord God, Master of all my being, I have pledged to thy service and to the temple my daughter, whom thou in thy ineffable mercy hast given me. She is thine, and I return her to thee with thanks for the time in which I have enjoyed her, for having been chosen to conceive her and assist in her formation. But remember, God and Lord, that in keeping thy inestimable treasure I was rich. I enjoyed her company in this desert valley of tears. She was the joy of my sorrow, the alleviation of my labors, the mirror for the regulation of my life, the example of a supernal perfection, which stimulated my remissness and enkindled my affections. Through that creature alone have I hoped for mercy and grace, and I fear, that in being deprived of her, I will fall away from all thy grace. Heal, O Lord, the wound of my heart, and deal with me not as I have deserved, but look upon me as a kind Father of mercies, while I bring my daughter to the temple according to thy command." Saint Joachim also had a visitation or vision of the Lord at this time, receiving the same command as Anne. Having conferred with each other and taking account of the will of the Lord, they resolved to fulfill it with humble submission, and appointed the day on which the child was to be brought to the temple. Great was also the grief of this holy old man, though not quite so great as that of Saint Anne, for the high mystery of her being the future Mother of God was yet concealed from him. Instruction given me by the Queen of Heaven. My dearest daughter, keep in mind, that all the living are born destined for death, but ignorant of the time allowed them. This they know for certain, however, that the term of life is short, that eternity is without end, that in this life only they can harvest what will yield life or death eternal. In this dangerous pilgrimage of life, God has ordained that no one shall know for certain whether he is worthy (Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 1) of his love or hate. For if he uses his reason rightly, this uncertainty will urge him to seek with all his powers the friendship of that same Lord. God justifies his cause as soon as the soul acquires the use of reason, for from that time onward he enlightens and urges and guides man toward virtue and draws him away from sin, teaching him to distinguish between water and fire, to approve of the good and reject evil, to choose virtue and repel vice. Moreover, God calls and rouses the soul by his holy inspirations and continual promptings, provides the help of the sacraments, doctrines and commandments, urges man onward through his angels, preachers, confessors, ministers and teachers, by special tribulations and favors, by the example of strangers, by trials, deaths, and other happenings and dispositions of his providence. He disposes the things of life so as to draw toward him all men, for he wishes all to be saved. Thus he places at the disposal of the creature a vast field of benevolent help and assistance, which it can and should use for its own advancement. Opposing all this are the tendencies of the inferior and sensitive nature, infected with the fomes peccati, the foment of sin, tending towards sensible objects and by the lower appetites and repugnances, disturbing the reason and enthralling the will in the false liberty of ungoverned desires. The demon also, by his fascinations and his deceitful and iniquitous suggestions, obscures the interior light and hides the deathly poison beneath the pleasant exterior. But the Most High does not immediately forsake his creatures. He renews his mercy and his assistance, recalling them again and again, and if they respond to his first call, he adds others according to his equity, increasing and multiplying them in proportion as the soul corresponds. As a reward of the victory which the soul wins over itself, the force of his passions and concupiscences is diminished. The spirit is made free to soar higher and rise above its own inclinations and above the demons. But if man neglects to rise above his low desires and his forgetfulness, he yields to the enemy of God and man. The more he alienates himself from the goodness of God, so much the more unworthy does he become of the secret callings of the Most High, and so much the less does he appreciate his assistance, though it be great. For the demon and the passions have obtained a greater dominion and power over his intellect, and have made him more unfit and more incapable of the grace of the Almighty. Thereon, my dear daughter, rests the whole salvation or condemnation of souls, that is, in commencing to admit or resist the advances of the Lord. I desire thee not to forget this doctrine, so that thou mayest respond to the many calls which thou receivest of the Most High. See thou be strong in resisting his enemies, and punctually solicitous in fulfilling the pleasure of thy Lord, for thereby thou wilt gratify him and attend to the commands made known to thee by divine light. I loved my parents dearly, and the tender words of my mother wounded my heart, but as I knew it to be the will of the Lord to leave them, I forgot her house and my people in order to follow my spouse. The proper education and instruction of children will do much toward making them more free and habituated to the practice of virtue, since thus they will be accustomed to follow the sure and safe guiding star of reason from its first dawn. End of chapter 25. End of book 1. Book 2, Chapter 1 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2 treats of the presentation of the Princess of Heaven in the temple, the favors she received at the hand of God, the sublime perfection with which she observed the rules of the temple, the heavenly excellence of her heroic virtues and visions, her most holy espousal, and other events up to the incarnation of the Son of God. Chapter 1. Among the types which foreshadowed the most holy Mary in the written law, none was more expressive than the Ark of the Covenant, not only on account of the material of which it was constructed and its contents, but also on account of the purposes for which it served and the effects which the Lord wrought through it and in connection with it in the ancient synagogue. It was all a prototype of this Lady and of what she was to do in the new church of the Gospel. The incorruptible cedar of which it was made, not by chance, but by divine disposition. Exodus chapter 25, verse 10, typified clearly our mystical ark Mary, free from the corruption of actual sin and from the secret worminess of original guilt with its inseparable ferment of disorderly passions. The finest and purest gold, Exodus chapter 25, verse 11, which covered it on the outside and inside, certainly indicated the most perfect and exalted graces and gifts, which shone forth in her heavenly thoughts, in her works and activities, in her habits and the operations of her faculties, so that in no exterior or interior part of this mystical ark could be discerned aught which at any moment of time was not entirely covered by the gold of the most exquisite and finest carat. The stone tablets of the law, the vase of the manna and the miraculous staff, Hebrews chapter 9, verse 4, which that ancient ark contained and preserved, cannot be surpassed in expressive significance of the eternal and incarnate Word, enclosed within that living ark, the most holy Mary, for he was her only begotten Son, the living foundation rock of the evangelical Church. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 11. In this virginal ark of Mary was placed the keystone which was to join the Gentiles and the Jews, and was torn from the mountain of its eternal generation. Ephesians chapter 2, verse 20. In order that on it might be written by the finger of God the new law of grace. Thus in the old ark Mary was foreshadowed as the great Queen, who was to be the depositary of all that God provided and operated for his creatures. She also enclosed within herself the manna of the divinity and of grace, and the wonder-working staff of miracles and prodigies, so that this heavenly and mystical ark alone contained the fountain of grace, namely God himself, overflowing into the rest of mankind and forming the nucleus of all the miracles and prodigies of God. In Mary, therefore, all that the Lord desired to operate and manifest is contained and deposited. Accordingly, the Ark of the Testament, not in itself, but on account of the truth which it foreshadowed, served as the seat and footstool of propitiation, where the Lord was seated in the tribunal of his mercies, to listen to his people, to answer them and distribute his gifts and favors. For the ancient ark typified most holy Mary, the throne of grace and the true mystical propitiatory, which he had expressly made for his indwelling. Thus it seems that the tribunal of the divine justice remains set up in God himself, while the propitiatory and the tribunal of his mercy was set up in Mary, in order that to her, as a throne of grace, we might approach in assured confidence to present our petitions for those benefits, graces and mercies, which outside of the Queen Mary are unheard of and unattainable by the human race. Such a sacred and mysterious ark, constructed by the hands of the Lord himself, for his habitation and as the propitiatory of his people, could not remain with propriety outside of his temple, where was preserved that other material ark, which was only a figure of the spiritual and true ark of the new covenant. Therefore its author ordained that she be placed in his house and temple as soon as the first 3 years of her infancy should be completed. But I am astonished to find a wonderful difference in regard to that which happened with the primitive and figurative ark, and that which came to pass with the second and true Ark of the Covenant. For though the ancient ark had no other importance than that of presignifying Mary and the mysteries connected with her, when the King David transferred it to different places, and when afterwards Solomon his son placed it in the temple, as in its proper place of rest, all was done with great festivities and rejoicings of that ancient people, as is shown by the solemn processions arranged by David from the house of Abinadab to the house of Obed-edom. II Kings chapter 6 verse 10. And thence to the tabernacle of Sion, his own city. II Kings chapter 6 verse 12. Likewise when Solomon transferred it from Sion to the new temple, which he had built as the house of God and of prayer by command of the Lord. On all these occasions the ancient Ark of the Testament was borne along in public veneration and most solemn celebrations, amid the strains of music, dancing, sacrifices, the rejoicings of the kings and of the whole people of Israel, as is related in the sacred history of the second and third book of the Kings, and the first and second of Paralipomenon. But our true and mystical Ark, the most holy Mary, although she was the most precious, the most estimable and worshipful of all the creatures, was not brought to the temple with such solemn show and public ostentation. During the transferring of this mysterious Ark, the sacrifice of animals, the royal pomp and the royal majesty were wanting. She was carried from the house of her father Joachim in the arms of her humble mother Anne, who, though she was not very poor, wished to bear her beloved daughter on her arms in order to present her in the temple without ostentation of riches, alone and unnoticed by the people. The glory and majesty of this procession, according to the wishes of the Most High, was to be divine and invisible. All the sacraments and mysteries of the most holy Mary are so exalted and hidden that according to the inscrutable decrees of the Lord, many of them are concealed to this day. He it is that holds in his hands the time and the hour for the revelation of all things, and of each one in particular. Lost in admiration of this wonder, prostrate in the presence of the Most High, and in the praise of his high judgments, I was favored by his Majesty with the following explanation. Understand, my soul, that if I provided that the Ark of the Old Testament be venerated with so much festivity and outward show, it was because it was an express figure of her, who was to be the mother of the incarnate Word. The first Ark was material and irrational, and this ostentation and celebrity could be arranged for it without difficulty. But during her life on earth in mortal flesh, I would not permit such celebration in connection with the true and living Ark, Mary, for thou and the rest of the souls are to look upon her as an example during your pilgrimage. I do not desire those who are written in my memory for eternal election to expect honors and the inconsiderate praise and applause of men as a part of their reward for working in my honor and service during mortal life. Nor must they be put in danger of dividing the love of their God, who justifies them and makes them saints, with those who merely proclaim them as such. The one and only Creator has made them and sustains them, illumines and defends them. Therefore their love and attention must be single and undivided, and it must not be diverted even by a thankful regard for those who honor them as just. The love of God is most sensitive, the human will is most frail and limited. If it is divided, it can only be small and very imperfect in its activity, easily coming to naught. Therefore I did not wish her, who was to be the example of all holiness, and who was free from all danger of a fall through my protection, to be renowned, or especially honored during her life, nor was she to be brought to the temple amid the outward show of honor. Moreover, I have sent my only begotten from heaven and have created her, who was to be his mother, for the very purpose of drawing the world from its error and of undeceiving mortals, who have established the unjust and sinful law, that the poor are to be despised and the rich esteemed, that the humble are to be humiliated and the proud to be exalted, the virtuous to be maligned and the sinful applauded, that the timorous and modest are to be considered as fools and the arrogant to be held as valiant, that poverty should be considered as shameful and unfortunate, while riches, pomp, ostentation, splendor, honors, perishable pleasures should be sought and prized by foolish and carnal men. All this the incarnate Word and his Mother, in coming among them, were to reprove and condemn as deceitful and false, so that mortals might perceive the terrible danger of loving and entertaining so blindly the deceitful sensible pleasures in which they live. Through this insensate love, it happens that they so persistently fly from humility, meekness and poverty, and evade all that pertains to the true virtue of penance and abnegation of self. And yet these virtues are truly acceptable in my eyes, and according to my justice. For the holy, the honorable, the just actions are to be rewarded with eternal glory, whereas the contrary ones are to be visited by everlasting punishment. This truly earthly and carnal eyes do not see, nor do they care to attend to the light which teaches them. But thou, soul, observe it and write it in thy heart, taking an example from the incarnate Word and from his mother, and imitating them closely therein. She was holy, and, in my estimation, most acceptable to Christ. To her was due all the veneration and worship of men, and even more than they could give. Yet I provided and ordained in her regard that she receive no honor or recognition at that time, so that she, as the mistress of truth, might be the most shining example of all that is holy, perfect, estimable and safest for the instruction and guidance of my elect. She was to be the shining example of humility, of retirement, of contempt and horror for the dreadful vanity of the world, of love for sufferings, tribulations, insults, afflictions and dishonors inflicted by creatures. All holiness is adverse and contrary to the applause, honors and estimation of the world, and I decree that the most pure Mary should not be burdened by them, nor do I desire that my friends should enjoy or be pleased with them. If for my glory it sometimes happens that they become known to the world, it is not because they have desired it or looked for it, but because they, always remaining in the humility and in the sentiment proper to their state, resign themselves to my providence. For themselves and as far as they are concerned, they seek and love that which the world despises, and which the incarnate Word and his most holy Mother strove after and have taught. This was the answer which the Lord gave to my wondering inquiry, and thus did he instruct me in regard to what I should seek and strive after. The 3 years' time decreed by the Lord having been completed, Joachim and Anne set out from Nazareth, accompanied by a few of their kindred, and bringing with them the true living Ark of the Covenant, the most holy Mary, born in the arms of her mother, in order to be deposited in the holy temple of Jerusalem. The beautiful child, by her fervent and loving aspirations, hastened after the ointments of her beloved, seeking in the temple him whom she bore in her heart. This humble procession was scarcely noticed by earthly creatures, but it was invisibly accompanied by the angelic spirits, who, in order to celebrate this event, had hastened from heaven in greater numbers than ordinary as her bodyguard, and were singing in heavenly strains the glory and praise of the Most High. The Princess of Heaven heard and saw them as she hastened her beautiful steps along in the sight of the highest and true Solomon. Thus they pursued their journey from Nazareth to the holy city of Jerusalem, and also the parents of the Holy Child Mary felt in their hearts great joy and consolation of spirit. They arrived at the holy temple, and the blessed Anne, on entering, took her daughter and mistress by the hand, accompanied and assisted by Saint Joachim. All three offered a devout and fervent prayer to the Lord, the parents offering to God their daughter, and the most holy Child, in profound humility, adoration and worship, offering up herself. She alone perceived that the Most High received and accepted her, and, amid divine splendor which filled the temple, she heard a voice saying to her: "Come, my beloved, my spouse, come to my temple, where I wish to hear thy voice of praise and worship." Having offered their prayers, they rose and betook themselves to the priest. The parents consigned their child into his hands, and he gave them his blessing. Together they conducted her to the portion of the temple buildings, where many young girls lived to be brought up in retirement and in virtuous habits, until old enough to assume the state of matrimony. It was a place of retirement especially selected for the firstborn daughters of the royal tribe of Judah and the sacerdotal tribe of Levi. 15 stairs led up to the entrance of these apartments. Other priests came down these stairs in order to welcome the Blessed Child Mary. The one that had received them, being according to the law one of a minor order, placed her on the first step. Mary, with his permission, turned and kneeling down before Joachim and Anne, asked their blessing and kissed their hands, recommending herself to their prayers before God. The holy parents in tenderest tears gave her their blessing, whereupon she ascended the 15 stairs without any assistance. She hastened upward with incomparable fervor and joy, neither turning back nor shedding tears, nor showing any childish regret at parting from her parents. To see her in so tender an age, so full of strange majesty and firmness of mind, excited the admiration of all those present. The priests received her among the rest of the maidens, and Saint Simeon consigned her to the teachers, one of whom was the prophetess Anne. This holy matron had been prepared by the Lord by a special grace and enlightenment, so that she joyfully took charge of this child of Joachim and Anne. She considered the charge a special favor of divine providence, and merited by her holiness and virtue to have her as a disciple, who was to be the Mother of God and Mistress of all the creatures. Sorrowfully her parents Joachim and Anne retraced their journey to Nazareth, now poor as deprived of the rich treasure of their house. But the Most High consoled and comforted them in their affliction. The holy priest Simeon, although he did not at this time know of the mystery enshrined in the child Mary, obtained great light as to her sanctity and her special selection by the Lord. Also the other priests looked upon her with great reverence and esteem. In ascending the 15 stairs, the child brought to fulfillment that which Jacob saw happening in sleep, for here too were angels ascending and descending, the ones accompanying, the others meeting their queen as she hastened up, whereas at the top God was waiting in order to welcome her as his daughter and spouse. She also felt by the effects of the overflowing love that this truly was the house of God and the portal of heaven. The child Mary, when brought to her teacher, knelt in profound humility before her and asked her blessing. She begged to be admitted among those under her direction, obedience and counsel, and asked her kind forbearance in the labor and trouble which she would occasion. The prophetess Anne, her teacher, received her with pleasure and said to her: "My daughter, thou shalt find in me a helpful mother, and I will take care of thee and of thy education with all possible solicitude." Then the holy child proceeded to address herself with the same humility to all the maidens which were then present. Each one she greeted and embraced, offering herself as their servant and requesting them, as older and more advanced than she in the duties of their position, to instruct and command her. She also gave them thanks that without her merit they admitted her to their company. Instruction given me by the most holy Virgin Mary. My daughter, the greatest happiness which can befall any soul in this mortal life is that the Almighty call her to his house consecrated to his service. For by this benefit he rescues the soul from a dangerous slavery and relieves her of the vile servitude of the world, where, deprived of true liberty, she eats her bread in the sweat of her brow. Who is so dull and insipid as not to know the dangers of the worldly life, which is hampered by all the abominable and most wicked laws and customs introduced by the astuteness of the devil and the perversity of men? The better part is religious life and retirement. In it is found security. Outside is a torment and a stormy sea, full of sorrow and unhappiness. Through the hardness of their heart and the total forgetfulness of themselves, men do not know this truth and are not attracted by its blessings. But thou, O soul, be not deaf to the voice of the Most High, attend and correspond to it in thy actions. I wish to remind thee that one of the greatest snares of the demon is to counteract the call of the Lord, whenever he seeks to attract and incline the soul to a life of perfection in his service. Even by itself, the public and sacred act of receiving the habit and entering religion although it is not always performed with proper fervor and purity of intention, is enough to rouse the wrath and fury of the infernal dragon and his demons. For they know that this act tends not only to the glory of the Lord and the joy of the holy angels, but that religious life will bring the soul to holiness and perfection. It very often happens that they who have received the habit with earthly and human motives are afterwards visited by divine grace, which perfects them and sets all things aright. If this is possible even when the beginning was without a good intention, how much more powerful and efficacious will be the light and influence of grace and the discipline of religious life, when the soul enters under the influence of divine love, and with a sincere and earnest desire of finding God and of serving and loving Him? Before the Most High reforms or advances those, who for any reason enter the religious state, it is no more than right, that in turning away from the world, they avert also their eyes from it, and blot out from their memory all its images, forgetting all that they have in so praiseworthy a manner left behind. Those that neglect this requirement and are ungrateful and disloyal toward God will doubtlessly fall under the punishment of the wife of Lot. Genesis chapter 19, verse 26. And if on account of the goodness of God they do not suffer this punishment in an equally open and visible manner, they nevertheless undergo it interiorly, remaining congealed and full of dryness, without fervor or advance in virtue. Forsaken by grace, they thus do not attain the end of their vocation, make no progress in religion, nor find any spiritual consolation in it, and do not merit to be visited by the Lord as children, but to be left to their own resources, like unfaithful and fugitive slaves. Remember, Mary, that for thee all the world must be crucified and dead, that thou must have for it no memory, retain none of its images, pay it no attention, nor have any inclination toward any of its creatures. If sometimes it is necessary to exercise charity with thy neighbors, see that thou ordain it well, and that thou safeguard beforehand the good of thy soul, its security and quiet, its interior tranquillity and peace. In these points, as far as is possible without sin, I admonish and command thee to go to the greatest extremes, if thou wishest to remain in my school. End of chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 2. When the heavenly child Mary had dismissed her parents and entered upon her life in the temple, her teacher assigned to her a place among the rest of the maidens, each of whom occupied a large alcove or little room. The Princess of Heaven prostrated herself on the pavement, and, remembering that it was holy ground and part of the temple, she kissed it. In humble adoration, she gave thanks to the Lord for this new benefit, and she thanked even the earth for supporting her and allowing her to stand in this holy place, for she held herself unworthy of treading and remaining upon it. Then she turned toward her holy angels and said to them: Celestial princes, messengers of the Almighty, most faithful friends and companions, I beseech you with all the powers of my soul to remain with me in this holy temple of the Lord and as my vigilant sentinels, reminding me of all that I should do, instructing me and directing me as the teachers and guides of my actions, so that I may fulfill in all things the perfect will of the Most High, give pleasure to the holy priests, and obey my teacher and my companions. And addressing in particular those whom I mentioned above as the 12 angels of the Apocalypse, she said: And I beseech you, my ambassadors, if the Almighty permit you, go and console my holy parents in their affliction and solitude. While the 12 angels executed her command, Mary remained with the others in heavenly conversation. She began to feel a supernal influence of great power and sweetness, spiritualizing her and elevating her in burning ecstasy, and immediately the Most High commanded the seraphim to assist in illumining and preparing her most holy soul. Instantly she was filled with a divine light and force, which perfected and proportioned her faculties in accordance with the mysteries now to be manifested to her. Thus prepared and accompanied by her holy angels and many others, in the midst of a refulgent host, the celestial child was raised body and soul to the empyrean heaven, where she was received by the Holy Trinity with befitting benevolence and pleasure. She prostrated herself in the presence of the most mighty and high Lord, as she was wont to do in all her visions, and adored Him in profound reverence and humility. Then she was further transformed by new workings of divine light, so that she saw, intuitively and face to face, the Divinity itself. This was the second time that it manifested itself to her in this intuitive manner during the first 3 years of her life. By no human tongue or any sensible faculty could the effects of this vision and participation of the divine essence ever be described. The person of the Father spoke to the future mother of his Son and said: "My dove, my beloved one, I desire thee to see the treasures of my immutable being and of my infinite perfections, and also to perceive the hidden gifts destined for the souls whom I have chosen as heirs of my glory and who are rescued by the lifeblood of the Lamb. Behold, my daughter, how liberal I am toward my creatures that know and love me, how true in my words, how faithful in my promises, how powerful and admirable in my works. Take notice, my spouse, how ineffably true it is, that he who follows me does not walk in darkness. I desire that thou, as my chosen one, be an eyewitness of the treasures which I hold in reserve for raising up the humble, enriching the poor, exalting the downtrodden, and for rewarding all that the mortal shall do and suffer for my name." Other great mysteries were shown to the Holy Child in this vision of the Divinity. For as the object presented to the soul in such repeated intuitive visions is infinite, that which remains to be seen will always remain infinite, and will excite greater and greater wonder and love in the one thus favored. The most holy Mary answered the Lord and said: "Most high, supreme and eternal God, incomprehensible thou art in thy magnificence, overflowing in thy riches, unspeakable in thy mysteries, most faithful in thy promises, true in thy words, most perfect in thy works. For thou art the Lord, infinite and eternal in thy essence and perfections. But, most high Lord, what shall my littleness begin to do at the sight of thy magnificence? I acknowledge myself unworthy to look upon thy greatness, yet I am in great need of being regarded by it. In thy presence, Lord, all creation is as nothing. What shall I, thy servant, do, who am but dust? Fulfill in me all thy desire and thy pleasure. And if trouble and persecution suffered by mortals in patience, if humility and meekness are so precious in thy eyes, do not consent, O my beloved, that I be deprived of such a rich treasure and pledge of thy love. But as for the rewards of these tribulations, give them to thy servants and friends, who deserve them better than I, for I have not yet labored in thy service and pleasure." The Most High was pleased with the petition of the heavenly Child, and He gave her to understand that He would admit her to suffering and labor for his love in the course of her life, without at the time revealing to her the order and the manner in which He was to dispense them. The Princess of heaven gave thanks for this blessing and favor of being chosen to labor and suffer for the glory of God's name. Burning with desire of securing such favor, she asked of his Majesty to be allowed to make 4 vows in his presence: of chastity, of poverty, of obedience, and of perpetual enclosure in the temple whither he had called her. To this petition the Lord answered and said to her: "My spouse, my thoughts rise above all that is created, and thou, my chosen one, dost not yet know what is to happen to thee in the course of thy life, and thou dost not yet understand why it is impossible to fulfill thy fervent desires altogether in the manner in which thou dost imagine. The vow of chastity I permit and I desire that thou make it. I wish that from this moment thou renounce earthly riches. It is also my will, that as far as possible, thou observe whatever pertains to the other vows, just as thou hast made them all. Thy desire shall be fulfilled through many other virgins in the coming law of grace. For, in order to imitate thee and to serve me, they will make these same vows and live together in community, and thou shalt be the mother of many daughters. The most holy Child then, in the presence of the Lord, made the vow of chastity, and for the rest, without binding herself, she renounced all affection for terrestrial and created things. She moreover resolved to obey all creatures for the sake of God. In the fulfillment of these promises, she was more punctual, fervent, and faithful than any who have ever made these vows or ever will make them. Forthwith the clear and intuitive vision of the Divinity ceased, but she was not immediately restored to the earth. For remaining in the empyrean heaven, she enjoyed another, an imaginary vision of the Lord in a lower state of ecstasy, so that in connection with it she saw other mysteries. In this secondary and imaginary vision, some of the seraphim closest to the Lord approached her and by his command adorned and clothed her in the following manner. First, all her senses were illumined with an effulgent light, which filled them with grace and beauty. Then they robed her in a mantle or tunic of most exquisite splendor, and girded her with a cincture of varied colored and transparent stones of flashing brilliancy, which adorned her beyond human comprehension. They signified the immaculate purity and the various heroic virtues of her soul. They placed on her also a necklace or collar of inestimable and entrancing beauty, which contained 3 large stones, symbolic of the 3 great virtues of faith, hope, and charity. This they hung around her neck, letting it fall to her breast, as if indicating the seat of these precious virtues. They also adorned her hands with 7 rings of rare beauty, whereby the Holy Ghost wished to proclaim that He had enriched her with his holy gifts in a most eminent degree. In addition to all this, the most holy Trinity crowned her head with an imperial diadem, made of inestimable material and set with most precious stones, constituting her thereby as his spouse and as the Empress of heaven. In testimony whereof, the white and refulgent vestments were emblazoned with letters or figures of the finest and the most shining gold, proclaiming: Mary, daughter of the eternal Father, spouse of the Holy Ghost, and mother of the true light. This last name or title the heavenly Mistress did not understand, but the angels understood it, who, lost in wonder and praise of the Author, were assisting at this new and strange ceremony. Finally, the attention of all the angelic spirits were drawn toward the Most High, and a voice proceeded from the throne of the Blessed Trinity, which, addressing the most holy Mary, spoke to her: Thou shalt be our spouse, our beloved and chosen one among all creatures, for all eternity. The angels shall serve thee, and all the nations and generations shall call thee blessed. Luke chapter 1, verse 48. The sovereign Child, being thus attired in the court dress of the Divinity, then celebrated a more glorious and marvelous espousal than ever could enter the mind of the highest cherubim and seraphim. For the Most High accepted her as his sole and only spouse, and conferred upon her the highest dignity which can befall a creature. He deposited within her his own divinity in the person of the Word, and with it all the treasures of grace befitting such eminence. Meanwhile, the most humble among the humble was lost in the abyss of love and wonder, which these benefits and favors caused in her, and in the presence of the Lord she spoke: Most high King and incomprehensible God, who art thou and who am I, that thy condescension should look upon me who am dust, unworthy of such mercy? In thee, my Lord, as in a clear mirror seeing thy immutable being, I behold and understand without error my lowliness and vileness. I admire thy immensity and deprecate my nothingness. At the sight of thee I am annihilated and lost in astonishment, that the infinite Majesty should stoop to so lowly a worm, who can merit only oblivion and contempt of all the creatures. O Lord, my only Good, how art thou magnified and exalted in this deed! What marvel dost thou cause through me in thy angelic spirits, who understand thy infinite bounty, magnificence and mercy in raising up from the dust her who in it is poor, and placed her among the princes? Psalm 112:7. I accept thee, O my King and my Lord, as my spouse, and I offer myself as thy slave. Let not my understanding attend to any other object, nor my memory hold any other image, nor my will seek other object or pleasure than thee, my highest good, my true and only love. Let not my eyes look upon human creature, nor my faculties and senses attend upon anything beside thee, and whatever thy majesty shall direct. Thou alone for thy spouse, my beloved, and she for thee only, who art the immutable and eternal good. The Most High received with ineffable pleasure this consent of the sovereign Princess to enter into the new espousal with her most holy soul. As upon his true spouse and as mistress of all creation, he now lavished upon her all the treasures of his grace and power, instructing her to ask for whatever she desired and assuring her that nothing would ever be denied her. The most humble dove at once proceeded to beseech the Lord with the most burning charity to send his only begotten to the world as a remedy for mortals, that all men be called to the true knowledge of his divinity, that her natural parents, Joachim and Anne, receive an increase of the loving gifts of his right hand, that the poor and afflicted be consoled and comforted in their troubles, and that in herself be fulfilled the pleasure of the divine will. These were some of the more express petitions addressed by the new spouse on this occasion to the Blessed Trinity. And all the angelic hosts sang new songs of admiration in praise of the Most High, while those appointed by his Majesty amidst heavenly music bore back the Holy Child from the empyrean heaven to the place in the temple from which they had brought her. In order to commence at once to put in practice what she had promised in the presence of the Lord, she betook herself to her instructress and offered her all that her mother, Saint Anne, had left for her comfort and sustenance, with the exception of a few books and clothes. She requested her to give it to the poor or use it for any other purpose according to her pleasure, and that she command and direct her what she was to do. The discreet matron, who was, as I have already said, the prophetess Anne, by divine impulse accepted and approved of the offering of the beautiful child, and dismissed her entirely poor and stripped of everything except the garments which she wore. She resolved to take care of her in a special manner as one destitute and poor, for the other maidens each possessed their spending money and a certain sum assigned and destined for their wearing apparel and for other necessities according to their inclinations. The holy matron, having first consulted the high priest, also gave to the sweetest child a rule of life. By thus despoiling and resigning herself, the Queen and Mistress of creation obtained a complete freedom and detachment from all creatures and from her own self, neither possessing nor desiring anything except only the most ardent love of God and her own abasement and humiliation. I confess my great ignorance, my vileness and insignificance, which make me entirely unworthy to explain such supernal and hidden mysteries. For where the expert tongues of the wise and the science and the love of the highest cherubim and seraphim are compelled to be mute, what can a useless and abject woman say? I know how much such an attempt would offend against the greatness of these mysteries, if obedience furnished no excuse. But even in obeying I tremble, and I fear that what I omit and am ignorant of is the greater, and what I know and say is the more insignificant part of all the mysteries and the doings of this City of God, the most holy Mary. Instruction of the Most Holy Virgin. My daughter, among the great and ineffable favors of the Omnipotent in the course of my life, was the one which thou hast just learned and described. For by this clear vision of the Divinity and of the incomprehensible essence, I acquired knowledge of the most hidden sacraments and mysteries, and in this adornment and espousal I received incomparable blessings and felt the sweetest workings of the Divinity in my spirit. My desire to take the 4 vows of poverty, obedience, chastity and enclosure pleased the Lord very much, and I merited thereby that the God-fearing in the Church and in the law of grace are drawn to live under these vows, as is the custom in the present time. This was the beginning of that which you religious practice now, fulfilling the words of David in the 44th Psalm. After her shall virgins be brought to the King, for the Lord ordained that my aspirations be the foundation of religious life and of the evangelical law. I fulfilled entirely and perfectly all that I proposed to the Lord, as far as was possible in my state of life. Never did I look upon the face of a man, not even on that of my husband Joseph, nor on that of the angels, when they appeared to me in human form, though I saw and knew them all in God. Never did I incline toward any creature, rational or irrational, nor toward any human operation or tendency. In all things I was governed by the Most High, either directly by Himself or indirectly through the obedience, to which I freely subjected myself. Do not forget, my dearest, that the religious state is consecrated and ordained by the Most High for maintaining the doctrine of Christian perfection and the close imitation of the life of my Son, and that therefore the souls, who in religious life are sunk in sleepy forgetfulness of their high blessing and lead a life more listless and lax than many worldly men, are objects of great wrath of the Lord, and a severer judgment and chastisement await them than others. The demon also, ancient and astute serpent as he is, uses more diligence in his attempts to overcome religious men and women than to conquer all the rest of worldly men, and if one of these religious fall, all hell exerts the greatest solicitude and care to prevent his using the many means which religion affords for rising from a fall, such as obedience and holy exercises and the frequent use of the sacraments. To make all these remedies miscarry and be of no use to the fallen religious, the enemy applies so many cunning snares that it would fill with horror any one who saw them. However, much of this is recognized in the actions and artifices by which a lax religious soul tries to defend its remissness, excusing it by specious arguments, if it does not break out in disobedience and yet greater disorders and faults. Be careful therefore, my daughter, and fear so dreadful a danger. By divine assistance of grace, raise thyself above thyself, never permitting thy will to consent to any disorderly affection or movement. I wish thee to consume thyself in dying to thy passions and in becoming entirely spiritualized, so that having extinguished within thee all that is of earth, thou mayest come to lead an angelic life and conversation. In order to deserve the name of spouse of Christ, thou must pass beyond the limits and the sphere of a human being and ascend to another state and divine existence. Although thou art earth, thou must be a blessed earth, without the thorns of passion, one whose fruit is all for the Lord, its Master. If thou hast for thy spouse that supreme and mighty Lord, who is the King of kings and the Lord of lords, consider it beneath thy dignity to turn thy eyes and much more thy heart towards such vile slaves as are the human creatures, for even the angels love and respect thee for thy dignity as spouse of the Most High. If even among men it is held to be a daring and boundless insolence in a plebeian to cast longing eyes upon the spouse of a prince, what a crime would it be to cast them on the spouse of the heavenly and omnipotent King? And it would not be a smaller crime if she herself would receive and consent to such familiarity. Consider and assure thyself that the punishment reserved for this sin is inconceivably terrible, and I do not show it to thee visibly, lest thou perish in thy weakness. I wish that for thee my instructions suffice to urge thee to the fulfillment of all I admonish, and to imitate me as my disciple, as far as thy powers go. Be also solicitous in recalling this instruction to the mind of thy nuns, and in seeing that they live up to it. My mistress and my most kind Queen, in the joy of my soul I listen to thy sweetest words, so full of spirit and of life, and I wish to inscribe them in the interior of my heart, together with the graces of thy most holy Son, which I beseech thee to obtain for me. If thou give me permission, I will speak in thy presence as an ignorant disciple with her mistress and teacher. I desire, O my Mother and Protectress, though I am so unworthy and remiss, to fulfill the 4 vows of my profession according to thy commands and according to my obligation, though I am so unworthy and remiss therein. Yet I beseech thee, give me a more full instruction, which may serve me as a guide and direction in the fulfillment of this duty and as a complement of these vows, which thou hast placed in my heart. End of chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 3. Instruction which the Queen of Heaven gave me concerning the vows of my profession. My dearest daughter, I will not deny thee the instruction thou askest of me with the desire of putting it into practice, but do thou receive it with an appreciative and devout mind, ready to follow it indeed. The wise man says, "My son, if thou be surety for thy friend, thou hast engaged fast thy hand to a stranger, thou art ensnared with the words of thy mouth, and caught with thy own words." Proverbs chapter 6, verse 1. Accordingly, he who has made vows to God has bound his own will, so that he has no freedom of acting except according to the will and direction of him to whom he has bound himself, for he is chained down by the words of his own mouth uttered in the profession of his vows. Before taking his vows, the choice of his ways was in his own hands, but having once bound and obliged himself, let him know that he has entirely lost his liberty and had delivered himself up to God in his superiors. The whole ruin or salvation of souls depends upon the use of their free will, but since most men use it ill and damn themselves, the Most High has established religious life under the sacred vows. Thus the creature, by once using its liberty to make a perfect and prudent choice, can deliver up to his Majesty that very liberty which so many pervert, if it remains free and unhampered in its choice. By these vows the liberty to do evil is happily lost, and the liberty for doing good is assured. It is like a bridle, which leads away from danger and directs into the smooth and sure road. The soul is freed from the slavery and subjection of the passions, and acquires a new power over them, resuming her place as mistress and queen in the government of her kingdom and remaining subject only to the law of grace and the inspirations of the Holy Ghost. If she thus applies her whole will solely to the fulfillment of all that she has promised to God, the Holy Spirit will govern and direct all her operations. The creature thereby passes from the condition and state of a slave to a child of the Most High, from an earthly to an angelic life, while the corruption and evil effects of sin cannot exert their full power. It is impossible that thou ever be able in this earthly life to calculate or comprehend what and how many are the blessings and treasures these souls gather for themselves, who with all their powers and affection strive to fulfill perfectly the vows of their profession. For I assure thee, my dearest, that those who are perfect and punctual in their religious obligations can equal and even surpass the martyrs in merit. My daughter, thou didst happily begin to gather these blessings on the day when thou didst choose the better part, but remember well that thou hast bound thyself to the eternal and mighty God, to whom the inmost secrets of thy heart are manifest. If it is so base and detestable to deceive and disappoint men in just promises, how vile is it to be unfaithful to God in the most just and holy promises? As thy Creator, Preserver and Benefactor, He claims thy gratitude; as Father, thy reverence; as Spouse, thy fidelity; as a friend, amicable intercourse; as the most faithful, He should excite thy faith and hope; as the highest and eternal good, He should possess thy love; as the Almighty, thy entire subjection; as the most just Judge, He should rouse thy humble and holy fear. Against all these allegiances and many others thou committest perfidious treason in failing or hesitating to fulfill what thou hast promised, according to thy profession. And if in all the nuns who have obliged themselves to a spiritual life and conversation, it is such a monstrous and terrible abomination to call themselves spouses of Christ, while living as members and slaves of the devil, how much more abominable will it be in thee, who hast received more than they all, and therefore shouldst exceed them in loving and exerting thyself to make a return for such incomparable blessings and benefits. Consider, O soul, how detestable this fault would make thee in the sight of the Lord, of myself, and of the angels and saints, for we all are witnesses of the love and fidelity, which He has shown toward thee as a generous, loving, and faithful spouse. Strive then with all thy heart to avoid offending Him, either in great or in small things. Do not force Him to relinquish thee and to deliver thee over to the beastly disorders of sin, for thou knowest that this would be a greater misfortune and punishment than if He consigned thee to the fury of the elements, or to the wrath of all the wild animals, or even to the rage of the demons. If all these were to execute their anger upon thee, and if the world were to heap upon thee all its punishments and insults, all would do thee less damage than one venial sin against the God, whom thou art obliged to serve and love in all things and through all things. Any punishment of this life is less dreadful than sin, for it ends with mortal life, but the guilt of sin, and with it punishment, may be eternal. In this life any punishment or tribulation fills mortals with fear and dread, merely because it affects the senses and brings them in close touch with it through them, but the guilt of sin does not affect them nor fill them with dread. Men are entirely taken up by that which is visible, and they therefore do not look upon the ultimate consequences of sin, which is the eternal punishment of hell. Though this is imbibed and inseparably connected with sin, the human heart becomes so heavy and remiss that it remains as if it were stupefied in its wickedness, because it does not feel it present in its senses. Though it could see and feel it by faith, this itself remains listless and dead, as if it were wanting entirely. O most unhappy blindness of mortals! O torpid negligence, that holds so many souls, capable of reason and of glory, oppressed in deceit! There are not words or sentences sufficient to describe this terrible and tremendous danger. My daughter, haste away and fly with holy fear such an unhappy state, and deliver thyself up to all the troubles and torments of life, which pass soon, rather than incur such a danger, for nothing will be wanting to thee if thou do not lose God. To be convinced that there are no small faults for thee and for thy state is a powerful means of saving thyself. Fear greatly the small things, for in despising small faults the Most High knows that the human heart invites other greater ones. That is not a blameless love, which does not avoid all displeasure of the Beloved One. The order which religious souls should maintain in their desires should be, that they strive to be punctual in fulfilling the obligations of their vows and all the virtues, which are connected with them. Afterwards and secondarily, they may engage in voluntary practices, such as are called supererogatory. This order some of the souls, who are misled by the devil to entertain an indiscreet zeal for perfection, are wont to invert. Thus, while they fail seriously in the obligations of their state, they are eager to add other voluntary exercises and practices, which are usually of small use or benefit, or arise from a spirit of presumption and singularity. They secretly desire to be looked upon as distinguished in zeal and perfection, while in truth they are very far even from the beginning of perfection. I do not wish to see in thee a fault so reprehensible, but first fulfill all the duties of thy vows and of community life, and then thou mayest add what thou canst, according to thy ability and the inspiration of divine grace. This together will beautify thy soul and will make it perfect and agreeable in the eyes of God. The vow of obedience is the principal one in religion, for it implies a total renunciation and denial of one's will. By it the religious renounces all jurisdiction or right to say for himself, I will or I will not, I shall or I shall not act. All this he throws aside and renounces by obedience, delivering himself into the hands of his superior. In order to fulfill this obligation, it is necessary for thee not to be wise in thy own conceit, not to imagine thyself still mistress of thy likings, thy desires, or thy opinion. For true obedience must be of the quality of faith, so that the commands of the superior are esteemed, reverenced, and put into execution without any pretense of examination or criticism. Accordingly, in order to obey, thou must consider thyself without opinion, without life of thy own, without right of speech. But thou must allow thyself to be moved and governed like a corpse, alive only in order to execute devoutly all that the superior desires. Never discuss within thyself whether thou shouldst fulfill his commands or not, but only consider how thou canst best execute that which is commanded. Sacrifice thy own inclination and repress all thy appetites and passions, and when by this efficacious determination thou art dead to all the movements of self, let obedience be the soul and the life of thy works. To the will of thy superior thou must conform all thy own, with all its activity in all thy words and works. Let it be thy prayer to be able to quit thy own being and receive another new one, so that nothing be thine and all in thee be of obedience without contradiction or resistance. Remember that the most perfect manner of obeying is to avoid offending the superior by showing that you disagree with him. He should find a willing obedience, convincing him that his commands are obeyed promptly, without objection or murmur, either in words or by any other signs. The superiors take the place of God, and he who obeys his superiors obeys the Lord himself, who is in them and governs them and enlightens them, so that their commands will be for the salvation of souls. The contempt shown to superiors passes on to God himself, who through them manifests and makes known his will. Luke chapter 10, verse 16. Thou must persuade thyself that the Lord moves them to speak, and that it is the word of the Omnipotent himself. My daughter, strive to be obedient in order that thou mayest speak of victories. Proverbs chapter 21, verse 28. Do not fear to obey, for that is the secure path, so secure that God will not bring to account the errors of the obedient on the day of judgment, but he will rather blot out other sins in consideration of the sacrifice made in obedience. My most holy Son offered his precious sufferings and death in special love for the obedient, and procured for them special rights in regard to mercy and grace, and special privileges toward the success and perfection of all that is due under obedience. Even now, in order to appease him, he reminds the eternal Father of his obedience unto death and unto the cross. Philippians chapter 2, verse 8. And so the Father is placated toward men. Because he was pleased with the obedience of Abraham and his son Isaac, he held himself obliged not only to save Isaac from death, who showed himself so obedient, but to make him the ancestor of the incarnate Word and to designate him as the head and beginning of the great blessings. The vow of poverty is a generous renunciation and detachment from the heavy burden of temporal things. It is an alleviation of the spirit. It is a relief afforded to human infirmity, the liberty of a noble heart to strive after eternal and spiritual blessings. It is a satiety and abundance, in which the thirst after earthly treasures is allayed, and a sovereignty and ownership, in which a most noble enjoyment of all riches is established. All this, my daughter, and many other blessings are contained in voluntary poverty, and all this the sons of the world are ignorant and deprived of, precisely because they are lovers of earthly riches and enemies of this holy and opulent poverty. They do not consider, although they feel and suffer, the heavy weight of riches, which pins them to the earth and drives them into its very bowels to seek gold and silver in great anxiety, sleeplessness, labors and sweat, as if they were not men, but wild beasts that know not what they are suffering and doing. And if they are thus weighed down before acquiring riches, how much more when they have come into their possession? Let the countless hosts that have fallen into hell with their burden proclaim it. Let their incalculable anxieties of preserving their riches, and much more, let the intolerable laws, which riches and those that possess them have foisted upon the world, testify what is required to retain them. If, on the other hand, possessions throttle the spirit and tyrannically oppress it in its weakness, if they suppress the soul's most noble privilege of following eternal goods and God himself, it is certain, on the other hand, that voluntary poverty restores to man the nobility of his condition, and, liberating him from vile servitude and reinstating him his noble freedom and mastery of all things, the soul is never more a mistress than when she despises them, and only then has she the more firm possession, and makes the more excellent use of riches, when she gives them away or leaves them of her own free will. Only then her appetite for them is best satiated, when she does not care to possess them. Then above all is the heart set free and made capable of the treasures of the divinity, for which it is furnished by the Creator with almost infinite capacity. My daughter, I wish thee to study diligently this divine philosophy and science, which the world forgets, and not only the world, but also many religious souls who have promised it to God. Great is the divine wrath on account of this fault, and suddenly will the infringers of this vow receive heavy and unexpected punishment. By setting aside their voluntary poverty, they have alienated from themselves the Spirit of Christ, my most holy Son, and all that we have come to teach men in abnegation and poverty. Although they do not now feel it, because the Judge delays, and they enjoy the abundance which they desire, yet in the judgment they will find themselves overwhelmed and dismayed by the rigor of their punishment, greater than they ever expected, considered, or imagined in their forgetfulness of divine justice. The temporal goods are created by the Most High for the sole purpose of sustaining life. Having attained this end, the need of them ceases. And as this need is limited, soon and easily satisfied, there is no reason that the care for the immortal soul should be only fitful and temporary, while the hunger after riches should be so perpetual and unintermitting, as it has come to be among men. It is the height of perverseness for man to mix up the end and the means in an affair so important and urgent, that he devote all his time, all his care, all the exertion of his powers, and all the alertness of his mind to the life of his body, of which he knows not the duration nor the end, and that on the other hand, in many years of his existence, he spare for his poor soul only 1 hour, and that very often the last and worst one of his whole life. Make use, therefore, my dearest daughter, of the true enlightenment, by which the Most High has undeceived thee in regard to such a dangerous error. Renounce all affection or inclination for earthly things. Even under the pretext of the necessity and poverty of thy convent, do not be over solicitous to procure things used for the sustenance of life. In exerting ordinary care, let it be such as will not disturb thee, when thou failest to obtain what thou desirest, and let it be without inordinate affection, even when thou seekest it for the service of God. For thou must know, that thy love of God shall be so much less, as the number of things thou lovest together with him is greater. Great possessions thou must renounce as superfluous. Thou dost not need them, and it is a crime to keep them for no purpose. The little thou standest in need of should also be esteemed but little, for it would be a great error to embarrass the heart with that which is of no account and can hinder it much. If thou hast all that according to thy judgment is necessary for human wants, thou art not in reality poor, for to be poor properly and strictly means to have less than what is necessary. Those, to whom nothing is wanting, call themselves rich. To possess more than is necessary creates unrest and affliction of spirit. To desire and look for what is not used will be a poverty without quiet or satisfaction. I require of thee such a freedom of spirit as not to attach thyself to anything, be it great or small, superfluous or necessary. Of the things that are necessary for human life, accept only so much as is needed to prevent death or indecency. Let this latter be of the poorest and of such as is patched up sufficient to cover thee, and in thy nourishment seek what is most coarse, without satisfying thy particular whims of taste, but asking for what is insipid and tasteless, so that on purpose thou mayest be served with what is disagreeable and be deprived of what the appetite craves, thus seeking in all things the greatest perfection. The vow of chastity includes purity of body and soul. This is easily lost, and it is difficult sometimes, according to the manner of losing it, even impossible to repair. This great treasure is deposited in a castle, which has many portals and openings, and if these are not all well guarded and defended, the treasure is without security. My daughter, in order to preserve perfectly this vow, it is necessary to make an inviolable pact with thy senses, not to use them except for what is according to the dictates of reason and for the glory of the Creator. After once the senses are mortified, it will be easier to overcome thy enemies, for only through them can they conquer thee. For no thoughts can recur, or be awakened to activity, unless fomented and excited by the images and impressions admitted through the exterior senses. Thou shouldest not touch, nor look upon, nor speak to any person of whatever condition, whether man or woman, so as to let their images or resemblances find entrance into thy imagination. This carefulness, which I enjoin, will be the guard of the purity which I require of thee. If on account of charity or obedience thou must converse with them, for only these virtues are sufficient causes for conversing with creatures, do it with all gravity, modesty, and reserve. In regard to thy own person, live as if thou wert a pilgrim and stranger in this world. Be poor, mortified, laborious, loving the hardship connected with temporal things, without expecting alleviation or enjoyment, as one who is absent from her home and her country, enlisted to work and battle against powerful foes. Since the flesh is the center of weakness and danger, it is proper that thou carefully resist thy natural likings, and through them the temptation of the demons. Raise thyself above thyself, and seek a habitation far above all that is earthly, in order that thou mayest live under the shadow of him whom thou desirest. Canticles chapter 2, verse 3. And in his protection thou shalt enjoy tranquillity and true refreshment. Deliver thyself over with thy whole heart to his chaste and holy love, without attending to any creatures, except in so far as they may help and oblige thee to love and serve thy Creator. In all other respects abhor them. Although no virtue should be wanting in her who professes herself, and is entitled to call herself a spouse of Christ, yet it is the virtue of chastity which makes her most worthy and like her spouse. For it is chastity which makes her spiritual and withdraws her from earthly corruption, elevating her to angelic life and to a certain resemblance of God himself. This virtue beautifies and adorns all the rest, raises the body to a higher existence, enlightens the mind, and preserves in the soul a nobility above all that is corruptible. Because this virtue was in an especial fruit of the redemption merited by my Son on the cross, where he paid for the sins of the world. Therefore Holy Scripture expressly mentions that virgins accompany and follow the Lamb. Apocalypse chapter 14, verse 4. The vow of enclosure is the wall of chastity and of all virtues, the preserve where they are nourished and expanded. It is a privilege granted by heaven to the spouses of Christ in religion, dispensing them from the burdensome and dangerous tribute, which the freedom of the world pays to the ruler of its vanities. By this vow the religious live as in a secure port, while other souls navigate and are tossed about in the storms of a dangerous sea. With so many advantages, enclosure cannot be considered as a confinement in a narrow space, for in it are offered to the religious the spacious fields of virtue, of the knowledge of God, of his infinite perfections, of his mysteries, and of his benefits conferred on man. On such spacious grounds can a nun recreate and enjoy herself, and only when she fails in this enjoyment does she begin to feel narrow confinement in this, the greatest freedom. For thee, my daughter, let there be no other playground, nor do I wish to see thee confine thyself to so narrow limits as even the whole visible world. Rise up to the height of the knowledge and love of God, where there are no limits or confines to hold thee, and where thou canst live in unbounded liberty. From that eminence thou wilt see how small, vile and despicable is all that is created, and how much too narrow it is to hold thy soul. To the necessary enclosure of the body add also the restrictions of the senses, in order that, imbued with fortitude, they may preserve for thee interior purity, and through it keep ablaze the fire of the sanctuary. Leviticus chapter 6, verse 12. Which thou must continue to nourish and watch, lest it be extinguished. In order to better guard the senses and profit from the vow of enclosure, do not approach the portals, nor the speaking grate, nor the windows, and do not even remember that the convent is furnished therewith, unless it is required by some particular office or by obedience. Desire nothing, and therefore strive after nothing, and do not exert thyself for that which is not allowed thee to desire. In retirement, solitude and circumspection wilt thou find thy peace. Thereby wilt thou give me pleasure, and merit for thyself copious fruit, and the reward of love and grace, which thou desirest. End of chapter 3. Book II, Chapter 4 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus, of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book II, Chapter 4. Let us now return to our heavenly narrative. After the Most Holy Child had begun to consecrate the temple by her holy presence and daily life, she grew from day to day in wisdom and grace, before God and before men. The understanding which was given me of that which the powerful hand of God proceeded to work in the heavenly Princess during these years, placed me as it were at the shore of a vast and unmeasured sea, leaving me lost in astonishment and doubt as to how I am to embark on such an immense ocean for the destined port. For I am forced to leave much unsaid, and it is difficult to describe even the smallest part. I will relate that which the Most High explained to me on one occasion in his own words. The works of her, who was to be the mother of the God-man, were altogether and in every way most perfect, and even to understand them exceeds the capacity of all human creatures and of the angels. Her interior acts of the virtues were so precious and of such great merit and favor that they surpass all the seraphim can do. And thou, my soul, wilt much better understand, than be able to explain them with words of thy tongue. But it is my will, that during thy pilgrimage in thy mortal body, thou place most holy Mary at the beginning of thy joy, that thou follow her through the desert of renunciation and abnegation of all that is human and visible. Follow her by a perfect imitation according to the measure of thy strength and of the light which thou receivest. Let her be thy guiding star and thy directress. She will manifest to thee my will, and will let thee find my holy law, which is written in her by the power of my right hand. Meditate upon it day and night. She by her intercession will strike the rock of Christ's humanity. Numbers chapter 20, verse 11. In order that in this desert may abound the waters of divine grace and light, so that thy thirst may be quenched, thy understanding enlightened, and thy will inflamed. She will be a pillar of light to illuminate thy path. Exodus chapter 13, verse 21. And a cloud to afford thee shade and refreshment against the ardors of thy passion and the fierceness of thy enemies. Thou wilt have in her an angel who will guard and guide thee, and Exodus chapter 23, verse 21. lead thee away from the dangers of Babylon and of Sodom, so that my punishment shall not reach thee. Thou wilt have in her a mother to love thee, a friend to counsel thee, a mistress to direct thee, a protectress to shield thee, and a queen whom thou canst serve and obey as a handmaid. In the virtues, which this Mother of the Only-Begotten exercised in the temple, thou wilt find a summary of all the highest perfections, according to which thou shouldest arrange thy life, an exact and reliable copy of all her sanctity, the beauty of virginity, the loveliness of humility, the utmost promptness in devotion and obedience, the steadfastness of faith, the certitude of hope, the fire of love, and the most complete outline map of all the wonders of my right hand. According to this rule thou must regulate thy life, by this mirror thou must arrange and adorn it, adding to the beauty and grace of a bride that wishes to enter into the chamber of her spouse and Lord. If the nobility and condition of the teacher are a spur to the disciple and tend to make his doctrine more acceptable, who can attract thee more powerfully than thy instructress, who is the mother of thy spouse, chosen as the most pure and holy among women, and without blemish of sin, being at the same time a virgin, and the mother of the Only-Begotten of the Eternal Father, the splendor of his divinity in his own essence? Hear then this sovereign Mistress, follow her in close imitation, and meditate without ceasing upon her admirable excellence and virtues. Remember, that the life and conversation she led in the temple is the original, which all the souls, that consecrate themselves after her as spouses of Christ, must copy within themselves. The above is the explanation and instruction, which the Most High gave me in outline concerning the life and conduct of the most holy Mary in the temple. But let us proceed now to a more particular description of her actions. After the vision of the Divinity, described in the second chapter, after she had offered herself entirely to the Lord and delivered up to her instructress all that she possessed, being thus deprived of all, entirely bound over to obedience and hiding beneath the veil of these virtues, treasures of grace and wisdom greater than that of the seraphim, she requested the priest and her teacher to prescribe for her an order of life and to direct her in the occupations which she was to assume. The priest and her instructress, having together considered her petition with the aid of a special enlightenment from on high, and desiring to regulate from now on the exercises of this heavenly child of only 3 years, called her to their presence. The Princess of heaven remained kneeling before them during this interview, and, although they bade her rise, she begged most humbly to be allowed to remain in this reverent position in the presence of the minister and priest of the Most High and of her teacher, on account of their office and dignity. The priest spoke to her and said: "My daughter, as a very young child, the Lord has drawn thee to his house and holy temple. Be thankful for this favor and seek to profit by it by striving hard to serve him in truth and with an upright heart. Acquire all the virtues, in order that thou mayest return from this holy place prepared and fortified against the troubles and the dangers of this world. Obey thy mistress Anne, and commence early to bear the sweet yoke of virtue, in order that thou mayest find it more easy to bear during the rest of thy life." The sovereign child answered: "Do thou, my master, who art the minister and priest of God and holdest his place, and thou, my mistress, together with him, command and instruct me in whatever I am to do, so that I may not commit any fault. This I beg of you, wishing to obey you in all things." The priest and her teacher Anne felt within themselves a great enlightenment and a divine impulse to attend especially to this heavenly child and to care for her more than the other maidens. Conferring with themselves about this great esteem, with which they had been inspired, though ignorant of the mystery by which it came to them, they resolved to devote particular attention to her guidance and assistance. But as their care could only extend to the exterior and visible actions, they were far from suspecting the interior acts and inspirations of her heart, for over these the Most High watched with singular protection and favor. Thus the pure heart of the Princess of Heaven remained free to advance and grow in interior vision without losing one instant, in which she did not reach what is highest and most excellent in virtue. The priest also gave her a rule for her occupations and said: "My daughter, thou wilt assist at the exercises of divine praise and song in honor of the Lord with all reverence and devotion, and always pray to the Most High for necessities of his holy temple and of his people and for the coming of the Messias. At 8 o'clock thou wilt retire for sleep, and at the beginning of dawn thou wilt arise in order to praise the Lord until the 3rd hour." This hour corresponds to our 9 o'clock in the morning. From the 3rd hour until evening thou wilt occupy thyself in some manual works, in order that thou mayest be instructed in all things. At meals, of which thou wilt partake after thy exercise, observe befitting moderation. Then thou wilt go to hear the instructions of thy teacher. The rest of the day thou wilt engage thyself in the reading of Holy Scriptures, and in all things be humble, affable, and obedient to the commands of thy instructress. The most holy Child remained on her knees while she listened to the words of the priest and then asked his blessing. Having kissed his hand and the hand of her mistress, she proposed in her heart to observe the order of life assigned her during her stay in the temple and as long as they should not command her otherwise. And she, who was the mistress of sanctity, fulfilled their orders as if she were the least of all the scholars. Her desires and her most ardent love impelled her to many other external exercises which they had not included in their orders, but with regard to these, she subjected herself to the minister of the Lord, preferring the sacrifice of a perfect and holy obedience to the high dictates of her own fervor. She knew, as mistress of all perfection, that the divine will is more surely fulfilled by the humble acquiescence of obedience than in following the highest aspirations to other virtues. By this rare example let souls, and especially those in the religious state, learn not to follow their own effervescences and whims contrary to obedience and the will of their superiors. For in the latter God makes known to us his desire and pleasure, whereas in the former we seek only our own fancies. In the superiors God himself operates. In ourselves, if we work contrary to their orders, temptations, blind passion and deceit is active. In the performance of works not commanded her, our Queen and Lady distinguished herself from other maidens by asking her teacher to be allowed to serve them all and be engaged in humble occupation of scrubbing and cleaning the rooms and of washing the dishes. Although this seemed extraordinary, especially in one of the firstborn children, who were treated with greater consideration and respect, yet the incomparable humility of the heavenly Princess could not be restrained or confined by any consideration of what was due to her position, but reached out for the most humble occupations. With such an eager humility, she knew how to gain time and opportunity for doing such work, that she was beforehand in assuming the tasks of others. By means of her infused science, she understood all the mysteries and ceremonies of the temple, but she was anxious to learn them also by study and practice, as if she were ignorant of them, nor did she ever fail in any ceremony or duty, no matter how small. She was most eager for humiliation and most submissive in her self-contempt. Every morning and evening she asked the blessing of her teacher and kissed her hand, and the same she did whenever she was ordered or was permitted to perform works of humility. Sometimes, when it was allowed her, she kissed her feet with profound humility. The sovereign Princess was so docile, so sweet and friendly in her actions, so ready to serve and so eager and diligent in humbling herself, so anxious to show kindness and esteem toward all the maidens in the temple, obeying them as if each had been her mistress, that she ravished all the hearts. By her ineffable and heavenly prudence, she proceeded in all her actions in such a manner that she never lost an occasion for engaging in lowly work, in humble service of her companions, and in the fulfillment of the divine pleasure. But what shall I say, most vile creature, and what shall all faithful children of the Catholic Church think, when describing and considering such a vivid example of humility? It seems to us great virtue, when the inferior obeys the superior, the lowly yields to the exalted; and we esteem it a great humility that the equal submit to his equal. But when the inferior commands and the superior obeys, when the Queen humbles herself before her slave, when the Most High and the most perfect of all creatures submits to a mere wormlet, the Queen of heaven and earth to the least of women, and when this is done with all her heart and in all sincerity, who is not astonished and confounded at his vapid pride? Who will not see, as in a clear mirror, his unhappy presumption? Who can convince himself that he knows what true humility is, much less exercise it, when he sees it exhibited in its reality and in its own element, the most holy Mary? Let us souls, who live under the vow of obedience, approach this light in order to perceive and correct the disorders, which show themselves, whenever obedience to our God-given superiors requires renouncement of our whims and therefore becomes hard and troublesome. Here let our hardness be crushed, let the proudest humiliate herself and be confounded in her shameful pride, let her banish all presumption, and let her not account herself obedient and humble, because on certain occasions she has yielded to the superiors, for she is yet far from thinking herself inferior and beneath her companion, as Mary did, who is superior to all. The beauty, grace, elegance and courteousness of our Queen were incomparable, for all the natural graces and gifts, which were hers in a most perfect degree, were reinforced by the splendor of supernatural or divine grace, and effected a marvelous union of grace and beauty in all her being and activity, enthralling all in love and admiration of her. Divine Providence moderated the outward demonstrations of this affection, which those who conversed with her would have shown if they had been left to the natural force of their spontaneous love of the Queen. In eating and in sleep, as in all other virtues, she was most perfect. She observed the measure dictated by temperance. Never did she exceed, nor could she, rather she deducted from the necessary. Although her curtailed sleep did not interrupt her high contemplation, as I have said before, yet rather she would have gladly omitted it altogether. In virtue of obedience, however, she retired to rest at the time appointed, and on her humble and poor couch, strewn with the flowers of virtue. Canticles chapter 1, verse 15. And surrounded by the seraphim and the angelic host, who guarded and assisted her, she enjoyed more exalted contemplation, outside of beatific vision, and more ardent ecstasies of love than all of them together. She divided her time and applied it with rare prudence, so as to give to each of her actions and occupations its proper share. She read much in the sacred writings of the ancients, and by means of her infused science, she was so well versed in them and in all their profound mysteries, that none of them was unfamiliar to her. For the Most High had made known to her all their mysteries and sacraments. She treated and conversed about them in her conferences with the holy angels of her guard, familiarizing herself with them, and asking about them with incomparable intelligence and great acuteness. If this sovereign Mistress had written what she understood, we would have many other additions to the sacred Scriptures, and we would be able to draw out of them a perfect understanding of those writings and the deep meanings and mysteries of all those preserved in the Church. All the plenitude of this science she utilized for the worship, praise and love of God. To this she applied all knowledge without allowing one ray of her divine enlightenment to remain sterile or idle. She was most subtle in discourse, most profound in her intelligence, most exalted and loving in her thoughts, most prudent in her choice and arrangement, most efficacious and sweet in her operations, and in all things she was a most perfect example and an object of admiration for men and angels, and even, in a way, for the Lord himself, who had formed her altogether according to his heart and pleasure. Instruction of the sovereign Mistress. My daughter, human nature is imperfect and remiss in practicing virtue, and easily weakens in its exercise, for it continually seeks rest and evades labor with all its might. When the soul listens to and extemporizes with the animal and carnal part of its nature, This latter will engross and overcome the forces of reason and of the spirit, and will reduce them to a dangerous and shameful slavery. This disorder is abominable, and much to be feared by all, but God abhors it without comparison more in his ministers and in religious. They, as a matter of course, are supposed to be perfect, and therefore are injured so much the more seriously, if they do not come out victorious in the conflict of the passions. By remissness in battle and by their frequent defeats, they live themselves into a paralyzing and self-satisfied conviction of false security, content with the performance of certain easy outward practices of virtue, at the same time imagining, without the least real advancement, that they are moving mountains. The demon then introduces other distractions and temptations, and on account of their small appreciation of the rules and practices of religion, they begin to weaken in all of them, esteem them as light and unimportant matter, and, living on in their false security, come to lose the very perception of true virtue. I desire that thou, my daughter, guard against this error. Remember that a voluntary remissness in regard to one imperfection prepares and opens the way for others. These facilitate the commission of venial sins, these again of mortal sins. Thus the descent is from one abyss to another, until the bottom is found in the disregard of all evil. In order to prevent such a misfortune, it is necessary to intercept from afar the current of sin, for the practice or ceremony, which seems but small, is an outwork which keeps the enemy at a distance, while the precepts and laws concerning more important matters are the fortress walls of conscience. If the demon can break through and gain the outer defenses, he is in better position to gain the inner ones. Then if an opening is made in the bulwarks by the commission of sin, although it may not be a very grievous one, he already has a better opportunity to make an assault on the interior reign of the soul. As the soul finds herself weakened by vicious acts and habits and without strength of grace, she does not resist the attack with fortitude, and the devil, acquiring more and more power over her, begins to subject and oppress her without opposition. Consider therefore now, my dearest, how great must be thy watchfulness, and how great is the necessity of not falling asleep in the midst of so many dangers. Remember that thou art a religious, a spouse of Christ, a superior, taught and enlightened, favored with so many singular blessings. By these privileges and many others, which thou wilt find connected with them, thou shouldst gauge thy solicitude, for thou owest a return and correspondence in all of them to the Lord. Exert thyself to be punctual in the fulfillment of all the rules and practices of religion. Let there be no rule, no command, and no exercise of perfection, whichever will seem small to thee. Despise or forget none of them. Observe them with all rigor, for in the eyes of God, all is precious and of great import when practiced according to his pleasure. It is certain that he finds pleasure in seeing his commands fulfilled, and is offended in seeing them set aside. Therefore in all things consider that thou hast a spouse whom thou must please, a God whom thou must serve, a Father whom thou must obey, a Judge whom thou must fear, and a mistress whom thou shouldst imitate and follow. In order that thou mayest fulfill all this, thou must renew in thy soul the strong resolution not to listen to thy inclinations, not to yield to the negligence and weakness of thy nature. Do not omit any practice or exercise on account of its difficulty, as for instance, kissing the ground, as thou hast been accustomed to do according to the custom of the religious. Both small and great perform with loving constancy, and thus thou wilt be pleasing in the eyes of my Son and myself. In the works of supererogation, after praying for a holy alacrity, ask advice of thy confessor and superior, and perform them with a spirit entirely free of any predilection or self-love. That which they direct, accept and write in thy heart, never resting in its punctual fulfillment. If it is possible to avail thyself of obedience and counsel, never decide for thyself on anything, how good soever it may appear to thee, for the true will of God is always manifest in holy obedience. End of chapter 4. Book II, Chapter V of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book II, Chapter V. Virtue is a habit which ennobles and adorns the rational powers of the creature and inclines it toward doing good. It is called a habit because it is a quality which is permanently connected with the faculties, from which it is not so easily separated, thereby differing from a virtuous act which does not remain but passes away. It creates an alertness and facility of action tending toward the good. This quality is not inherent in the faculty itself, for these faculties are indifferent toward good or evil. Most Holy Mary was adorned from the first instant of her life with all virtues in a most eminent degree, and they were continually augmented by new graces and by new perfection in practice. All the virtues and merits which the hand of the Lord had showered upon her, she brought to their fullest perfection. Although the faculties of this Lady and Sovereign Princess were in no sense subject to disorder, nor to any of the repugnance which other children of Adam must first overcome, for sin did not touch her, nor the leaven of sin, which draws toward evil and resists the good. Yet by virtuous habits, these already well-ordered faculties were capable of being inclined more and more to what was most perfect, holy, and praiseworthy. Moreover, she was a mere creature capable of suffering, and as such, she was also subject to pain, to the inclination toward licit repose, and to the inertia, disinclining her toward the practice of some supererogatory works, which without sin she could have omitted. In order to overcome this natural disinclination and repugnance, habits of the most exalted virtues assisted her, so that this Queen of Heaven vanquished them without any weakness, and was in no way hindered in pursuing the utmost perfection in all her works. On account of this beauty and harmony regarding the habits of virtue, the soul of the most holy Mary was so enlightened, ennobled and entirely bent on the highest good and last end of all creation, so alert, prompt, efficient and joyful in the practice of virtue, that, if it were possible for our weak insight to penetrate into the interior of her sacred soul, we would there find a more wonderful beauty than that of all creatures combined, and inferior only to that of God himself. All the perfection of creatures were in purest Mary, as if in their own sphere and center, and all virtues reached in her the highest perfection, so that in no manner could it ever be said of her, "This or that is wanting in order to make her altogether beautiful and perfect." Besides the infused virtues, she possessed all the acquired ones, which she augmented by practice and exercise. In other souls, one single act cannot be called virtue, because many repeated acts are necessary to constitute virtue, but in the most holy Mary each act was so efficacious, intense and consummate, that each one was superior to the virtues of all the other creatures. Accordingly, as her acts of virtue were so frequent and did not fall short in the least point of the highest degree of perfection, how incomparably excellent were not the habits of virtue, which the heavenly Mistress attained by her personal exertion! The end for which something is done is that which makes an act virtuous as being well done. In Mary, our Mistress, this end was God himself, highest possible end of all activity. For she did nothing through which she was not certain to advance the greater glory and pleasure of the Lord, and she looked upon this as the motive and ultimate end of all her actions. The two kinds of virtues, the infused and the acquired, are founded upon a third kind, called natural virtue. This is born within us as part of our rational nature, and is called synteresis. It is a certain knowledge of the first foundations and principles of virtue, perceived by the light of reason, and a certain inclination in the will corresponding to this light. Such for instance is the sentiment that we must love those who do us good, or that we should not do unto others what we do not wish to be done to ourselves, etc. The most holy Queen possessed this natural virtue or synteresis in the most superlative degree, so that from the natural principles She drew all their consequences and relations up to the universal good, though ever so remote. For she reasoned from these first principles with profoundest insight and incredible swiftness and accuracy. To arrive at these conclusions, she availed herself of her infused knowledge of created things, especially of the more noble and vast ones, of the heavens, the sun, the moon and stars, the arrangement of all the heavenly bodies and of the elements. Taking in their whole scope from beginning to end, she invited these creatures to praise their Creator and commanded them, as far as was in them, to raise and draw men toward their God, until they should arrive at the knowledge of the Creator and Author of all. The infused virtues are divided into two classes. To the first belong only those that have God himself for their immediate object, therefore they are called theological virtues, being faith, hope and charity. To the second class belong all those other virtues, which have as their proximate object some means or some honorable good, which advances the soul toward its last end, namely God. These are called the moral virtues, because they are intimately connected with established customs, and, although they are many in number, they can be reduced to four, which are called the cardinal virtues: prudence, justice, fortitude and temperance. Of all these virtues and their different species, I will say farther on as much as I can, in order that I may make it clear, how all of them and each one in particular adorn the faculties of the most holy Mary. At present I only mention in general, that none of them was wanting in her, and that all were possessed by her in the most perfect manner. Moreover, they were supplemented by the gifts of the Holy Ghost, the fruits of the Spirit, and the Beatitudes. God did not fail to infuse into her, from the first moment of her conception, all the graces and gifts conducive to the highest beauty of the human soul and faculties. And this was true of the will as well as of the understanding, so that she had the knowledge as well as the habit of the sciences. In order to say it all in one word, all the good, which the Most High could give her as the mother of his Son and as a mere creature, he conferred upon her in the most exalted degree. In addition to all this, her virtues continually augmented: the infused virtues, because she added to them by her own merits, and the acquired virtues, because she nurtured and multiplied them by the intensity of her meritorious acts. Instruction of the Mother of God and Most Holy Virgin. My daughter, the Most High communicates to all mortals without distinction the light of the natural virtues. To those who dispose themselves by means of them and by his graces, he concedes also the infused virtues at the time of their justification. As he is the author of nature and of grace, he distributes these gifts with greater or less abundance, according to his equity and pleasure. In baptism he instills the virtues of faith, hope and charity, and with these, other virtues, by which the creature is to cooperate and exert itself toward the pursuit of good, not only preserving within itself those received in the sacraments, but acquiring others by its own merits and exertions. This will be the greatest happiness and blessedness of men, that they correspond to the love, which the Creator and Redeemer shows them, adorning their soul, and, by the infused habits, familiarizing themselves with the virtuous exercise of their own will. But the failure to correspond to those inestimable benefits brings on their greatest misfortune, because in this disloyalty consists the first great victory of the demon over man. Of thee, my soul, I require that thou exercise thyself and cooperate with the natural and the supernatural gifts of virtue with an unceasing diligence, and that thou acquire the habits of other virtues, which thou shouldest augment by the frequent exercise of those which God so liberally and graciously has communicated to thee. The infused gifts, joined to the virtues nurtured and attained by the soul itself, are an adornment and acquisition of marvelous beauty, and very pleasing in the eyes of the Most High. I remind thee also, my dearest, that the Almighty has been so generous in conferring these blessings on thy soul, and has enriched it with such great treasures of grace, that if thou shouldest fall into disgrace, it would be thy fault, and thou wouldst incur a greater guilt than many generations of men. Consider and always remember the great nobility of virtue, how it so enlightens and beautifies the soul, that even if there were no other gain or object, the desire of possessing it for its own sake would be entirely justifiable. Now that which exalts virtue beyond all comparison is, that its final end is God himself, for whom truth and perfection, which are its constituents, must be primarily intended. And as soon as virtues attain this their end, namely God himself, they will be the foundation of the happiness and blessedness of the creature. End of chapter 5. Book II, Chapter 6 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book II, Chapter 6. In few words the holy Elizabeth described the greatness of the faith of Most Holy Mary, when, as reported to us by the evangelist Luke, she exclaimed: "Blessed art thou for having believed, because the words and promises of the Lord shall be fulfilled in thee." Luke chapter 1, verse 45. The faith of this great lady must be estimated with the greatness of her good fortune and beatitude, and from her ineffable dignity, for her faith inspired her with so great and so excellent a belief in God, that it merited a place inferior only to God himself. She believed that sacrament of all sacraments and mysteries, which was to be fulfilled in her own self. So great was the prudence and the divine light in Mary our Mistress, in believing this new and unheard of mystery of the Incarnation, that it surpassed all human and angelic understanding, and that it could be properly estimated and understood only in the divine mind, the workshop of the Most High, where in the power of his right hand all the virtues of this Queen had their origin and completion. I always find myself taken aback and stupefied whenever I speak of these virtues, and more particularly of the interior ones. For though great is the light and intelligence which were given to me concerning them, yet too limited are human terms to describe the concepts and acts of faith which were engendered in the mind and spirit of her, who was the most faithful of all creatures, or rather of her who was greater in faith than all of them taken together. I will say what I can, acknowledging my inability to say what I desire, and much more, what is due to the reality. The faith of the most holy Mary was an image of the whole creation and an open prodigy of the divine power, for in her the virtue of faith existed in the highest and the most perfect degree possible. In a certain manner and to a great extent, it made up for the want of faith in men. The Most High has given this excellent virtue to mortals, so that, in spite of the carnal and mortal nature, they might have the knowledge of the Divinity and of his mysteries and admirable works, a knowledge so certain and infallibly secure that it is like seeing him face to face, and like the vision of the blessed angels in heaven. The same object and the same truth, which they see openly, we perceive obscured under the veil of faith. One glance at the world will make us understand how many nations, reigns and provinces, since the beginning of the world, have lost their claims to this great blessing of the faith, so little understood by the thankless mortals. How many have unhappily flung it aside, after the Lord had conferred it on them in his generous mercy, and how many of the faithful, having without their merit received the gift of faith, neglect and despise it, letting it lie idle and unproductive for the last end, to which it is to direct and guide them. It was befitting, therefore, that the divine equity should have some recompense for such lamentable loss, and that such an incomparable benefit should find an adequate and proportionate return, as far as is possible from creatures. It was befitting that there should be found at least one creature in whom the virtue of faith should come to its fullest perfection, as an example and rule for the rest. All this was found in the great faith of the most holy Mary, and on account of her and for her alone, if there had been no other creature in the world, it would have been most proper that God should contrive and create the excellent virtue of faith, for according to our way of understanding, Mary by herself was a sufficient pledge to the divine providence that he would find a proper return on the part of man, and that the object of this faith would not be frustrated by the want of correspondence with mortals. The faith of this sovereign Queen was to make recompense for their default, and she was to copy the divine prototype of this virtue in its highest perfection. All the other faithful can measure and gauge themselves by the faith of this Mistress, for they will be more or less faithful, the more or less they approach the perfection of her incomparable faith. Therefore she was set as teacher and example of all the believing, including the patriarchs, prophets, apostles and martyrs, and all that have believed or will believe in the Christian doctrines to the end of the world. Someone might ask the question, how can it be possible that the Queen of Heaven exercised faith, since she had clear visions of the Divinity many times, and many more times was favored with abstract visions, which likewise make evident that which is perceived by the understanding, as was said above, and will be said over and over again later on. On account of its uncertainty, the Apostle says that faith is the substance of the things that appear not, by which is meant that we have no other presence or evidence of the real existence of the things we hope for as the ultimate realization of our happiness, than that which is obscurely and as in a mirror presented to us by faith. It is the force of this infused habit, drawing us to believe what we do not see, and the infallible certitude of what is believed, which present those strong motives for prompting the will to strive after what it desires and hopes. According to this doctrine, it seems that, if the Holy Virgin had ever enjoyed the vision and possession of God, for these two are one, she was deprived of the obscurity necessary for the existence of faith in the things which she had seen face to face, especially if her understanding retained the images of what she had seen in the intuitive or open visions of the Divinity. But this experience was not only no hindrance to the faith of the most holy Mary, but augmented and raised it to its highest excellence. For the Lord wished that his Mother should be so wonderfully distinguished in this virtue of faith, and likewise in the virtue of hope, that she should therein surpass all that is given to ordinary wayfarers. He wished that her understanding, in order to befit her position as the mistress and artist of all these great virtues, be embellished at one time by the most perfect acts of faith and hope, at another enraptured with a vision and the possession, even if only temporary, of the very end and object of faith and hope. Thus she was prepared by her personal experience and fruition to teach the faithful to believe what she had herself seen and enjoyed. To join these two things in the most holy soul of Mary was easy to the power of the Almighty. It was due to her dignity as his most pure Mother, and so it must be done. No privilege, however great, was unbecoming to her, and in her none must be wanting. It is true that the clear vision of a mystery is incompatible with the obscurity of faith by which we believe it, and the possession of a thing excludes the hope of it. So most holy Mary, whenever these high mysteries were shown to her by evident intuition or intellectual abstractions, did not exercise the obscure acts or habits of faith, for on those occasions she could make use only of her infused science. But the theological virtues of faith and hope did not therefore remain idle all the time of her life, for the Lord, in order to afford her the possibility of exercising them, suspended the influx and activity of the clear and evident vision, thereby causing a cessation of the effects of infused knowledge, and making room for the obscurity of faith, and the Lord hid himself away from her by taking away all clear evidence of himself from her mind. This happened in the most high mystery of the Incarnation, as I shall relate in its place. It was not proper that the Mother of God should be deprived of the reward of the infused virtues of faith and hope. Yet in order to gain this reward, it was necessary to merit it, and in order to merit it, she must have practiced these virtues in proportion to the reward. Just as her merits were great beyond comparison, so the faith in each and every one of the acts of this exalted Lady were correspondingly great, for she perceived and accepted explicitly all the truths of the Catholic religion, with the deepest and most perfect faith as a wayfarer. Manifestly the understanding, as soon as it sees the proper evidence for that which it perceives, does not wait for the consent of the will in order to believe, for before it can receive the command of the will, it has already been compelled to accept the truth by its evidences. Therefore the act of believing what cannot be denied is not meritorious. When most holy Mary assented to the message of the archangel, she merited an ineffable reward on account of the act of faith necessary to believe such a deep mystery. And the same was true of the other acts of faith, whenever the Most High gave her an opportunity for its exercise by withdrawing the infused knowledge. But even when she applied infused knowledge, she gained great merit, on account of the love with which she utilized it, as I have said in another place. Just as little did she use the gift of infused science when she lost the divine child, at least not in order to find the place where he tarried, though this was possible to her in many other things. She did not then make use of the clear images of the Divinity. Also not at the foot of the cross, because the Lord restricted those visions and operations of her most holy soul, which would have prevented sorrow. It was becoming that she should feel it and be left to the strength of her faith and hope alone. The joy occasioned by any of her visions or intelligences of the Divinity, even if only abstractive, would naturally prevent pain, unless God wrought a new miracle to unite pain with joy. It was not proper that God should work this miracle, since on the sorrows of the Lady depended her merits, and the imitation of her divine Son was to be commensurate with the graces and excellences of the Mother. Therefore she sought the child sorrowfully, as she herself says, in faith and lively hope. And the same virtues were also active in witnessing the passion and resurrection of her beloved Son. During those times she depended upon Catholic faith, which then became as it were restricted and confined to her as its mistress and foundress. Three qualities or excellences must in particular be mentioned in speaking of the faith of the most holy Mary: its continuity, its intensity, and the intelligence with which it was exercised. The faith of Mary, as mentioned above, was suspended only during these times, in which she enjoyed the clearness of the intuitive and the evidence of the abstractive visions of the Divinity. Although only the Lord himself, who dispensed them, could know when she put into operation the one or the other kind of acts, yet the most holy Queen, in making use of the different kinds of spiritual activity, never allowed her understanding to remain idle for one instant of her life, and from the first moment of her conception she never lost sight of God. For when she suspended faith, it was because she was enjoying the clear vision of God through the highest kind of infused knowledge, and as soon as the Lord interrupted this clear vision, she renewed the memory of his presence by her faith. The interchange and succession of these acts produced in the mind of the most holy Mary an exquisite harmony, to which the Most High called the attention of the angels, when he said in the 8th chapter of the Canticles: "Thou that dwellest in the gardens, the friends hearken. Make me hear thy voice." In regard to the intensity or efficacy of the faith of this sovereign princess, it is certain that it exceeded that of the apostles, prophets and saints taken together, and reached the highest degree possible in a creature. It not only exceeded the faith of all true believers, but she supplied the faith that was wanting in all those that have not believed, and she could by her faith enrich them all. Thus her faith remained firm, immovable and constant, when the apostles in the hour of the Passion fell away, and if all the temptations, deceits, errors and falsehoods of the world were joined together, they could not prevail or disturb the invincible faith of the Queen of believers. She, its foundress and instructress, would overcome them all and issue forth victorious and triumphant. The intelligent love, with which she explicitly believed all the divine truths, cannot be expressed in words without misrepresenting its intensity. The most holy Mary knew all that she believed and believed all that she knew, for the infused theological knowledge of the credibility of faith's mysteries and the understanding of this credibility existed in the wisest Virgin Mother in the highest degree possible in a mere creature. Her knowledge was kept in a constant actuality, and by means of her memory, like that of an angel, She never forgot that which once she had learnt. This gift and faculty of the understanding she kept in constant operation in order to exercise her deep faith. Only at times, as already said, God suspended faith by other acts of the mind. Except that she was not yet a comprehensor, nothing was wanting in regard to her intelligence of the matters of faith and in regard to the clear knowledge of the Divinity. In this regard she held a position far above that of all the wayfarers, and she by herself constituted a class of such high degrees as cannot be attained by any other wayfarer to heaven. And if the most holy Mary, while she exercised the acts of faith and hope, was in what might be called her most ordinary and therefore the lowest degree of activity, and if in that state she excelled all the angels and saints in merits by her faith and love, what must we say of the excellence of her acts, her merits and her affections, during the time in which she was exalted by the divine power to the blessed state of highest intuitive vision and clear knowledge of the Divinity? If this is beyond the comprehension of the angelic mind, how can an earthly creature ever hope to find words to describe it? I therefore can only express the mere wish that all mortals might come to a knowledge of the precious value of faith, by learning it from this heavenly Original, in whom faith attained its ultimate perfection, and where it completely fulfilled the end for which it was created. Let the infidels, the heretics, the pagans and idolaters approach this Mistress of faith, most holy Mary, in order to be enlightened in their falsehoods and darksome errors, and in order to find the sure way toward the last end of their being. Let also Catholics approach and learn to understand the copious rewards of this virtue. Let them ask the Lord with the apostles to increase their faith. Luke chapter 7 verse 5. Not that they ever can reach the faith of most holy Mary, but let them ask for the desire to imitate her and follow her, for by her faith she teaches us, and by her merits she helps us to obtain this virtue. Saint Paul calls the patriarch Abraham the father of all the faithful. Romans chapter 6 verse 11. Because he first received the promise, hoping against hope. Romans chapter 4 verse 18. He wishes to extol the excellence of the patriarch's faith because he believed the promise of the Lord that Sarah, his wife, would bear him a son though she was sterile, and, according to the laws of nature, incapable of conception. Moreover, in offering his son as a sacrifice at God's command, he relinquished at the same time the prospect of the countless offspring, which the Lord had promised to him. This all, and many other sayings and promises of the Lord, were made impossible of fulfillment according to the laws of nature, yet Abraham believed that the divine power could execute them in a supernatural manner. Therefore he merited to be called the father of all the believers, and to receive the seal of his faith, which justified him, namely circumcision. But our supereminent Lady, Mary, possesses much greater rights and titles to be called the mother of faith and of all the faithful. In her hand is hoisted the standard and ensign of faith for all the believers in the law of grace. First, indeed, according to the order of time, was the patriarch, and consequently he was ordained to be the father and head of the Hebrew people. Great was his belief in the promises concerning Christ our Lord, and in the works of the Most High. Nevertheless, incomparably more admirable was the faith of Mary in all these regards, and she excels him in dignity. Greater difficulty and incongruity was there that a virgin should conceive and bring forth, than that an aged and sterile woman should bear fruit. And the patriarch Abraham was not so certain of the sacrifice of Isaac as Mary was of the inevitable sacrifice of her most holy Son. She is the one who perfectly believed and hoped in all the mysteries, and she shows to the whole Church how it must believe in the Most High and in the works of his redemption. Having thus understood the faith of Mary, our Queen, we must admit her to be the mother of the faithful and the prototype of the Catholic faith and of holy hope. And in order to conclude this chapter, I will add, that Christ, our Redeemer and Teacher, as he was a comprehensor and as his most holy soul enjoyed the highest glory and the beatific vision, had no necessity or occasion for faith, nor could he in his own actions give us an example of this virtue. But what the Lord could not do in his own person, he did in the person of his most holy Mother, constituting her as the foundress, the mother and the example of faith in his evangelical Church. And thus on the day of universal accounting, this sovereign Mistress and Queen shall in an especial manner assist her most holy Son in the judgment of those, who, in spite of such an example, have not believed during their stay on earth. Instruction of the Mother of God, our Lady. My daughter, the inestimable treasure of the virtue of divine faith is hidden to those mortals who have only carnal and earthly eyes, for they do not know how to appreciate and esteem a gift and blessing of such incomparable value. Consider, my dearest, what the world was without faith, and what it would be today if my Son and Lord would not preserve faith. How many men whom the world has celebrated as great, powerful and wise have precipitated themselves, on account of the want of light of faith, from the darkness of their unbelief into most abominable sins, and thence into the eternal darkness of hell? How many kingdoms and provinces, being blind themselves, follow these still more blind leaders until they together fall into the abyss of eternal pains? And they are followed by the bad Christians, who having received the grace and blessing of faith, live as if they had it not in their hearts. Do not forget, my dear friend, to be thankful to this precious jewel, which the Lord has given thee as a dower and a wedding gift of thy espousal with him, in order to draw thee to the bridal chamber of his holy Church, and afterwards to have intercourse with him in eternal beatitude. Continually exercise this virtue of faith, for it places thee near to thy last end, after which thou strivest, and brings thee near to the object of thy desires and thy love. Faith teaches the sure way of eternal salvation. Faith is the light that shines in the darkness of this mortal life and pilgrimage. It leads men securely to the possession of the fatherland to which they are wayfaring, if they do not allow it to die out by infidelity and sinfulness. Faith enlivens the other virtues and serves as a nourishment of the just man and a support in his labors. Faith confounds and fills with fear the infidels and the lax Christians in their negligence, for it convinces them in this world of their sin and threatens punishment in the life to come. Faith is powerful to do all things, for nothing is impossible to the believer. Faith makes all things attainable and possible. Faith illumines and ennobles the understanding of man, since it directs him in the darkness of his natural ignorance, not to stray from the way, and it elevates him above himself, so that he sees and understands with infallible certainty what is far above his powers and assures him of it no less than if he saw it clearly before him. He is thus freed from the gross and vile narrow-mindedness of those who will believe only what they can experience by their own limited natural powers, not considering that the soul, as long as it lives in the prison of this corruptible body, is very much circumscribed and limited in its sphere of action by the knowledge drawn from the coarse activity of the senses. Appreciate, therefore, my daughter, this priceless treasure of the Catholic faith given thee by God, watch over it and practice it in great esteem and reverence. End of chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 7. The virtue of hope naturally follows upon that of faith, since it is ordained as its complement. For if the Most High instills in us the divine light of faith, and if He wishes us, without regard to differences of position and of age, to come into the infallible knowledge of the Godhead and of his mysteries and promises, it is for no other reason than that each one of us, knowing Him as our last end and object, and learning of the means of arriving at it, may engender within himself the vehement desire to reach that goal. This desire, which naturally carries with it the inclination to attain its highest good, is called hope and is infused into our will or natural appetite in baptism. for it belongs to the proper activity of the will to strive after eternal felicity as its greatest good and blessing, to make use of the divine grace for obtaining it and for overcoming the difficulties which will occur in its pursuit. How excellent the virtue of hope is, may be learned from the fact that its ultimate object is God himself, our highest good. Although it perceives and seeks him as something that is absent, yet at the same time it seeks him also as something that is attainable through the merits of Christ and through the proper activity of the one that hopes for it. The acts and operations of this virtue are regulated by the light of divine faith and by the prudent reliance on the infallible promise of the Lord. Thus hope, by means of the reasoning powers, maintains the middle road between despair and presumption, not permitting man to presume on his own powers for the attainment of eternal glory, or to set aside meritorious activity on his own part, nor allowing fear or despondency to hinder him from exerting himself toward it on account of the Lord's promises and assurances of final success. In this security, guaranteed by divine faith in all that pertains to these things and applied in prudent and sound reasoning, man hopes without fear of being deceived and yet also without presumption. From this it can be seen that despair may arise both from a want of believing what faith promises, and also a failure to apply to one's own self the security of the divine promises, in which one believes, but which one falsely supposes unattainable in one's own regard. Between these two dangerous extremes, hope directs us in the safe way, maintaining us in the confident belief on the one hand that God will not deny to ourselves what he has promised to all, and on the other, that the promise was not made unconditionally and absolutely, but requires our exertion and effort to merit its fulfillment as far as it is possible with the help of divine grace. For if God has made man capable of the vision of eternal glory, it was not just that any one should attain to such felicity by sinful abuse of the very faculties with which he is to enjoy it, but that he uses them in such a way as to befit the end for which he received them. This proper use of the faculties consists in the exercise of the virtues, which prepare man for the enjoyment of his highest good, and in seeking it already in this life by the knowledge and love of God. Now in the most holy Mary, this virtue of hope reached the highest degree possible both in regard to itself and in regard to all its effects, circumstances and qualities. For the desire and the striving after the last end, which is the vision and the fruition of God, was in her more active than in all other creatures. Moreover, this most faithful and prudent Lady did nothing to impede these aspirations, but followed them up with all the perfection possible in a creature. Not only did she possess the infused virtue of faith in the promises of our Lord and its concomitant intensity of hope, but over and above all this, she enjoyed beatific vision, in which she learned to know by experience the infinite truth and fidelity of the Most High. And although she did not have occasion to make use of hope while enjoying the vision and possession of the Divinity, nevertheless, after again resuming her ordinary state, she was impelled by the memory of what she had enjoyed to hope and strive after it with so much the greater force and avidity. Thus the longings of the Queen of all virtues constituted a certain kind of new and particular kind of hope. There was another reason why the hope of the most holy Mary excelled the hope of all the other faithful joined together, namely the greatness of the prospective reward and glory due to this sovereign Queen. For reward is after all the real object of hope, and in her it was to be far above all the glory of the angels and saints, that is, proportionate to the knowledge of this glory assured to her in God, was also her expectation and desire to acquire it. Moreover, in order that she might attain the highest summit of this virtue, and that she might worthily hope for all that the powerful arm of God would work in her, she was befittingly furnished with the light of a supreme faith and all the helps and gifts pertaining thereto, and with an especial assistance of the Holy Ghost. What we have said of the virtue of hope in the Blessed Virgin, in regard to its principal object, must also be affirmed in regard to its secondary objects, for the gifts and mysterious blessings enjoyed by this Queen of heaven were so great that they could not be amplified even by the arm of the Almighty God in a mere creature. Now, as the great Lady was to receive these favors through the medium of faith and hope, these virtues were proportionately great, and therefore the greatest that could possibly fall to the lot of a handiwork of God. Moreover, if, as has already been said of the virtue of faith, the Queen of heaven was endowed with an implicit knowledge and faith of all the revealed truths and of all the mysteries and operations of the Most High, and if the acts of hope corresponded to these acts of faith, who, except the Lord himself, could ever comprehend how many and how excellent were the acts of hope which the Mistress of virtues elicited, since she was aware of her own eternal glory and felicity and of that which was to be wrought in the rest of the evangelical Church by the merits of her most holy Son? For the sole sake of Mary, as we have before said of her faith, God would have created this virtue, and for her sake He would have conferred it, as He already did, on the whole human race. On this account the Holy Spirit calls her the Mother of beautiful love and holy hope. Ecclesiasticus chapter 25, verse 24. For just as she became the mother of Christ because she furnished him with the flesh of his body, so the Holy Spirit made her the mother of hope, because by her especial concurrence and cooperation she conceived and brought forth this virtue for the faithful of the Church. Her prerogative of being the mother of holy hope was connected with and consequent upon her being the mother of Jesus Christ our Lord, for she knew that in her Son she would lay the foundation of all the security of our hope. On account of these conceptions and births of the most holy Queen, she obtained a certain dominion and sovereignty over those graces and the promises of the Most High, which depended upon the death of Christ, her Son, for their fulfillment. When she of her own free will gave conception and birth to the incarnate Word, she turned them all over to us and thereby gave birth to our hope. Thus was accomplished in its legitimate sense that which the Holy Ghost said to her: "Thy plants are a paradise." Canticles chapter 4, verse 13. For all that came forth from Mary, the Mother of grace, was to constitute our happiness, our paradise, our certain hope of being able to attain them. The Church has a celestial and true Father in Jesus Christ, for He engendered and founded it by his merits and labors, and enriched it with his graces, his example and his doctrines, as was to be expected from the Father and Author of such an admirable work. Therefore it was fitting that the Church should have also a loving and kind Mother, who with sweet regalement and caresses, and with maternal solicitude and assistance, should nurse the little children at her breast. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 2. Nourish them with tender and delicious food, as long as they cannot in their infancy bear the food of the robust and strong. This sweet Mother was most holy Mary, who since the beginning of the Church, when the law of grace was born in her yet tender children, began to give forth the sweet milk of her enlightened teaching as a merciful Mother, and who will continue to the end of the world, thus to assist and intercede for the new children, which Christ our Lord engenders every day by his merits and at the petitions of this Mother of mercy. She it is for whom they are born, who raises and nourishes them. She is our sweet Mother, our life and our hope, the original of the blessings, which are ours. She is the example which we are to imitate. She is our assurance in the pursuit of the eternal happiness, merited by her most holy Son. She furnishes the assistance necessary for its final attainment. Instruction of the most holy Virgin Mary. My daughter, as with two indefatigable wings, my spirit raised its flight by means of faith and hope toward the endless and the highest good, until it rested in union with God through intimate and perfect love. Many times I tasted and enjoyed the clear vision and fruition of Him, but as these blessings were not continuous in my state of pilgrimage, I supplied their place by the exercise of faith and hope. They remained with me during my visions and fruitions, and immediately became active during their absence. preventing any cessation in my high aspirations. The effects of these virtues, the love, the efforts and the desires, which they excited in my soul toward the possession of the eternal fruition of God, cannot be adequately comprehended by the created mind in its present limited state, but they shall be known in God and cause eternal praise in those who will be worthy to see Him in heaven. Thou, my dearest, having received such great enlightenment concerning the excellence of this virtue and the works which I practice by its help, shouldest work without ceasing to imitate me according to the assistance of divine grace. Renew continually and confer within thyself the promises of the Most High, and with unshaken confidence in their divine truthfulness, raise thy heart to ardent desires and longings for their attainment. In this firm hope thou canst assure thyself of arriving through the merits of my most holy Son at the blessed cohabitation in the celestial fatherland and at the companionship of all those who there see in immortal glory the face of the Most High. With its help thou canst raise thy heart above earthly things and fix thy mind upon the immutable good, to which thou aspirest. All visible things will appear to thee burdensome and disagreeable, and thou wilt esteem them as vile and contemptible. Nothing wilt thou strive after except that most lovable and delightful object of thy desires. In my soul there was an ardor of hope, such as is possible only to those who have apprehended its object in faith and tasted it by experience. No tongue and no words can describe or express its intensity. Besides, in order to spur thee on still more, consider and deplore with heartfelt sorrow the unhappiness of so many souls who are images of God and capable of his glory, and who through their own fault are deprived of the true hope of enjoying it. If the children of the Holy Church would pause in their vain occupations and would take time to consider and weigh the blessings of unerring faith and hope, which separates them from darkness, and which, without their merit, distinguishes them from the followers of blind unbelief, they would without doubt be ashamed of their torpid forgetfulness and repudiate their vile ingratitude. But let them be undeceived, for most terrible punishments await them. They are most detestable in the sight of God and the saints, because they despise the blood shed by Christ for the very purpose of gaining them these blessings. As if all were only a fiction, they treat with contempt the blessings of truth, hastening about during their whole life without spending even one day, and many of them not even an hour, in consideration of their duties and of their danger. Weep, O soul, over this lamentable evil, and according to thy power, work and pray for its extirpation through my most holy Son. Believe me, that whatever exertion and attempt thou makest toward this purpose shall be rewarded by his Majesty. End of chapter 7. Book 2, Chapter 8 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 8. The most excellent virtue of charity is the mistress, the queen, the mother, the life and beauty of all the other virtues. Charity governs, moves and directs them to their ultimate and true end. Charity leads them on to their ultimate perfection, preserves them and makes them grow, enlightens them and beautifies them, gives them life and efficacy. If the other virtues confer each their measure of perfection on creatures, charity gives them perfection itself and brings them to their full complement. Without charity all is of small value, obscure, languid, lifeless and unprofitable, not being endowed either with the essence or the appurtenances of true vitality. Charity is kind, patient, meek, without emulation, without envy, without offensiveness, desires not to acquire, but readily distributes all, is the cause of all good and consents not to evil. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 4. As far as it is concerned, it is the fullest participation in the true and ultimate good. O virtue of virtues and greatest treasure of heaven! Thou alone hast the key of paradise. Thou art the dawn of eternal light, the sun of eternity's day, the fire which purifies, the wine which inebriates with new delights, the nectar which rejoices, the sweetness which satiates without surceasing, the chamber of rest for the soul, a bond so intimate that it makes us one with God. John chapter 17, verse 21. With the same bond that unites the eternal Father to the Son, and both to the Holy Spirit. On account of the nobility of this most excellent of all virtues, our God and Lord, according to the Gospel of St. John, wished to honor himself or wished to honor it by calling himself Charity. First letter of John, chapter 4, verse 16. There are many reasons why the Catholic Church attributes the divine perfections of omnipotence to the Father, of the wisdom to the Son, and of love to the Holy Ghost. For the Father is the beginning, the Son is engendered of the Father through the divine intelligence, and the Holy Ghost proceeds from both through the will. But the name of charity and the perfection which it implies is attributed to the Lord himself without distinction of persons, since the Evangelist says indiscriminately, God is charity. This virtue in the Lord has the distinction of being the terminus or end of all his operations ad intra and ad extra. For on the one hand, all the divine processions, which are the operations of the Godhead with himself or ad intra, terminate in the reciprocal union and love of the three divine persons, and thus they constitute an indissoluble bond of unity over and above the indivisibility of the divine essence, proper to it as being one and the same God. On the other hand, the works ad extra, namely the creatures, are an offspring of divine charity and are ordained towards it, so that, issuing from that immense sea of divine bounty, they also return by charity and love to the source from whence they sprang. It is peculiar to the virtue of charity, in opposition to all the other virtues and gifts, that it is a perfect participation of a divine virtue. It is born of one source, is directed back to the same, and is more adapted to that eternal source than all other virtues. If we call God our hope, our patience, or our wisdom, it is because we receive them from his hand, and not because these perfections are in God as they exist in themselves. But we call God our charity not only because we receive it from the Lord and because he communicates it to us, but because he himself is essential charity, and the overflow of this divine perfection, which we represent to ourselves as a form and attribute of his divinity, redounds in our souls, transforming it more perfectly and abundantly than any other virtue. Other admirable qualities of charity are manifested in the relation between God and ourselves. For as this virtue is the source of our being, and afterwards our highest end, God himself, it is also the spur and the ideal of our affection and love of the Lord. For, if the knowledge that God is in himself the infinite and highest good is not sufficient to move and incite us to love him, at least the knowledge that he is our own greatest good should draw and oblige us toward his love. If we could not know how to love him before he gave his only begotten for us. First letter of John, chapter 4, verse 10. We certainly cannot have an excuse for not loving him after that sacrifice. For although we might be exonerated for not being able to merit such a benefit, yet now, after we have received this sacrifice without our merit, we can certainly not be excused for not acknowledging the favor. The example which divine charity furnishes for our own manifests still more the excellence of this virtue, although it is difficult for me to explain my perception of this excellence. When Christ our Lord founded his most perfect law of love and grace, he exhorted us to be perfect imitators of our heavenly Father, who allows his sun to rise over the just and the unjust without distinction. Matthew chapter 5, verse 45. Such doctrine and such an example only he himself, the Son of the eternal Father, could give to men. Among all the visible creatures there is none like the sun to compare with divine charity and to show us how to imitate it. For this most noble star, from its very nature, without hesitation and entirely according to its own innate tendency, distributes its light in all directions, and without distinction to all who are capable of receiving it, and on its part never denies or suspends its benevolent activity. And this it does without desiring acknowledgment, without imposing any obligation on any one, without asking for benefits or requiring any return, without finding in the objects of its enlightening bounty any previous goodness to move and draw it towards them. Nor does it expect any profit in the communication of its own blessed light, in which all participate and share. At the consideration of the noble attributes of this created charity, who will not recognize the signature of the uncreated charity which it follows? And who is not ashamed of failing to imitate it? Who can claim to have true charity in himself without copying its prototype? It is true our charity and love cannot create goodness in the object of its affection, as is done by the uncreated charity of the Lord. Nevertheless, even if by charity we cannot make good those whom we love, we can offer the goods of love to all without looking for the advancement of ourselves, and without proceeding to deliberate and study whom we are to love and benefit in the hope of being repaid. I do not wish to be understood as saying that love is not free, nor that God is in any way forced to create through natural necessity. All the works ad extra, which are those of creation, are free acts of God. The example contained for us in divine charity points in another direction, namely, that the free will must not twist or do violence to the inclination and the impulse of charity, but in imitation of the highest good, which in no way hinders the divine will in its inclination to do good, the human will must allow itself to be moved and impelled by the inclination of charity to communicate its good. For in this manner the divine will is impelled to distribute the rays of its inaccessible light to all creatures according to the capacity of each one, without any preceding goodness, service or benefit on their side, and without hope of such return afterwards, as the divine goodness stands in need of nothing. This is in part the nature of charity in its divine original, God. Outside of God himself, however, we will find it in the fullest perfection possible to a mere creature in none other than the most holy Mary, and in her we find the model after which we are more immediately to copy our own charity. It is evident that the light proceeding from the uncreated Sun of Charity, where it is contained without limit or circumscription, communicates itself to all creatures, even the most remote, according to an order and measure, adjusted in proportion to the proximity or distance of each from the divine source. And this order manifests the fullness and perfection of the divine providence, for without it, this providence would show a certain defect, confusedness and discord in the creatures, as far as the participation of his goodness and love is concerned. The first place after God himself in the distribution of the divine charity was due to that soul and that person, who was at the same time uncreated God and created man. For the highest grace and participation of love naturally was to be found where existed the closest and most intimate union with God, as it existed and as it will exist forever in Christ our Lord. The second place is due to his most holy Mother Mary, in whom charity and divine love found its resting place in an especial manner. For, according to our way of apprehending, the uncreated charity could not be quieted until it should find a creature to which it could communicate itself in such great plenitude, that the love and affection of the whole human race should in its entirety be reproduced in that creature alone. It was intended that this chosen creature should in herself be endowed with the gifts of charity, without the shortcomings and defects common to the rest of mortals infected with sin, so that she by herself would be able to supply the balance of creation and make for it the greatest possible return of love. Mary alone was chosen among all creatures to imitate the Sun of Justice in charity. Canticles chapter 6 verse 9. And faithfully to copy this virtue from its original. She by herself knew how to love more ardently and perfectly than all the rest of creatures combined, to love God entirely for his own sake, purely, intensely, and without defect, and also loving creatures for God's sake and in a manner similar to him. She alone adequately followed the impulse of charity and her generous inclination of loving the highest good as highest good, without any side intentions, and of loving the creatures on account of their participation in God, without the thought of a return or reward of her love. And in perfect imitation of the uncreated Charity, Mary by her charity was able and knew how to love in such a way as to make better that which is loved, for by her love she made better heaven and earth and all things that exist outside of God. If the charity of this great Lady were put in the balance with that of all the men and angels, hers would outweigh theirs by far, for she by herself exceeded them all in her knowledge of the essence and qualities of the divine charity, and consequently only Mary knew how to imitate it with adequate perfection and above all the powers of intellectual creatures. In this excess of love and charity she repaid and satisfied the debt of infinite love due to the Lord from creatures, as far as he could demand a return of them, for their return was not to be infinite in value, that being impossible. Just as the love and the charity of the most holy soul of Jesus Christ was in its greatness proportionate to the hypostatic union, so the love of Mary was great in proportion to the excellence conferred upon her by the Eternal Father, when he appointed her as the one, who as mother was to conceive and bear his Son for the salvation of the world. Thence we understand that all the gifts and the blessings of creatures depend in some manner on the love and charity of the Blessed Virgin toward God. In her alone it was possible that divine charity could exist in this world in its highest and ultimate perfection. She paid the whole debt of charity at a time when all men were unable to pay or even to understand the greatness of their debt. She, by her most perfect charity, obliged the Eternal Father to sacrifice his most holy Son for herself and in redemption of the whole world. For if Mary had loved less, and if her charity had been defective, the proper preparation for his incarnation would have been wanting. But as soon as any creature was found, which resembled God so closely as she, it was, so to say, but a natural consequence that he should descend to her as he did. All this is the meaning of the words of the Holy Ghost, when he calls Mary the mother of beautiful love. Ecclesiasticus chapter 24, verse 24. As has already been explained, correspondingly in regard to hope, these words to Mary signify: Mary is the mother of him who is our sweetest love, Jesus, our Lord and Redeemer, who became the most beautiful among men by a divine, infinite, and uncreated beauty, and by a human nature which was to be without guilt or blemish, and to which no beauty of grace that can be communicated by the divinity was wanting. First letter of Peter, chapter 2, verse 22. She is also the mother of beautiful love, for she engendered in her soul the perfect love and charity and the most beautiful affection. All the rest of creatures combined could not attain the beauty and faultlessness of her charity, for theirs was not worthy to be called absolutely beautiful. She is the mother of our love, for she drew it toward the earth for us. She cultivated it for us. She taught us to know and practice it. There is no other creature in heaven or on earth that could be such a teacher of this beautiful love for men or angels. Therefore all the saints are but rays of this sun, and streamlets flowing from this ocean. So much the better will they know how to love, the more they participate in this love and charity of most holy Mary, and in so far as they succeed in imitating and copying it more exactly. The sources of this charity and love of our Princess Mary were her profound knowledge and wisdom, derived as well from her infused faith and hope, as also from the gifts of science, intellect, and wisdom given to her by the Holy Ghost. But the greatest of all the sources of her love were the intuitive and abstractive visions of the Divinity. Through all these mediums she reached the highest knowledge of the uncreated charity, and drank of it at its very fountain. And as she thus learned how God was to be loved for his own sake and the creature for the sake of God, also how to practice and execute this love with the most intense and fervent desire. Moreover, as the power of God found no impediment or hindrance, no inadvertence, ignorance, or imperfection, nor any tardiness of the will in this Queen, it could operate in her according to his pleasure. This was not possible in other creatures, since in none of them it found the same disposition as in most holy Mary. In her was the fulfillment of that great natural and divine precept: Thou shalt love thy God with thy whole heart, and with thy whole soul, and with thy whole strength. Mary alone satisfied this obligation and debt for all men, which in this life and before seeing God, they neither knew nor could ever fulfill entirely. This Lady fulfilled it more perfectly during her pilgrimage than the saints even in the state of beatitude. Moreover, she also satisfied the intentions of God in regard to that precept, namely, that it remained not unfruitful and as it were frustrated on the part of wayfaring men, for most holy Mary by herself sanctified and fulfilled it entirely for all of them, supplying by her charity all that was wanting in the fulfillment of this precept among men. And probably if God had not foreknown that Mary our Queen would be among the number of the mortals, He would not have given this command in this form. But on her account He was pleased to give it. To her we owe not only this command of perfect charity, but also the adequate fulfillment of it among men. O most sweet and most beautiful Mother of beautiful love and charity, let all the nations know Thee, let all generations bless Thee, and let all the creatures magnify and praise Thee. Thou alone art the perfect one, the beloved one, the chosen Mother of uncreated charity. It formed thee and selected thee to shine like the sun in thy most beautiful and most perfect love. Canticles chapter 6 verse 9. Let all us miserable children of Eve approach this sun in order to be enlightened and inflamed. Let us approach this Mother in order to be born again in love. Let us approach this Teacher in order to be taught the love, affection and charity which is without defect. Love is a disposition which is pleased and satisfied with the thing loved. Affection is a selection and separation of the beloved from other of the same kind, and charity implied in addition to these a high appreciation and esteem for the goodness of the beloved. All this we will learn from the Mother of true love, who is called by that name precisely because her love possesses all these qualities. In her we learn to love God for his own sake, resting satisfied in Him with all our heart, to give Him a separate place in all our love from all that is not God, for loving Him, together with other things, only diminishes our love of God. We learn to appreciate Him and esteem Him above gold and above all precious things, for in comparison with Him, all precious things are of no value, all beauty is ugliness, and all that is great and estimable in our carnal eyes becomes contemptible and valueless. Of the effects of this love of the most holy Mary, this whole history treats, and of them heaven and earth are full. Therefore I will not stay to describe more particularly what no human tongue nor words of men or angels can convey. Instructions given me by the Queen of Heaven. My daughter, if I desire in maternal affection that thou follow me and imitate me in all the other virtues, then more especially do I make known and declare to thee my desire to see thee follow me in the virtue of charity, for this is the end and the crowning glory of all other virtues. I desire that thou exert thy utmost powers to copy in thy soul, with the greatest perfection, all that thou hast learnt of my charity. Light up the lamp of thy faith and reason in order to find this drachma of infinite value. Luke chapter 15 verse 8. And after thou hast found it, forget and despise all that is earthly and corruptible. In thy own mind, consider again and again, ponder and take heed of the infinite reasons and causes that God make lovable above all other things. In order that thou mayest be sure that thou lovest Him perfectly and truly, search within thyself for the following signs and effects of that love, whether thy thought and meditation dwell continually on God, whether his commands and counsel find in thee no repugnance or remissness, whether thou fearest to offend him, whether thou seekest immediately to appease him after having offended him, whether thou grievest to see him offended and rejoicest to see him served by all creatures, whether thou desirest and art delighted to speak continually of his love. See whether thou delightest in the memory of his presence, whether thou grievest at thy forgetfulness of him and at his absence from thee, whether thou lovest what he loves and abhorrest what he abhors, whether thou seekest to draw all men towards his friendship and grace, whether thou prayest with confidence. See whether thou receivest with gratitude his benefits, whether thou dost not waste them, but rather turnest them to good account for his honor and glory, whether thou strivest to extinguish in thyself all the movements of the passions, which retard thee or hinder thee in thy loving aspirations and in thy works of virtue. All these and many more are the signs of greater or less charity in the soul. When charity is ardent and strong, it will be especially careful not to suffer the forces of the soul to remain idle, nor to consent to any blemish, because it will immediately consume and wipe it out. It will not rest until it can taste the highest good of its love. For without it, this love droops, is wounded, and dies. It thirsts after that wine which inebriates the heart, causing a forgetfulness of all that is corruptible and passing. Canticles chapter 5 verse 1. And as charity is the mother and the root of all virtue, its fecundity will immediately show itself as soon as it has found a place in the soul. It will fill it and adorn it with the habits of the other virtues, and engender them one after another, by establishing the practice of them, as the Apostle says. 1 Corinthians chapter 13 verse 4. The soul that is in charity not only feels the effects of charity in itself, but through charity it is secure of being loved by God. Through this divine love it enjoys the reciprocal effect of God's indwelling, so that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost will come and live in it as their temple, and this is a blessing which no words and no example can properly express in this mortal life. The right order of this virtue is to love God above all the creatures, then to love oneself and him who is nearest to oneself, namely our neighbor. God must be loved with the whole understanding, without deceit, with the whole will, without reserve or division, with the whole mind, without forgetfulness, without diminution, without negligence or remissness. The motive of charity in loving God is none else than God himself, for he must be loved for his own sake, being the highest good and most perfect goodness and holiness. Loving God for such motives causes the creature to love itself and the neighbor and itself, for both belong to one and the same God, from whom they derive their origin, their life and activity. He that loves God truly for himself will also love all that is of God, and all that in some way participates in his goodness. Therefore charity looks upon the neighbor as a work and a participation of God, and makes no distinction between friend or enemy. Charity looks only upon that which is of God and which pertains to him in others, no matter whether the neighbor is friendly or hostile, a benefactor or a persecutor. It attends only to the difference in the participation of the divine and infinite goodness, and according to this standard, it loves all in God and for God. All other kinds of love, such as loving creatures for less exalted motives, hoping for some kind of reward, advantage or return, or loving them under cover of disorderly concupiscence, or with a mere human and natural love, even if it should spring from naturally virtuous and well-ordered motives, are not infused charity. As it is usual in men to be moved by these partial excellences and for selfish and earthly ends, there are few who embrace and appreciate the nobility of this generous virtue, and who exercise it with proper perfection. For they seek even God and pursue him for the sake of temporal blessings or for spiritual benefits and pleasures. I desire that thou, my daughter, drive out of thy heart all these disorderly loves, and that thou live only in well-ordered charity, to which the Most High has inclined thy desires. If thou so many times reaffirmest that this virtue is so beautiful, so pleasing and so worthy of being sought and esteemed by all creatures. Apply thyself to know it in its full excellence, and having come to understand its value, set thyself to purchase this incomparable gem by forgetting and extinguishing in thy heart all love that is not the perfect love. Love no creatures except for God, and for what thou seest in them as coming from God and belonging to Him, in the same manner as a bride loves all the servants and connections of the house of her bridegroom because they are his. Forget to love anything not referable to God or not lovable on his account, nor love in any other way except as I have asked thee, or the Most High has commanded thee to love. Thou wilt also know whether thou lovest with pure charity by thy behavior towards friends and enemies, the naturally agreeable and disagreeable, the polite and the impolite, those that possess or do not possess natural advantages. All this sort of distinction does not come from pure charity, but from the natural inclinations and passions of the appetites, which thou must govern, extinguish and eradicate by means of this sublime virtue. End of chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 9. As the acts of the understanding go before the acts of the will and direct them on the way, the virtues pertaining to the exercise of the understanding also precede those of the will. Although the proper sphere of the intellect is to recognize the truth and comprehend it, thereby perhaps causing a doubt whether it can be classed as a virtue. For virtue of its very nature consists in tending toward and practicing the good. Yet it is certain that there are also intellectual virtues, the practice of which is praiseworthy in proportion as they conform to reason and truth, for these are the proper good of the intellect. When therefore it proposes truth to the will and instructs the will to follow its guidance, then this act of the intellect is theologically good when matters of faith are concerned, and morally good when, as for instance in the exercise of prudence, the operations of the appetites are regulated. On this account, the virtue of prudence comes first as pertaining to the proper use of the understanding. It is, as it were, the root of the other cardinal and moral virtues, for these others are praiseworthy when accompanied by prudence, and faulty and reprehensible when devoid of it. The sovereign Queen Mary possessed this virtue of prudence in supreme excellence and in proportion to the height of her other virtues already described and yet to be described. On account of her wonderful prudence, the Church calls her the Virgin most prudent. As this virtue governs all the others, and as this whole history treats of the exercise of these virtues in the most holy Mary, all of what little I can say and manifest of this sea of prudence will be nothing else than a continual implied reference to her prudence, and all her works will show the splendor of this virtue. Therefore I will speak here more in general of the prudence of the sovereign Queen, exhibiting the different parts and qualities of prudence as taught us by teachers and saints, in order that we may thereby obtain a better understanding of it in her regard. Of the three kinds of prudence called political, purgative, and that of a soul already purified or perfect, none was wanting in our Queen, and they were hers in the highest degree. For, although all her faculties were most pure and perfect, or in other words, had no need of being purified from any faultiness or opposition to virtue, yet they could be improved as regards the natural knowledge, and in as far as the progress from goodness and holiness to greatest goodness and holiness was concerned. This must be understood of course only of her own works, as far as they are compared with each other, and not in as far as they are brought into comparison with the works of others. For in comparison with the works of other saints, there was no great or small in this city of God, whose foundations are above the holy mountains. But in her own works, since they grew in charity and grace from the first moment of her conception, some of them, though in themselves most perfect and superior to all the works of the saints, were less perfect in comparison with other acts of a later period in her life. Political prudence in general is that which ponders and weighs all that is to be done and reduces it to the dictates of reason, eschewing all that is not just and good. The purgative or purifying prudence is that which disposes and selects all things in such a way as to rectify the heart by divine contemplation toward all celestial things. The prudence of the purified or perfect soul is that which directs and centers all the affections upon the highest good, as if no other object existed. All these kinds of prudence existed in most holy Mary in order that She might distinguish and know without fail, direct and accomplish without remissness or tardiness, whatever is most perfect and excellent in the fulfillment of her works. Never did the judgment of this sovereign Lady in the whole range of her activity dictate or attach itself to anything which was not the best and most proper. No one ever equaled her in disposing and directing all visible or worldly matters so as to make them useful for divine contemplation. Therefore, having perceived them so intimately and in so many different lights of knowledge, She was united in such a manner to the highest good by divine love, that no preoccupation or hindrance ever prevented her from resting completely in the center of her love. It is manifest also that all the component parts of prudence existed in their entirety in our Queen. The first is memory, which retains in the mind things already experienced in the past. From past experiences are drawn many rules for proceeding and acting in the present and in the future. Because prudence concerns itself with particular actions, and as there cannot be a general rule for all of them, it is necessary to draw special rules from many past examples and experiences stored up in the memory. Our Sovereign was so endowed with it that She never experienced the natural defect of forgetfulness, for that which once she had understood and learnt was ever present and immovable in her memory. In regard to this blessing, most pure Mary transcended the whole human race and even the angelic order, because God made her a summary of all that was most perfect in both of them. She contained in herself all the essential goodness of the human nature and all that was most perfect and the farthest removed from blemish in the accidental qualities of man. And many of the natural and many of the supernatural gifts of the angelic nature She possessed by special privilege and in a higher degree than the angels themselves. One of these gifts was a fixed and constant memory, incapable of forgetting what she had learnt. In regard to her memory, she excelled the angels in the same proportion as she excelled them in the virtue of prudence. Only in one respect this blessing was limited in a mysterious manner by the humble purity of the most holy Mary. If the images of all things were to be fixed in the memory, it was unavoidable that also much that springs from the vileness and sinfulness of creatures should fill its sacred precincts. Therefore the most humble and pure Princess besought the Lord that the full gift of memory should not extend itself toward the preservation of those images, but only in so far as was necessary for the exercise of fraternal charity towards her neighbor and for the practice of other virtues. The Most High granted this petition more in testimony of her most humble purity than on account of any danger, to which these images could expose her. For the sun is not harmed by the impurities which it may shine upon, nor are the angels disturbed by our vileness, since to the pure all things are pure. Titus chapter 1 verse 15. But in this regard the Lord of the angels wished to privilege his Mother more than them. He wished to tolerate in her memory only those images which pertain to the highest sanctity, honesty, cleanliness, and the most amiable purity, and what was most pleasing to Himself. Thus her most holy soul, in regard to these things, was without blemish, and her memory was adorned with the representations of all that is most pure and desirable. Another component part of the virtue of prudence is the intelligence which principally concerns itself with what is to be done in the present moment. It is a correct and profound understanding of the reasons and the principles, according to which virtuous actions are to be performed. It reduces this understanding into action, not only in so far as to give a comprehensive knowledge of the excellence of virtue in general, but also insofar as to direct our activity in the proper channel for performing there and then each particular work in a virtuous and perfect manner. Thus, when I have a deep understanding of the precept, "Do nothing unto others that thou wishest not to be done unto thyself," I will at once know that I shall not do this or that particular injury, because it would seem a wrong if done to me or some one else. This kind of intelligence most holy Mary possessed in so much the higher degree than all the rest of creatures, as she exceeded them in knowledge of the moral virtues, in profound penetration regarding infallible rectitude, and in participation of the divine righteousness. In the light of this intelligence, derived from the splendors of the Divinity itself, there could be no deceit, no ignorance, no doubt, no mere opinions, as is the case with other creatures. For she understood and penetrated all the truths, both in their general and their particular bearings, and especially as far as their practical application in the matter of virtue is concerned, seeing them as they are in themselves. Thus it must be held that this part of prudence was hers in an unequaled fullness and plenitude. The third component part of prudence is called providence. It is the most important of all the parts of prudence, for in human actions it is most important that the present be well ordered toward the future, so that all things may be rightly adjusted. This is effected by providence. Our Lady and Queen practiced this part of prudence in a degree even more excellent, if possible, than all the other parts of prudence. For besides the vivid memory of the past and the profound understanding of things present, she had an unerring knowledge and understanding of things to come, to which her providence extended itself. With this knowledge and infused science, she so arranged all happenings that they were a preparation for the future, and nothing could come upon her unawares or by surprise. All things were by her foreseen, considered and weighed beforehand in the sanctuary of her mind, illumined by infused light. Thus, without a shade of doubt or uncertainty, such as is the lot of other men, she awaited the events before their arrival with unerring certitude, so that for all things she found a place, a time and opportune circumstances, directing them all toward the good. These three parts of prudence comprehend the activity of the intellect in the practice of this virtue, for they secure the good order of our actions in regard to past, the present and the future. However, when we consider this virtue under another aspect, namely, insofar as it perceives the proper means for the practice of virtue and directs the will to employ them rightly, the teachers and philosophers mention 5 other points or different kinds of activities of prudence, namely, docility, reasonableness, cleverness, circumspection, and caution. Docility is the good judgment and readiness of the creature to be taught by others better informed than itself, and a disposition not inflated by its own knowledge, and not resting unduly on its own insight and wisdom. Reasonableness, or the power of drawing correct inferences, consists in reasoning without error from generally understood principles to the particular course of action in each single case. Cleverness is a diligent attention and practical application of our activity to that which happens, enabling us to judge rightly and follow the best course of action, just as docility is attention to the teachings of others. Circumspection is a just consideration of the circumstances connected with each good work, for it is not sufficient that the end of our actions be good, but it is necessary to consider the opportuneness of the circumstances. Cautiousness is a direct attention to the dangers or impediments, so that when they occur under cover of virtue or unexpectedly, we may not be found rash or unprepared. All these complements of prudence existed in the Queen of Heaven without any faultiness and in their fullest perfection. Docility belonged to Mary as the legitimate daughter of her incomparable humility, for though she had received the plenitude of science from the moment of her Immaculate Conception, and though she was the teacher and the mother of true wisdom, she nevertheless allowed herself to be taught by the elders, by her equals and by those below her, esteeming herself as lower than all of them, and seeking to be a disciple of those who in comparison to her were most ignorant. This docility she exhibited during all her life like a most simple dove, disguising her wisdom with a greater prudence than that of the serpent. Matthew chapter 10, verse 16. As a child she accepted instruction from her parents, from her teacher in the temple, from her companions, and later on, from her spouse Saint Joseph, and from the apostles. From all creatures she wished to learn, being a prodigy of humility, as I have said in another place. The reasonableness or prudent judgment of Most Holy Mary can be easily inferred from what Saint Luke says of her, that she kept and pondered in her heart the mysterious events in the life of her most holy Son. This pondering was the reasoning which she employed, comparing cause with cause in the order in which they occurred and happened, and by this comparison she formed for herself most prudent counsels, which enabled her to act with the perfection peculiar to her. Although she very often understood many things without the discourse of reasoning by a simple intuition and intelligence which exceeded all human understanding, yet as far as the actual exercise of the virtues was concerned, she applied this process of reasoning with the abstract principles of virtue to her own practice of them. In regard to cleverness and diligent application of the rules of prudence, the sovereign Lady also was highly privileged, for she was not weighed down by the heavy load of human passion and corruption, and thus she felt not our languors and tardiness in her faculties, but she was always alert, ready and very skillful in noticing and attending to all that was necessary to come to a correct and wholesome conclusion in the performance of virtuous actions, and in striking, readily and quickly, the happy medium of virtue in her doings. Equally admirable was Most Holy Mary in her circumspection, for all her works were so accomplished that no point of perfection was missing, and all of them stand forth in the highest perfection possible. And as the greater part of her actions were works of charity towards the neighbor, and all of them most opportune, therefore in all her teaching, admonishing, consoling, beseeching and correcting of her neighbor, the efficacious sweetness of her reasonable and pleasing manners met with its highest success. The last complement of prudence, called cautiousness, which meets and evades the implements of virtue, was necessarily also possessed by the Queen of Angels in a greater perfection than by these spirits, for her exalted wisdom and the love which accompanied them incited her to such caution and foresight that no event which might be an impediment in the exercise of the most perfect virtue found her unprepared and unprovided with a counter remedy. And since the enemy, as will be described later on, not being able to find any hold in her passions, exerted himself so much in placing elaborate and unheard of obstacles in her way, the most prudent Virgin had occasion to practice this caution many times, thereby exciting the wonder of the apostles. On account of the cautious discretion of the most holy Mary, the demon pursued her with a terrified wrath and envy, burning with a desire to know by what power she foiled such powerful machinations and cunning snares as he devised in order to hinder or draw her away. For in every instance he was vanquished, and had to be witness of the most perfect exercise of all that is virtuous in all her undertakings and works. After having mentioned and described the parts and complements of prudence, let us also examine the different species or kinds into which it can be divided, according to the object or the ends to which it is applied. Prudence can be used either in our own actions and affairs, or for the affairs of others, and thus arise two kinds of prudence, directing the activity which concerns ourselves and that which concerns our neighbors. That which governs one's own particular activity is called anarchic prudence, and in reference to the Queen of Heaven, it is not necessary to say more in proof of her having exercised this kind of prudence than what has already been said above about the manner in which she regulated her own life. The prudence which regulates the government of others is called polyarchic. This is subdivided into 4 kinds, according to 4 different ways of governing others. The first kind is that which facilitates the government of countries by just and useful laws. It is proper to kings, princes and monarchs, and of all those whose authority is supreme. The second kind is called the political prudence, which has its name from the fact that it teaches the right government of cities or republics. The third is called economical prudence, which shows how to govern and manage domestic affairs of the family or particular homes. The fourth is military prudence, which is adapted to prosecution of wars and management of armies. None of these different kinds of prudence was wanting in our great Queen. All were given to her as habits in the instant of her conception and of her sanctification, so that no grace, no virtue, no perfection which might exalt and beautify her above all creatures, might be wanting in her. The Most High made her an archive and depositary of all his gifts, an example to all the rest of creation, thus giving an exhibition of his power and greatness, so that in the whole heavenly Jerusalem it might be known what he could and would do for a mere creature. And in Mary these sublime habits of virtue did not lie idle, for all of them she exercised in the course of her life on many occasions as they offered themselves. As regards economical prudence, it is well known how incomparable was the government of her domestic affairs, when living with her spouse Joseph and with her most holy Son, for in his education and service she acted with such prudence as was befitting the most occult mystery which God entrusted to men, as I shall show in another place, according to my understanding and ability. She exercised also the governing or monarchical prudence as the sole Empress of the Church, teaching, advising and directing the sacred apostles in the primitive Church, thus helping to lay its foundation and to initiate the laws, rites and ceremonies most necessary and useful for its propagation and establishment. Though she obeyed the apostles in particular matters and consulted especially Saint Peter as the vicar of Christ and the head of the Church, and Saint John as her chaplain, yet they and all the Christians asked her advice and followed it in the general and particular matters relating to the government of the Church. She also taught the Christian kings and princes who approached her for counsel, for many of them sought to know her after the ascension of her most holy Son into heaven. Among them especially can be mentioned the three kings of the East, when they came to adore the Child. She explained and instructed them in all they must do for their states, with such light and clearness that she was their star and guide on the way to eternity. They returned to their country enlightened, consoled and astonished at the wisdom, prudence and sweetness of the words which they had heard from the mouth of a tender maiden. In witness of all the high praise which this Queen deserved in this regard, it is enough to hear her own words. By me kings reign, and lawgivers decree just things, by me princes rule. Proverbs chapter 8 verse 13. Neither was the political prudence wanting in her, for she taught the republics and nations, and the primitive Christians in particular, how to proceed in public acts and government of their country, how they must obey kings and secular princes, their prelates and bishops, how they are to convoke councils, issue the definitions and decrees resolved upon. Even military prudence found a place in the sovereign Queen, for also in this direction she was consulted by some of the faithful, and she instructed and taught them what was required to carry on a just war with their enemies, so as to conduct them according to the justice and pleasure of the Lord. Here can also be mentioned the courage and prudence with which this powerful lady vanquished the prince of darkness, teaching us thereby how we must battle with him, for she overcame him by an exalted wisdom and prudence, greater than that shown by David in his combat with the giant, or by Judith with Holofernes, or by Esther with Ammon. 1 Kings chapter 17 verse 50. Judith chapter 13 verse 10. Esther chapter 7 verse 6. Even if all these kinds of prudence had not been needed for the actions mentioned, yet it was proper that this Mother of wisdom, aside of their being befitting ornaments of her most holy soul, should possess them on account of her being the mediatrix and sole advocate of this world. For as she was to procure by her intercession all the blessings which God could bestow upon the human race, and since none of them were to be granted without her intercession, it was necessary that she should know perfectly all the virtues which she was to obtain for men, and that these blessings, next to God, their uncreated beginning, should flow from her as from an original source. There are other helps, which are attached to the virtue of prudence and which are called potential parts, being as it were instruments with which prudence works. They are synesis, or the aptitude and readiness to form sane judgments; eubulia, the faculty of giving and suggesting good counsel; gnome, which teaches what exceptions can justly be made to general rules, and this latter is necessary for the use of epikeia, which enables us to judge what particular cases are to be decided by rules higher than the ordinary. All these perfections and excellences adorn the prudence of the most holy Mary, so that no one could give such unerring counsel in all possible contingencies, nor could anyone, not even the most exalted angel, form such correct judgment in all things as she. Above all was our most prudent Queen, skilled in the higher principles and rules of action, and such as were above the ordinary and common laws; but it would require a long discourse even to mention the instances here. Many of them will be understood in the sequel of this history of her most holy life. In order to conclude this chapter on the prudence of the Blessed Virgin, it is only necessary to say, that the rule by which it is to be measured is none else than the prudence of the soul of Christ, our Lord. For it was conformed and assimilated entirely to his, since she was to be the coadjutrix in all the works of wisdom and prudence performed by the Lord of all creation and Savior of the world. Instruction vouchsafed by the Queen of Heaven. My daughter, I wish, that all that thou hast written and that thou hast understood in this chapter be to thee an instruction and a reminder of what I have taught thee for the government of thy actions. Write in thy heart and fix in thy mind the memory of all that thou hast learnt of my prudence in all that I have thought, desired and executed. Let this light guide thee through the midst of the darkness of human ignorance, so that thou mayest not be disturbed or confounded by the luring passions, or especially by the malice and snares laid thee by the watchful malice of thy enemies, seeking to infect thy understanding. Not to be endowed with all the perfections of prudence is not culpable in the creature, but to be negligent in learning the rules of prudence after having been instructed how to attain this knowledge is a serious fault and the cause of many mistakes and errors in the conduct of affairs. On account of this negligence, the passions countermand, impede and obstruct the dictates of prudence. This is especially the case with disorderly sorrow and excessive enjoyment, which are apt to pervert the just estimate of good or bad. Thence arise two dangerous vices: precipitation in our actions, impelling us to undertake things without considering the proper means of success, and inconstancy in our good resolutions and in the works once begun. Ungoverned anger or indiscreet fervor both cause us to be precipitate or remiss in many of our exterior actions, because they are performed without proper moderation and counsel. Hasty judgment and want of firmness in pursuing the good cause the soul imprudently to desist from its laudable enterprise, for it gives easy admittance to that which is opposed to the true good, and is highly pleased now with the true goodness, then again with what is but apparent and deceitful, or is presented by the passions or by the demon. Against these dangers I wish to see thee watchful and provident, and thou wilt be so if thou attend to the example, which I give thee in my life, and if thou obey the instructions and counsels of thy spiritual guides, for without them thou must do nothing, if thou wishest to proceed with docile discretion. Be assured that the Most High will give thee plentiful wisdom, for a pure, submissive and docile heart will draw from Him superabundant aid. Keep in mind always the misfortune of the imprudent and foolish virgins, who in their thoughtless negligence rejected wise counsel and cast aside fear, instead of being solicitous, and when afterwards they sought to make up for it, they found the portal of salvation closed against them. Matthew chapter 25, verse 12. See to it therefore, my daughter, that thou unite the simplicity of the dove with the prudence of the serpent, and then thy works shall be perfect. End of chapter 9. Book 2, Chapter 10 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 1, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 10. The great virtue of justice is most necessary for the exercise of the love of God in man, and therefore also for all human conversation and intercourse. It is a habit by which the will is urged to give to each one what belongs to him, and its object matter is the just and equitable dealing, which must be observed toward God. And as there are so many occasions in which man can exercise or violate this equity, and in so many different ways, the range of application of this virtue is very wide and diffused, and there are many different species or kinds of justice. In as far as it concerns the public and common good, it is called legal justice. In so far as it influences all the other virtues, it is called a general virtue, although it does not partake of the nature of the rest. In so far, however, as justice is employed for one determined object, and by individuals to preserve the rights of each, it is called particular or special justice. This virtue, in all its kinds and parts, the Empress of Heaven exercised toward all creatures in an eminent degree. For she alone knew by her greater enlightenment all its obligations and comprehended them perfectly. Although this virtue does not directly have anything to do with the natural passions, as is the case with fortitude and temperance, yet in many instances, precisely on account of the failure to moderate and regulate the passions, justice toward the neighbor is set aside. This happens with those, who out of disorderly covetousness or lust, usurp what does not belong to them. But as in the most holy Mary, there were no disorderly passions, nor any ignorance of proper measure to be maintained according to justice, she fulfilled all justice toward each person, and showed the way of justice to all who were privileged to hear from her mouth the words and doctrine of eternal life. As far as legal justice is concerned, she not only observed it to the letter by obeying the common laws, as she did in the purification and other prescriptions of the old law, although, on account of being the Queen and free from sin, she was exempt from them. But no one except her most holy Son ever advanced so much as she the public and common good of morals. For toward this end she directed all her virtues and operations, earning thereby the divine mercy for mankind and benefiting her neighbor in many other ways. Also the distributive and commutative justice belonged to most holy Mary in a heroic degree. Distributive justice regulates the distribution of the common goods to individual persons. This justice her Highness observed in many affairs, which were left to her authority and management in the primitive Church, as for instance, in the distribution of the common property for the sustenance and other necessities of each person. Although she never distributed money, for that she never handled, yet she gave her orders and at other times her counsel for its just application. On these and similar occasions she always acted up to strict equity and justice, according to the necessities and the circumstances of each one's condition. The same she also observed in the distribution of offices and ministerial dignities among the apostles and the first children of the Church in their meetings and assemblies. All these things this most wise teacher ordered and arranged with perfect equity. For besides her ordinary knowledge and insight into the disposition of each of her subjects, she made use of prayer and of the divine enlightenment. On this account, the apostles and others, whom she governed, had recourse to her for direction and counsel, and whatever was done under her direction was disposed of in perfect equity and without acceptation of persons. Commutative justice procures reciprocal equality in that which is given and received by individuals, as for instance, observing the rule, to offer gift for gift, etc., or value for value. This kind of justice the Queen of Heaven had fewer opportunities of exercising than other virtues, for she never bought or sold anything for herself. If it was necessary to buy or commute any article, it was done by the patriarch Saint Joseph while he lived, and afterwards by Saint John the Evangelist or some of the apostles. The Master of Sanctity, who came to destroy and eradicate avarice, the root of all evil. First letter of Timothy, chapter 6, verse 10. wished to remove from himself and from his most holy Mother all those negotiations and transactions in which the fire of human covetousness is enkindled and preserved. Therefore his providence ordained that neither his own hand nor that of his purest Mother should be soiled by the transactions of human commerce in buying and selling, even if only of things necessary for the preservation of human life. However, the Queen did not omit to teach men this virtue of commutative justice, directing in the way of perfect justice all those who in the apostolate and primitive church were engaged in such affairs. This virtue of justice comprises also other kinds of activity in regard to the neighbor, such as judging others in the public and civil courts, or in private. Our Savior refers to the contrary vice when he says in Saint Matthew, "Judge not that you may not be judged." Matthew chapter 7, verse 1. These judgments are formed by each one according to the estimate which is in his own mind. Therefore they are just judgments, if they are conformable to reason, and unjust, if they disagree with it. Our sovereign Queen never exercised the office of a public or civil judge, although she had the power to be the judge of all the universe. But by her most equitous counsels during the time of her life, and afterwards through her intercession, she fulfilled what was written about her in the Proverbs. I walk in the paths of justice, and through me the mighty decree justice. Proverbs chapter 8, verses 20 and 16. As regards particular judgments, no injustice ever could find a place in the most pure heart of most holy Mary, for she could never be imprudent in her suspicions, or rash in her judgments, nor was she troubled by doubts, nor, if she had any, would she ever decide them unkindly for the worst part. These vices of injustice are proper and natural as it were to the children of Adam, who are dominated and enslaved by the disorderly passions of hate, envy, ill-natured emulation, and other evil inclinations. From these bad roots sprout unjust suspicions with slight foundations, rash judgments and prejudiced solutions of doubts. For each one easily presumes in his brother his own faults. Because they are filled with hate and envy at the prosperity of their neighbor and rejoice at his misfortune, they lightly give belief where there are no grounds, only yielding to their bad desires and allowing their judgments to drift in accordance with their wishes. From all these consequences of sin, our Queen was free, as she had no part in sin. All was charity, purity, sanctity, and perfect love, whatever entered or came from the sanctuary of her heart. In her was all the grace of truth and the way of life. Ecclesiasticus chapter 24, verse 25. In the plenitude of her sanctity and science, she doubted nothing, and she suspected nothing, for she was aware of all the secrets hidden in the hearts of men and searched for their souls with the light of truth and mercy, not suspecting evil and never attributing blame where none was due. On the contrary, she was solicitous to excuse the sins of men, in justice and equity, yielding to each and every one his dues. Her most earnest desire was to fill all men with the sweetness and the graciousness of her virtues. In the two different kinds of commutative and distributive justice there are contained many other kinds or species of virtues, but I will only refer to them in so far as to say that all of them, both as habits and as acts, are possessed by the most holy Mary in the highest and most excellent degree. Some of these virtues are related to justice, because they are exercised in our intercourse with our neighbor and partake to a certain extent, though not in all their bearings, of the nature of justice, either because we are unable to pay fully what we owe, or because, if we are able, the debt or obligation is not so strict as that which is incurred by commutative or distributive justice. I will not enter upon a full explanation of these virtues, since they are various and numerous. But in order not to pass them over entirely, I will give a short summary, so as to show how our sovereign and most high Princess was adorned with all of them. It is a just obligation to give worship and reverence to those who are placed above us, according to the greatness of their excellence and their dignity, and according to the benefits which we receive at their hands. varies also our obligation and the reverence which we owe them, although no return on our part can equal the benefit or the dignity. The first virtue of this kind is that of religion, by which we give to God due worship and reverence, though his magnificence and his gifts exceed infinitely all that we will ever be able to return in thanks or praise. Among the moral virtues, this one is the most noble on account of its object, namely, the worship of God, and its subject matter is as extensive as there are ways and means of directly praising and reverencing God. In this virtue of religion are comprehended all the interior acts of prayer, contemplation and devotion, with all their parts, conditions, causes, effects and purposes. Among exterior actions, latria, which is the supreme outward adoration due only to God, falls under this head, and with it also all its different kinds of parts, namely, sacrifices, oblations, tithes and vows, oaths, exterior and vocal offerings of praise. For in all these actions, if they are performed in the proper manner, God is honored and reverenced by the creatures, just as he is very much offended in the contrary vices. The second virtue falling under the above class is piety, by which we are inclined to honor our parents, to whom, after God, we owe our being and our education. By it we also show proper regard for those who participate in a manner of the quality of parents, such as for instance our relatives, or our country, which sustains and governs us. This virtue is so important that we must prefer its dictates to the acts of supererogation in the virtue of religion. So Christ the Lord teaches us in Saint Matthew, when he reprehended the Pharisees for setting aside piety toward their parents under the pretext of the worship of God. In the third place must be mentioned veneration, which inclines us to give honor and reverence to those who possess some superior excellence or dignity of a different kind from that of our parents or fatherland. This virtue the doctors divided into two kinds: dulia and obedience. Dulia is the veneration due to those who participate in a certain measure in the majesty and dominion of the highest Lord God, to whom is due, as we said above, the worship of adoration or latria. Therefore we honor the saints by the reverence called dulia, and likewise those in the higher dignities, to whom we subject ourselves as servants. Obedience is the subjection of our will, inducing us to do the will of our superior in preference to our own. Our free will is so estimable that this virtue is admirable and excellent above all the moral virtues, for the sacrifice is greater than in any other. These three virtues of religion, piety and veneration, or observantia, were possessed by Mary in such great plenitude and perfection that nothing possible pertaining to them was wanting. What intellect can ever comprehend the honor, veneration and worship with which this Lady served her most beloved Son, adoring him as true God and man, as Creator, Redeemer, Glorifier, the highest, the infinite, the immense in essence, in goodness and in all attributes? She knew more of him than any other creature and more than all of them together, and according to her knowledge she rendered the due honor, teaching even the seraphim how to reverence him. In this virtue she was so great a teacher that merely to see her was sufficient to rouse, urge and incite, all by a secret force, to worship the supreme Lord and Author of heaven and earth, and without any other effort on her part she induced many to praise God. Her prayers, contemplations and devotions, together with the wonderful effects and the power of her intercession, are known to all the angels and saints, but cannot be comprehended by them, exciting their endless admiration. To her all the intellectual creatures are indebted, since she satisfied and made recompense not only for that which they have culpably neglected in this regard, but also for that which they could never attain, or execute, or merit. This Lady outraised the salvation of the world, and if she had not been in it, the eternal Word would not have issued from the bosom of the Father. She excelled the seraphim from her first instant in contemplation, in prayer, in petition, and in devout promptitude for the service of God. She offered the proper sacrifice, gave oblations and tithes, and all this in such a perfect manner that nothing on the part of men was more acceptable, next to that of her most holy Son. In the ceaseless praise, hymns, canticles, and vocal prayers which she offered, she was above all the patriarchs and prophets. And if in the Church militant her doings were known as in the Church triumphant, they would be the admiration of the world. The virtues of piety and veneration Her Majesty exercised in proportion as she knew how to estimate better her obligation toward her parents and their heroic sanctity. The same was true in regard to her relations. For instance, she procured special graces for John the Baptist and his mother, for holy Elizabeth and some others in the apostolate. Certainly, if her fatherland had not been made unworthy of favor by the ingratitude and hard-heartedness of its inhabitants, she would have made it the most fortunate country on earth. Nevertheless, in as far as the Most High permitted, she conferred upon it great benefits and favors, both spiritual and material. In reverence toward the priests she was admirable, for she alone knew and could set proper value on the dignity of the anointed of the Lord. She has taught us all in this matter, and also how to honor the patriarchs, prophets, and saints, as well as the temporal masters and those in authority. She omitted no act pertaining to these virtues, being solicitous according to time and opportunity to instruct others in the exercise of them, especially the first faithful in the establishment of the evangelical Church. There, obeying not any more the verbal commands of her most holy Son or of her husband, but submitting to her Son's substitutes, she became an example to the world of a new kind of obedience, for in those times not she owed obedience to any creature, but the whole earth in an especial manner owed obedience to her, since she was staying upon it as its queen and mistress for the very purpose of governing it. There are other virtues, which can also be classed under the head of justice, for they dispose us to yield to others that which we owe them on account of some moral obligation, founded upon an honest and just title. These virtues are gratitude or thankfulness, truth or veracity, vindication, liberality, friendship or affability. By gratitude, we create a certain equality of ourselves with those from whom we have received benefits, giving them thanks in return, according to the nature of the benefits and the kindness with which they were bestowed, which after all is the most valuable part of the benefit. The grateful also take into account the position and dignity of the benefactor. Gratitude bears in mind all these elements and can be manifested in different ways. Veracity inclines us to be truthful in all our intercourse, as is proper in human life and conversation, avoiding all lying, which is never allowed, deceitful simulation, hypocrisy, boastfulness, and irony. These vices are all opposed to truth, and though it is possible and even advisable to minimize when we are speaking of our own excellence or virtue in order not to offend by boasting, yet it is not right to do so by telling a falsehood, imputing vice to ourselves untruthfully. Vindication is a virtue which teaches us to recompense or make up for damage done by ourselves or by the neighbor, satisfying for it by some punishment. Among mortals, the practice of this virtue is difficult, for they are so much moved by immoderate anger and dislike of their brethren, and so tardy in charity and justice. This vindication of the particular or general well-being is no unimportant virtue. Christ our Lord made use of this virtue when he expelled from the temple those who desecrated it by their irreverence. John 2:15. Elias and Eliseus drew down fire from heaven in order to chastise some sins. Fourth Book of Kings, chapter 1:20. And in the Proverbs it is said, "He that spareth the rod hateth his son." Proverbs chapter 13:24. Liberality or generosity serves to distribute in a reasonable manner money and other goods, without falling into the vices of prodigality or niggardliness. Friendship or affability consists in conversing and acting in a decent and becoming manner toward all, without quarreling or flattery, which are the vices opposed to friendship. None of these virtues, nor any others which might be related to justice, were wanting to the Queen of Heaven. Of all these she had the habit and practiced them as occasion offered. Moreover, as the teacher and mistress of all sanctity, she instructed and enlightened many souls how they were to exercise and practice them with the greatest perfection. The virtue of gratitude toward God she exercised by acts of religion and worship, as we have already described, for this is the best way to show our gratitude toward Him. And as the dignity of the most pure Mary and her concomitant sanctity was exalted above all created understanding, this eminent mistress gave a return of gratitude proportionate to his benefits within the measure possible to a creature. The same holds true in regard to her piety toward her parents and her country, as mentioned above. To her fellow men this most humble princess returned thanks for each favor as if she deserved no consideration from anyone, and, although all favors were due to her in justice, she nevertheless gave thanks for them with gracious affability. She alone knew and practiced this virtue to such an extent as to return thanks for injuries and offenses as if they were great benefits, for in her incomparable humility she never recognized anything as an injury and considered herself under obligation for what really were such. Moreover, she never forgot any benefit. She also never ceased in her gratitude. About the truthfulness of Mary our Lady, little need be said, since she who was so superior to the demon, the father of lies and deceit, could not tolerate even the shadow of that despicable vice. The standard by which the virtue of truthfulness is to be measured in our Queen is her dove-like charity and simplicity, which excluded all duplicity or deceit in her intercourse with creatures. And how could the guilt of deceit be found in the mouth of that Queen, who with one word of truest humility falling from her lips, drew down to her womb that One who is essential truth and holiness? In regard to the practice of the virtue called vindication, the most holy Mary likewise was proficient, not only instructing others as a teacher during the time of the first beginnings of the evangelical Church, but zealously advancing the honor of the Most High and trying to convert many sinners through fraternal correction, as was the case in regard to Judas many times, and commanding the creatures, which were obedient to her wishes, to punish some of the sinners in order that they might be converted and be saved from the eternal punishment due to their sins. Although on these occasions she was most sweet and kind in her punishments, yet she did not remit them, whenever necessary to secure an effective cleansing from sin. Most of all, however, did she exercise retribution toward the demon, in order to free the human race from his slavery. The sovereign Queen practiced also the most exalted liberality and friendliness. Her generosity in giving and distributing was on a scale befitting the Empress of all creation, and one who knows the proper value of all invisible and visible things. This Lady never possessed anything of her own that she did not consider just as much the property of her neighbor as hers, nor did she ever deny anything to anybody, not even waiting till they should pay the price of asking for it, whenever she could be beforehand in giving. The poverty and miseries which she alleviated, the benefits which she bestowed, the mercies which flowed from her, even as regards only temporal matters, could not be recounted in an immense volume. Her amiable friendliness toward all creatures was so singular and admirable, that if she could not conceal it with rare prudence, she would have drawn to herself all the world, entranced by her most sweet intercourse. Her mildness and kindness, though tempered by a divine seriousness and wisdom, displayed in her intercourse the marks of superhuman excellence. The Most High himself regulated this perfection in her, allowing at times some of the signs of the sacrament of the King to show themselves, but taking care that the veil should fall immediately, and again conceal the mystery beneath earthly labors, thus forestalling the applause of men. All their honors were far below that which she deserved, and men would never be able to attain. and would fall either below or exceed the correct measure of honor due to one who was at the same time a creature and the Mother of God. This was reserved for the time when, as children of the Church, men should be enlightened by the Catholic faith. For the adequate and perfect exercise of this great virtue of justice, the doctors point out another part or aid to it, which they call epikeia, which guides us in some affairs that are above the common and ordinary rules and laws. For not all affairs, with their varying circumstances, can be covered by the ordinary laws, and therefore it is necessary to proceed on certain occasions by the light of a superior and extraordinary reasoning. This part of justice the sovereign Queen practiced on many occasions during her life, both before and especially after the Ascension of her only begotten Son. In order to regulate the affairs of the primitive Church, as I will say in its place, she often made use of epikeia, as required by the interests of the Most High. Instruction vouchsafed by the Queen of Heaven. In this extensive virtue of justice, my daughter, although thou hast been taught much of its value, thou art still ignorant of the greater part of it on account of thy condition in this state of mortality. And therefore also this thy account of it is insufficient for a full understanding of its excellence. Nevertheless, thou hast in a copious summary to direct thy intercourse with creatures and thy worship of the Most High. In regard to this latter, I remind thee, my dearest, that the supreme majesty of the Omnipotent is highly indignant at the offenses of mortals who forget the veneration, adoration, and reverence due to Him. If some of them do render it, it is so coarse, inattentive, and discourteous, that they do not merit reward but chastisement. They revere and adore profoundly the princes and magnates of the earth. They ask favors and seek to obtain them with the utmost diligence. They are effusive in their thanks when they succeed, protesting their lifelong gratitude. But the Supreme Lord, who gives them being, life, and activity, who preserves and sustains them, who has redeemed them and raised them to the dignity of sons, who wishes to confer upon them his own glory, who is in Himself the infinite and the highest good, Him, the highest majesty, they forget, because they cannot see Him with their corporal eyes. As if not all good came from Him, they return, at the highest, merely a sluggish remembrance and a hasty thanksgiving. I will not even mention at present how much those offend the most just ruler of the universe, who wickedly break through and overturn all the order of justice toward their neighbor, perverting the whole natural order in wishing to their brothers what they should not wish for themselves. Abhor, my daughter, such execrable conduct, and as far as thy forces will allow, make up by thy works for this want of acknowledgment in the service of the Most High. And as by thy state of life thou art consecrated to the divine worship, let that be thy principal occupation and delight, striving to imitate the angelic spirits in their ceaseless fear and worship of the Lord. Preserve reverence for holy things, including also the ornaments and sacred vessels used in divine service. During divine office, prayer, and sacrifice, see that thou remain on thy knees. Implore with faith and receive his favors with humble thanksgiving. The same consideration thou showest also to all men, even if they offend thee. To all be kind, affable, meek, simple, and truthful, without deceit or double dealing, without detraction or ill will, without rash judgment of thy neighbor. And in order that thou mayest fulfill all justice, revive the memory of it constantly, and desire to do to thy neighbor that which thou wishest done to thyself. Especially remember how my most holy Son, and I in imitation of Him, acted toward all men. End of chapter 10.